The winner. Give me a nice round of applause for Victoria Cohen.
I've got it. It's mine.
I thought it was something special from the very first one that we played. You know, it's really not an impossible dream.
When I was first getting into poker, and it was like, wow, I imagine being able to play an EPT one day.
It's probably the best feeling of my entire life. It's an absolute dream.
Let's give it up for the winner from UK, Liv Bory.
I couldn't really imagine life without it, to be honest.
The European Poker Tour has really changed the landscape of what, poker really is.
It's just really an incredible spectacle to just see just how many people there are around the world love the game.
It's fun. I love having fun playing poker.
But I'm just gonna go all in.
Good call.
It's crushing my dreams.
This table calls for shades.
Let's hear it for Gavin.
The tears from him there. He can't believe it. He's ridden his luck tonight.
Can't believe this. So amazing.
Just means so much to me. I can't even tell you how happy I am.
Hello, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. This is the last day of the EPT 13 Prague Festival. It's the last day of the main event. It's the last day of the EPT. The final main event, the final table, the final champion will be crowned tonight, and you'll get to see every single hand, cards up, here on PokerStars TV. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan, and we'd love to hear from you throughout our historic broadcast today. Tag your tweet EPT Live. Join the live chat at twitch.tv/PokerStars. We are, of course, also streaming on Facebook Live, on YouTube. And do make sure you follow at PokerStars TV, our new Twitter account, where you'll get all the details on our streams from the PokerStars Championship in 2017. So let's talk about what happened yesterday, the penultimate day of the main event, the final 18 returning, eyeing the final EPT trophy. Martin Cabral, the first player to hit the rail. He was followed out the door by the last remaining team pro, Felipe Ramos. Cristian Dumitru and Gang Wang went in quick succession, taking us down to 9 players. And Janos Katerzi went out in 9th place, leaving us with the official final table of 8. We played on. Kirill Radzivanow, the Angry Moron, out in 8th. And play concluded on the very last hand at level 29. David Lopez tried to bluff David Peters. It was a semi-bluff, to be fair. But the river did not bring a jack or a 7. Lopez departed in 7th, and that left just 6 players returning for the final day. Let's have a look at the stacks of those final 6. It's the Hungarian player Martin Szuzor who comes into players chip lead at 80 bigs. David Peters second on the leaderboard with 72 bigs. No real short stack here. Marius Gierse, the low man at the table, but he's still got the better part of the 30 big blind stack as we kick off level 30 with blinds at 60,000, 120,000 with a 20,000 ante. Everyone is guaranteed a 6-figure score. Everyone's locked up the better part of 150 grand, with the winner receiving more than €774,000, 774,600 euros. Well, let's meet the final 6 players. They're at the final table, as is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, and for the very last time, welcome to the European Poker Tour. Today we bring you the record-breaking final table from EPT 13 Prague, and we are sending the world's richest poker tour off in style with a €774,000 first place prize. Nearly 1,200 players entered this event, 6 remain. one of whom will be the last to ever lift an EPT trophy. Let's meet them now. After doubling up early on day one, the player in seat one was feeling so ill he was forced to leave his stack behind to be blinded out. He came back on day two with only 23 big blinds, but here he is now at the final table. I'm sure a win here would cure him immediately. From Netherlands, Jasper Meyer van Putten. The player in C2 is looking to become only the 4th ever woman to win an EPT main event and 1st ever American woman. By making the final 6, she's already beating her career best finish of an 8th place in the 2013 Aussie Millions. Just like her Miami Dolphins, she is no fish. From the United States of America, Sam Cohen. The player in C3 had his first score in the EPT way back in Season 7, where he finished 11th in Villamura. He did the exact same thing a season later when he narrowly missed the final table in Barcelona. He would be the first player from his country to win an EPT title. From Hungary, Martin Susor. The player in seat 4 qualified online. He's guaranteed to finish at least 77 spots better than his previous best on the tour and is already guaranteed the biggest payday of his life. He celebrates his 25th birthday next week. If he wins, it should be quite the party. From Germany, Marius Gierse. Seat 5 won his way into this event via live satellite. He and 2 friends came out to play this main event together, and all 3 cashed. Check this out. His previous best cash is for $6,500 in a $55 tournament on PokerStars. Holy. Apparently, the dude likes beer, so he is in the right place. From Russia, Sergey Petrushevskii. And finally, the player in seat 6. He is ranked 19th on the all-time money list with over $14 million in live cashes, over $1.5 million of that coming in the last 40 days. He usually wears a tracksuit, which might explain why he's got a slight edge at races. From the United States of America, David Peters. Dealer Daniela, come on in here. Let's get a big round of applause for all of our players here at the final table at the last ever EPT. Daniela, you know what to do.
Have fun.
And away we go. Some early tweeters include Joseph McCafferty, the final. Let's hope it's a good one. Wonder whether it'll be a female champ. The Dyer says shout out for the last ever EPT live from Prague. Hashtag totes emosh. So because we lost a player on the very last hand of level 29, we start with a brand new level, 90 minutes on the clock, 60,000, 120,000 with a 20,000 ante, and cards are now in the air. Jasper Meyer will be first to speak under the gun. Second shortest stack at the table. Starts the hand with around 30 big blinds. And at this point, we can welcome Joe Stapleton into the booth.
Hello, my babies. You know, when I was, me and James and Liv were having breakfast this morning, Liv Barry, and we were talking about who is left in the event, and she was just saying, like, is everyone like? Everyone here is super likable. There are great stories here. There's not a single, look, I shouldn't admit this. There's oftentimes people I want to go broke. No one at this table. Lots of worthy winners here. Can't wait to see who lifts that last trophy.
Martin Susor, the chip leader, has raised from the cutoff with ace-8. Because we are on a 45-minute delay, you get whole card information on the final day of an EPT main event. But the commentary you're hearing is coming to you live. We have the technology, we have the skills. Susor looking to become the first ever Hungarian champion on the tour at the last ever main event. David Peters in the big blind with 10-9, and he's defending.
Susor, one of those great stories I was talking about. Anything that makes the winner interview easier.
It's an ace-high flop, top pair for Susor. It's been checked to him.
Want to say what's up to all the babies on Twitch, including Kevin Martin, who had a huge score yesterday while he was streaming. Congrats, buddy.
Big congrats. Taking down, was it the mini million for like 30K? Seabet gets the job done for Suzo. I want to say hello to lots of the regs who are joining us on Twitter. Spear says, happy holidays, gentlemen. So long to the EPT. So take it down, Sam Cohen. Jane Windsor says, I agree with you, Joe. A great group. I like all these guys, but railing Sam all the way. A lot of support for Sam Cohen. Scott Belzer is the same. Have to cheer on Sam Cohen here on the EPT final table. So hand one, see Suzor increase his chip lead. He's playing 10.1 million now. Sam Cohen under the gun, folds the 6-3 suited.
Oh, nit.
Suzor with a playable hand, king 9 of hearts.
Chip leader is gonna chip lead. How due is this kid, by the way? Cashed in season 7 for the first time.
He's raised to 280,000. Marius Gierse has folded. Sergey Petrushevskii is on the button, has 4-3 off. He passes. David Peters in the small blind this time.
Lacus 2519 on Twitch says, railing D. Peters because he is simply a beast.
He's had an amazing past few weeks, past few months. Maya in the big blind. He's dominated, but he's going to defend.
Why do people keep saying Meyer's ruining poker?
What?
Every time I hear someone be like, oh, a Meyer's ruining poker. They're talking about this guy?
Well, look at this. Domination rotation as Maya flops top pair.
How quickly the tables turn when there's domination rotation. Seems like a pretty standard spot for a just call.
A lot of fun cards could come on the turn that would make this hand interesting. As Maya calls Suzor's continuation bet of 250,000. That's not a fun card.
Not fun as it didn't change much about this hand, or not fun if you have top pair that the flush draw just came out.
Bit from column A, bit from column B. So Maya is a 4-1 favorite to win the hand. Checks to Suzor, who checks behind. 3 of hearts on the river.
All red. Name the movie.
Ocean's 11. The remake, not the original.
Correct. You got it.
John Delano concurs. This is a great group to send the EPT off into the sunset. Nice intro, Stapes. And Shane says, gents, I'm enjoying the cards up coverage from Perth in Western Australia.
Good day. Hope you have heaps fun.
Radovan said, just had internet installed in my new apartment. No better time to have it.
Oh, how great a feeling is that when the internet's finally turned on in your place, man.
Because now Radovan can watch this final table as Suzor bets 475,000 on the river, gets called by Maya, who's going to win himself a decent pot. Moves up to 4th on the leaderboard with 4.9 million. Suzor, still the big stack, 9.1 million.
Even though winning a pot at an EPT final table must feel great, it does not feel as good as when internet gets turned on in your apartment. You're like shut off from the world, and then you literally have access to everything, every piece of information on the planet.
So 7 minutes into play, 2 hands played so far. This is hand 3 of the final table. Gareth Taylor says, good luck to all at the final table in the final EPT. Love the player intros from Joe. Hashtag end of an era.
That's kind, thank you.
Suzor, the chip leader with pocket tens under the gun.
We're going to be saying the word final a lot today.
Suzor raises to 280,000.
I can't believe it's the series finale.
Looks like it's been folded to David Peters on the button. He's got a pocket pair, nines.
Yeah, and these are the two biggest stacks?
Yeah, Suzor is the chip leader. Peters is not that far behind.
I guess that's the good news, is that they don't necessarily have to go to war if things don't get too much coolerier.
While Peters has just called the raise on the button.
Yeah.
In a spot where he is dominated. Sam Cohen with Queen 8. And getting a reasonable price to call out of the big blind and make this a three-way party.
This will be awesome if it just comes Queen High now. Queen 8 cracks 9s and 10s.
More than $1 million in the middle already. It is a Queen 8 deuce flop. Top 2 for Sam Cohen.
What a great spot for Sam. It's not a super dangerous looking board for each of these players. She's going to be really confident in her hand.
No continuation bet from Suzor. Action check to David Peters.
She can't even get counterfeited.
Peters with the worst hand. 8% equity bets. 350,000, roughly a third of the pot.
Now, interesting to see what Sam does here, because she may come in for a raise. Two pairs is kind of a vulnerable hand a lot of the time. We can see it's not super vulnerable. There's a flush draw out there, and there are some straight draws. Looks like she is going to come in for a raise.
Yeah, those are the 100K chips.
Can't blame her. I think this gets two folds a lot of the time.
Raises to $1 million straight, which gets a fold from Suzor.
I just don't think Sam's going to get too out of line in this spot very often.
Any chance Peters puts her on a heart draw?
It just seems so unnecessary for her to commit this much of her stack on a semi-bluff, but maybe. I mean, I can see the whole card, so that does influence me slightly. He hasn't folded yet, which has me worried.
Carl Parrish has just joined us. I see Sam Cohen still running good. Will she be the first American woman to win an EPT? That is correct, Carl. Kai is also rooting for Sam. We need more women in the game. It's the first day of Kai's vacation, so she is able to watch the entire stream today. Some people have taken the day off work, Joe, to watch the last ever EPT.
So obviously David Peters here realizes that her value range is very narrow. She doesn't have queens. Ay-ya.
9 on the turn gives Peters a set.
That's really, really gross. Maybe the heart will save her. Although I guess she does have a heart draw herself now too. She has outs to a full house. But man, oh man.
Peters, now a 3-1 favorite.
And he must have thought that she's going to be raising hearts often enough, or that she's just going to be straight bluffing often enough to call there. What kind of price was he getting? Didn't seem like it was that great.
$3 million in the middle. Sam with just over 3 million in her stack.
Talked about a lot of good stories at this final table. I think Sam's would be the best.
All in.
She shoves the turn.
Oh boy.
And David Peters calls.
Oh boy.
Sam Cohen at risk and looking for a queen or a heart on the river. 10 outs.
Drawing thin, but not super thin. 1 in 4 times she gets there.
Unless it's a queen or a heart on the river, we lose a player. It is not a queen, it is not a heart. Sam Cohen departs in 6th place.
Wow, that's just so unlucky.
Cashing for 145,900 euros, taking us down to 5 players, and David Peters reclaims the chip lead that he's held for so much of this tournament, up to nearly 14 million in chips, 13.4 million to be precise. More than 110 big blinds for Peters.
I don't even know how she's walking out on her own 2 feet right now. My knees would be buckled. I'd be puking. Tears. Any sort of bodily fluid imaginable would be pouring from my body right now. That's how gross that was.
David Peters in command of this 5-handed final table. And I guess we will end the European Poker Tour with 3 female winners. Victoria Coren-Mitchell twice, Sandra Noyaks and Liv Boeree. But the prospect of another American winner is now strong.
So would it be okay if I move over to that side? Or? How about no? Okay, whatever.
Sweet,
whatever.
sassy
No,
Mo Lassie.
No, it's all right, Daniel.
David Peters and all of the chips. Good luck, everybody else. Especially if he's going to run like that.
Thank you to Undersea Monkey for reminding everyone there is also the final day of the 10K High Roller taking place here in Prague. And yes, if you want to follow the action in that one, there are live written updates on the PokerStarsblog.com.
See, guys, it's okay sometimes to call, even if you could be behind, and try to catch your set on the turn. Even the big boys do it.
So after just 3 hands, we've already lost a player.
Don't you feel like a fish when you do that, James? When you're like, oh, I'll just call, maybe I'll hit my set on the turn, and then you miss it, and then you fold. Don't you always feel like such a fish?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of commentary on Twitter about that hand, how sick it was, what a cooler it was.
Eye twitching on Twitch says, sad violin. I can't do it. That was just too gross.
No. So David Peters, the new final table chip leader, opens with a raise to 270,000. Raising from the cutoff with Queen 8. Former chip leader Martin Suzor has Ace-3 in the bag.
Can I actually get another double espresso? That's 1 second. На, пока забери, не нужно.
Suzor still ahead with Ace-High. Checks to pieces.
Jazz on Twitter asking, how did he ever think he was ahead in any way there to call that raise? Well, sometimes she is going to have hearts. What percentage of the time we don't know. Sometimes she's going to be pure bluffing. Sometimes he's going to be behind but catches 9, and sometimes he'll be able to call there and just get to a free showdown because you know, Sam will be nervous. So that's his rationale behind it.
David has continued flop for 200,000, gets a fold from the best hand.
And probably some other rationale that's above my level of thinking.
So Peters closing in on the 14 million mark. We spoke to him before the start of play.
Yeah, it's been an unreal year. Been making a lot of final tables, had a few nice wins. Hopefully I can end the year on a big note.
And how much is poker a game of momentum? Like, you just get confidence from those other results and you don't doubt your moves?
Yeah, I mean, momentum's big. I mean, if things are going your way, you're feeling good, you're confident. Yeah, I mean, things just seem to stick and everything's just feeling good and you're not like second guessing yourself about decisions and stuff like that. And it's big.
And I think with about 40 to go, as people saw you had a stack, a lot of people were saying you were the favourite at that point. How does it sort of sit with you, the fact that you are seen as the favourite?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't really pay too much attention to that. I just try to play my game, focus, play the best I can, and just try and always accumulate chips. And yeah, just try and do what I do.
And as we say, you've been on many a final table and many great results already, but do you still get the nerves before a big one like this?
Yeah, you always have some nerves. I'm usually pretty focused and calm, but yeah, I mean, when you're playing for big money like this and big final table like this, there's going to be a little nerves in there. But once the cards are in the air, I'm going to feel good, so I'll be ready to go.
Well, let's pick up the action on hand number 5. There has been a raise from, guess who? David Peters.
Makes sense. Story checks out, as I like to say. Also, to go back to that hand, I'm a little surprised Sam shoved the turn. I'm not surprised, I should say. I wouldn't shove the turn there. I'd be afraid when I get called on the flop that my opponent has a hard draw, so.
Well, Peters raised it with ace-10, and he's paired his 10 on the flop, but Marius Gierse defended his big blind with king-queen and has top pair.
Gierse!
Action check to Peters. Needs to keep himself to himself at the tables.
He's just too busy winning everything.
8 on the turn. Gierse now a 9-1 favourite. Checks a second time. And I don't think we'll see a second barrel from David.
What do you got, 2 9s again? Huh? What do you got, 2 9s?
Sure enough, Peters checks behind. 9 on the river. Makes the board a little straighter.
What, you got 9s again? Huh? Just river set of 9s?
I guess Gierse is going to go for value on the river.
Bring it on down to Valueville.
6-bet 400.
400K. Jimmy tweets, no regrets staying up late here in Australia to watch this final table. Andy Gibbons has tuned in for the last ever EPT, but excited at the prospect of the upcoming PokerStars Championship. Peter's deciding if his pair of tens are good here. A reminder that Peters was the pre-flop aggressor. He continued flop, check turn, now facing this bet from Gierse on the river.
This is what's happening the rest of the week when we don't know what's going on. People are thinking about things with second pair, and they're folding, and they're making the right decisions.
I want to read this public service announcement that @PokerStars has just tweeted. There is a convincing scam circulating, pretending to be from PokerStars, offering $25 bonuses. It is fake and should be ignored, and do not click on the link should you receive any kind of circular offering this bonus.
Don't do it.
Oh. Okay.
So this is Marius's third EPT cash. He's made 4 final tables in side events. Clearly he's a regular on the circuit. And yes, he qualified online into this 5K tournament. One of 1,192 players who started, creating a €5.78 million prize pool. So there is the last EPT Live bounty bonus today, kicking off at 4 o'clock Central European time. $500 guaranteed, plus $150 bounties on myself, Joe and Matt. And you can claim your ticket from Poker School Online or your local IntelliPoker site.
Is it just me, or have we had a bigger turnout in that tournament every day thus far this week?
Absolutely. And yesterday we had 12,500 runners. So let's see if we can beat that. Might be tough because yesterday was a Sunday. A lot of people obviously not at work. A lot of people grinding already on a Sunday.
Yeah, but today's a final table, so we should have more people watching.
So we've seen a button raise here from Martin Suzor. It's Petrushevski's big blind. He's got ace-9.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, when he faces a really difficult decision, he has to put his hat on to stop him from scratching at his scalp.
So just to recap his story, him and 2 buddies came to play the main event here. They all made it to day 4.
It's amazing.
So sick. And his biggest score anyone could find on him was in a $55 tournament on PokerStars. So this is a pretty sick spot for him.
Ace high still ahead. Well, Casper has a theory that David Peters will surely take down this EPT the way he played in the first few hands. He's making good decisions. He's hitting cards when he needs to, and he's got all the chips. Well, not all of them, otherwise you'd already have won the tournament, but a lot of the chips.
Metaphorical, all of the chips.
Suzor continues for 250,000. Petrushevskii folds the best hand.
Whoa!
You know, it sucks folding the best hand, but when you're sitting on a 40 big blind stack, you don't want to get into any weird situations. You know, you got 1 or 2 hands in you that you can play and not win before you're in like fold shove mode. So there's better spots. I don't think it's that big a deal.
Yeah, both Petrushevskii and Meyer have 40 bigs. The low man at the table is Marius Gierse with just over 30 bigs.
Nem számolom.
Dan Shreddy's on Twitch says Susor is tiny. Now, I kind of thought the same thing. I thought he was a smaller guy. He's 5'10", 5'11". Is that tiny? I know I'm not super tall, but that's my size. I'm not tiny.
Tiny.
Average.
I don't know, what is the average height of a man these
It's
days?
like 5'8".
No, it's not.
5'8.5".
Must be more than that. Average height for men.
Approximately 5 foot. That can't be
no,
right.
that cannot be right.
For men in what? Like the...
Well, I've got it here by country.
Okay.
So which country do you want me to look at?
Let's do the country of Europe.
4 million.
It's a continent, you fool. He's Hungarian, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Hungary.
5'9.5" is
okay,
average.
so 5'10", so he's basically average height.
What is it in America?
United States, same, 5'10", and in the UK as well.
Just got... That's 5'9.5". Don't cheat me on that ½ inch.
Gierse's raise, called by chip leader David Peters in the big blind. A 10-5-6 flop. Peters with top pair. Paul Oliver, if you want to talk about Rogue One, that's fine. Not on the EPT Live timeline. Absolute gimp. Thinks putting the word spoiler alert in makes it okay.
Well, no, he wanted attention and you gave it to him, but...
I'll give more attention. Block. Gierse pairs his 9 on the turn.
I got really lucky in my life, otherwise I'd be a big fat loser too. Can't really hate on big fat losers that much.
So Peters check call flop for 280k. It goes check check on the turn.
Is David Peters gonna win another pawn at Showdown worth over 1 million chips?
It's a straighty board. Might go check check here. Both players with Showdown value. And to answer your question, Joe, yes, David Peters is going to win another pot. At 670k to his stack, closing in on the 14 million mark. He's got 115 big blinds.
Hey, there's a former EPT champ right there.
Sebastian Paoli took down London in season 11, a very emotional winner. Possibly the most emotional champ we've ever had.
He's on my reel. That's how good he was. His tears showed my range. Perfect.
Just one update from the high roller, by the way. A reminder that if you do want to follow the updates, the PokerStars blog doing sterling work on that one. William Kassouf is in the top 10 of the 10K event with 19 players remaining.
A given.
Under the gun raise from Suzor. What's he got? Pocket nines. A hand that worked out quite well for David Peters on the third hand of the day, turning a set against Sam Cohen's 2 pair and eliminating her in 6th place.
You think nines is going to be like the hand today? The hot hand? Doing pretty good against these fives. Petrushevskii starts the hand with 39 big blinds. Oh, jeez.
Petrushevskii calls on the button. David Peters has folded the small blind. Jasper Meyer Van Putten in the big blind. There's 10 deuce. It's suited, but it's a bit trashy. He folds. Neither player connects with the flop. 9's still ahead. Suzor first to act.
You know what I do when I have 9s here? I'm like, nah, he's got a king. I just check out. Open fold. Suzor doesn't continue. Not a mandatory c-bet, and works out well for him because Petrushevskii checks behind.
Delayed c-bet from Suzor.
It could go either way. You do want to get some value out of your 9s if it is the best hand. Check calling is a good strategy sometimes, though, because like this exact situation, you can get your opponent to bet worse, whether they're bluffing or just have a worse hand. Petrushevskii did pick up a straight draw.
Gut shot. Oh, he's going to bet. 375,000.
When my opponent checks twice, I'm going to assume they have some kind of showdown value. And when I get called here, I'm just going to really hope that I catch my straight, because I don't think my 5s are good.
Suzor calls. We go to the river. 1.6 million in the middle. It's a 10. 9's still the best hand.
This probably just goes check, check.
Sure enough. Suzor adding nearly $1 million to his stack, sitting second in chips behind David Peters. 9.6 million for Suzor. Petrushevskii drops down to just over 30 bigs.
This is turning into a 2-horse race. I like this tweet from Andy Gibbons, who says he hopes that William Kassouf is, since he's in the top 10 at the high roller, that he's 9 high like a boss. Huh? You like that one? His tweet was the right idea. I fixed it. Hey, what's going on with Martin Suzor? Yeah, he had 11th 2 years in a row. Villamora and Barcelona. The unlucky B word. It's brutal, right? 11th? Oh. Even though we're not talking about the Star Wars movie, I did think it was pretty funny that someone wrote in Twitch chat that Goofy dies in it. John, did you know Goofy dies in the new Star Wars movie? They're going to start putting Disney characters in. They're replacing Princess Leia with Princess... What's a Disney? Princess Jasmine. No more X-Wings. It's now a magic carpet. Sorry. James stepped out for a second, so I just kind of lost my train of thought for a minute. Back to the action.
Yep.
David Peters tangling with Martin Suzor. 2 biggest stacks of the table here. Queen 9-6 on the flop. A gut shot for Suzor. Peters pairs his 6.
Yeah, Paul Oliver apologized. Now I feel bad. What were you thinking, though, bro?
4 on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Peter's now 4-1 favorite. So the pre-flop raise from the chip leader was 270,000. Check, check on the flop.
Now, I wanted to say this, but I was afraid it was wrong, and I was too lazy to do the research. Eric Danis just tweeted, lots of poker to play, but a third placer better in the main at EPT Prague. D. Peters moves into GPI Player of the Year lead.
Wow.
I knew he was in third. But like I said, I didn't want to say it and be wrong, and also I just want, who can figure all that GPI stuff out? It's just nerd stuff.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. They're just making it up as they go along.
475.
Suzor leads turn with his gut shot, 475,000. His king and his jack are both live as well.
I think David Peters has already shown his extreme reluctance to fold.
Calls with the best hand. Boom. Suzor spikes it on the river.
Sometimes they get there. I'm loving all these Disney Star Wars mashup jokes. Henry Minute says Donald. It's not. It's Donald Vader now. Luke, is this your feather? You're almost there, buddy. But I like the idea. Marton. Hello, Marton. It is kind of a weird spot. You got called on the turn, so you're not going to get queen to fold. Some straights got there. That's another reason you get called on the turn. What's better here? To value bet?
Looks like he's reached that conclusion.
Yeah, maybe value cut yourself, or to check, and then your opponent sets the price for the river bet.
Green chips are 25,000 each. It's a bet of 675K.
Twitch is adorable today. Susor's chip shuffling is really bothering them.
If that's all they have to worry about in their lives, they should feel blessed.
So I'm actually very interested to see how an absolute boss like David Peters handles this situation.
Well, we had that hand earlier on, right, where he had the pair of tens.
Yep, and he
Not
folded.
a dissimilar situation, although a 6 here is even worse. The 10 was on that board.
Right, so I'm wondering, does he ever turn this into a bluff? No, he just folds.
Gets away from it. So the gap narrows slightly between Peters and Suzor. 13 million for David, 10.5 million for Martin. And as you said, Joe, it really is all about these guys right now, with everyone else below average. Average stack right now, 7.1 million. Everyone else below the 40 big blind mark, with Marius Gierse bringing up the rear. Still, half of this level still to play before we take our first break of the day. And during the breaks, another chance to see EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
Petrushevskii with a medium pocket pair under the gun. Oh, jeez. Wow, another pair-on-pair situation. 5s in the small blind for Susor.
Last time the roles were reversed, Susor had Petrushevskii dominated.
Petrushevskii raising under the gun gets the respect that his image has built for him. Wow.
With small suited connectors also folds. So raise and take it for the Russian.
I'm sure he's happy with that.
And at this point, we reveal the winners of yesterday's Christmas calendar contest here on EPT Live. Well done to Mioshu, who gets the $215 Monday Million ticket. And well done to Alex K. West and Surveil, who get the $22 satellite tickets. And of course, we will have our final Christmas calendar contest of Prague today. We'll reveal the details in the second level of the day. And of course, with that one, you'll have to find out who won on Twitter. At PokerStars TV, we'll tweet the winners tomorrow.
What?
Under the gun raise from David Peters. King 4. Huh. 270,000.
Boss is gonna boss.
Susor on the button, calls with ace-jack. Marius Gierse in the small blind has king 7 of spades.
Gotta be so tempting when you've played no hands, but bye-bye.
Petrushevskii in the big blind. King deuce. He passes. So heads up to the flop. Jack 5-4. Top pair for Susor, bottom pair for Peters.
It's gonna be a real lesson for everybody today on how to play boss poker.
No
See?
c-bet from Peters. Checks the action to Susor.
I'm sure there's a million boards he was gonna c-bet. Catches a pair, decides to just check it up.
And it's a great flop for Susor. Top, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draw. What's not to love? Bet 250,000, come on.
He knows that Susor is going to fire a lot when it's checked to him, so his 4 could be good, and obviously he can also improve. Like
oh my word. 2 pair now for Peters as Susor picks up the nut flush draw.
This guy loves turns more than NASCAR drivers.
Peters checks. Now, does Susor slow down because of the king, or does the flush draw? No, he takes the free card.
Couldn't even get the question out.
So Peters now with a different 2 pair. Still has the best hand.
Socrates on Twitch says, streaming from work like a boss. Hi to Stapes and James. Thanks for the top stream. We're not the only 2 to credit here. We'll pass your thanks along to everybody. HX Streets brings up a good point. At least it wasn't the 4 clubs on the river.
Yeah. Oh dear, we had a bit of a chip calamity there.
750.
Peters called the flop, right? So.
No, Peters checked flop.
Sorry, called the Right, sorry. Check, call the flop. Yes. And so...
Well,
oh, wow.
750,000 quickly called.
Man, I thought that Susor was going to I was going to go on a long speech about how I think Susor can get away from this, but nope.
He doesn't. He calls pretty quickly, and that puts some distance between them. David Peters up to 14.4 million. Susor drops down to 9.3 million. So it's a 121 big blind stack for Peters, 77 bigs for Susor. Everyone else with fewer than 40. Gierse, he's not careful, he's going to drop below the 20 big blind mark and start working his way into the danger zone. Blinds go up in 42 minutes time.
Delayed danger zone. Dealer Franzi.
As in, step into my office, invites young men into the men's room of a diner. That type of Fonzie?
No, Franzi.
Oh.
Sit on it.
King Jack for Meyer. He's been pretty quiet at this final table. And he folds. Susor passes. Gierse. Finally has a hand he can play. Ace-King.
Yes!
See if again it's any action from the blinds as he raises to 275k. Petrushevskii in the small has 8-5. No, that's going in the muck. David Peters defends pretty wide from the big blind. But maybe not this wide. 9 deuce. Ugh.
Nine deuce. Not even 9 deuce. Can he defend with?
Dylan Herbert says at this rate, everyone will be at home in time for tea, and David the Turn Peters will have long since won this final EPT. Hashtag too easy. Dylan, there's a lot of poker still to be played. Both he and Martin are very deep. And the other guys are only one double up away from being on the same level. But yes, I would not disagree with you, Cameron Hunt. David Peters is currently crushing at this final table.
Top Heavy on Twitch asks, why is this the last EPT? Because at the start of the new year, we are converting, we are evolving into the PokerStars Championship.
The end of one era, but the beginning of another. So yes, we're going to be nostalgic, and there's going to be a certain air of melancholy about proceedings today, but there's also excitement, anticipation about what the new year's going to bring. Susor is open with Jack-10 here, and Peters considering playing 6-4 of clubs in the small blind.
I don't think if he does play this hand, he's ever just calling.
Yep, there's the re-raise. A 3-bet from the small blind.
This is what you get to do when you're chip leader.
It's nearly $1 million, 940,000. Action back on Susor, who I figure is going to be tempted to play this in position.
930.
I'd be tempted to, but so often you call, you miss the flop, you just get your lunch eaten. Or you call and you flop some small piece, you flop a 10 and it's like ace, 10, 4, no diamonds.
With Martin stack, with these suited connectors, with position, I think it's a call.
I mean, this is the one guy that you do want to call against because you can get the full double up. So you've got the implied odds that you want.
Cool.
Suzor's going to play a flop.
So Suzor in position. Peters with the betting lead.
Yeah.
$2.1 million in the pot. Queen 10, 8. Pretty good flop for Suzor. Peters does not continue, he checks. Suzor checks behind. 5 of clubs on the turn, gives Peters something. Picks up a gut shot.
I don't think Peter. Wow, he's checking again. Interesting. He just must think that this crushes Suzor's range. Guess it makes a little bit of sense, right? Like, what's Suzor gonna call in position with, but not put in another bet? Well, James, it looks like you were right about this one. He should have called before the flop.
Suzor didn't need to improve on the river, but he does.
Well, mentally, improving's good because now you're more confident. Obviously, you just think you have the slam dunk winner here, like all the time.
Well, Peters did not see bet flop. He did not bet the turn. Is he going to try and bluff the river?
I feel like if he did have a draw, he would have bet the turn.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see how he can. I mean, we know that Suzor is going to call no matter what, but
sure.
I don't even know if he thinks he can tell a convincing story at this point. He just has to bank on, yeah, see, he's just giving it up.
Waves the white flag of surrender, and I figure Suzor's going to go for value here.
How good is he, though?
Great instincts.
Like, he 3-bets before the flop, gets called, and then just gives up immediately, like, when he sees this board. Like, how many people are just going to barrel off here and lose a gigantic pot because they get stubborn with 6-4 suited?
Suzor trying to get value on his straight. And a quick fold from David Peters.
It's too good. Like, how do you ever win chips off of him?
It's now 13.4 million for Peters, 10.3 million for Suzor. There are 3 other players at the table, by the way, but it seems that most of the battles are between the 2 big stacks.
Chips just everywhere.
It's like they're already playing heads up with 3 spectators at the table.
3 guys blinds to fight over. Man, tuning into a poker tournament and saying you don't like the sound of chips is like going to the beach and saying you don't like the sound of the ocean.
Or saying you don't like sand. It's coarse, gets everywhere. Unlike your skin. I don't know, I think I just made that speech better.
Right? It's the big blind.
Queen Jack. Petrushevskii. Oh, jeez.
I raised.
What's he made it?
120.
280. David Peters is calling on the button with Queen 9 of spades. King 9 for Meyer in the small blind. We can get multi-way action here.
Yeah. Who's in the big Suzor? I don't know, man. It's got to be real tempting to get involved in this pot. 220,000 to win 840, but you're out of position, and you've got a feisty little Hungarian still to act behind you. You could decide he just wants to pop this up, put the squeeze on the whole lot of you. Well, I guess he did not have a very good 3-betting hand.
How much?
Oh, Meyer 3-bet. There we go.
Meyer made it 880,000.
Didn't have a very good 4-betting hand. That's why you don't just call in the small blind. He could very well get 3 folds here. 1 so far. 2 to go. Well, he gets the best of the 2 remaining hands to fold. D. Peters on the button folds. So even though he did have the best hand, that's a hand that you're perfectly happy to win before the flop.
So Meyer moves over the 40 big blind mark, 5.1 million. And wherever he finishes today, he's guaranteed his biggest ever live cash. His second ever result in an EPT main event. The new name of the podcast has caused some controversy, Joe.
Uh-oh, why?
Both Michael and Carl are not fans. If I remember correctly, both tried to submit suggestions for their own names, which were even worse. So, people in glass houses, ...
You think it's just sour grapes?
Maybe they're not getting the pun.
Poker in the ears. Come on. It's funny. It's a joke. There's poker in the title.
With fingers, obviously, and nothing else.
I don't know what difference a body part makes. It's gross either way.
Well, this has been folded around to the blind. Suzor in the small with ace-10. Suzor calls. Gierse checks his option with queen-10. It's a domination situation. Both with a straight draw now.
Everybody hates this board, but has a draw.
Double paired board now. Suzor's got to be feeling relatively confident.
Gierse. Check, check. Oh, the 5. That 5, though, huh?
Suzor value betting his ace.
Gierse does have the second nut nothing. Queen 10 and it came King Jack. Just, I missed everything. Why? Why can't I hit something?
Dicey. Or it feels like you have ace high.
You are correct, sir. You don't win a prize for that, though.
Once you say that, though, and you're right, I don't see what you can do to win this pot. Like, what can you rep after you say that? Queens? That's what I mean. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
It feels like you have ace high raise. Okay, I call.
Suzor wins that small pot. Well, Smitty is a fan of this dealer. She seems really happy to be there. Lovely smiles.
Hey, do you think it's too early in the day for me to call a viewer a stone-cold idiot?
Joe, it's never too early or too late or ever appropriate for you to talk to a customer in that way. So why don't you just go for it and dig your own grave?
Unrelated to that.
Okay.
Let me read this tweet from Mathis Pagan, who says, David Peters isn't at all an excellent player, a player who is just running like a all-time luck box fish. Hashtag OMG, what a fish.
Do you think he's being sarcastic? Do you think this is an attempt at humor?
No, I think he's a stone-cold idiot. Shoot. I wasn't going to do it. You tricked me. That wasn't even fair. That was... Oh, man. Well, I said it now.
Hand 16 of the final table. 8-7 hand for Suzor on the button. Gierse folds the small blind. Petrushevskii is in the big blind.
You don't become number 19.
He's got jacks.
Oh, jeez. You don't become number 19 on the all-time money list
Ich habe mir schon gedacht, dass eine 10
by running hot in a few tournaments. I mean, maybe if one of the tournaments was like $1 million one drop and you won $18 million or something like that. Oy. Wiggles2121 on Twitch says, the boss is on the phone, you might want to take this.
Rick Jeffrey says, to those complaining about the sound of chip shuffling, be thankful there aren't many squeaky chairs today.
Raise.
Here comes the 3-bet from Petrushevskii with his jacks.
And this should be an easy fold to the tightest guy at the table.
But he's on the button, he's got position, he's got loads of chips, he's got a playable hand.
Not this time.
Sure enough, Suzor folds.
Наконец-то. Где поддержка?
Where's my round of applause is what he just said. I don't know what he said.
Joe, can you help him out with one of your sound effects? Details of the EPT Live Bounty bonus on your screen right now. 3,840 players already registered. Just under 2 hours to go till it starts. Sign up now using the ticket that you claim from Poker School Online or your local IntelliPoker site. Remember, use the rebuys to make it through the first hour so you can put yourself in contention for those bounties once it becomes a freeze out.
Oh, Carl Parrish, give it a rest, bro. Global Poker Chat is a better name for the podcast? Come on, dude.
That's got to be a level. He's surely having a laugh, right?
Are you and Mathis Pagan having lunch together? Thank you, Jordan Hooper, who says David Peters has been consistently crushing it for 10 years. Agreed.
Забирай.
I think Peters has got a walk there.
Well, obviously just getting lucky, as usual. He probably wins all his tournaments from getting walks the whole time. Thanks for your contribution, by the way, Mathis. We appreciate you as a viewer and a customer. Make sure to play on PokerStars.
Есть.
Hand 18 has been folded round to the blinds. David Peters in the small. Queen 6. Ace Jack suited for Jasper Meyer.
Wiggles, we did consider the name Everyone Loves a Chopped Pod, but we wanted to have the word poker in the title. It's a little easier for people searching for poker podcasts to figure out what it is.
So after Peters called, Meyer raised, got a fold. He's hovering around the 40 big blind mark right now. Just 90 minutes left on the level. So we'll take our first break of the day. In 90 minutes time, we'll have the first installment of EPT Not Live at EPT Live during the break, and when we come back, blinds will be up to 80,000, 160,000.
Actions folded on over to Sergey. Ace-8 suited. Oh, geez. It looks like he is going to come in for a raise. And there it is. Will he continue to get the respect of the table? So far, so yes. Just Seuss or is Jack 3 suited?
Two 8, right?
John Delano points out the pace of play here is excellent. Each player isn't acting like every action is a tough decision. They're thinking about the genuine decisions.
Pretty okay flop for ace-8. Best hand and the best draw.
Action goes check, check.
Four, 6, 7, 8. That's not a straight.
But ace high is still the best hand. The question is, with Petrushevskii checking back flop and turn, does Suzor think he can bluff him off whatever he has? And I'd be interested to see, because you're right, Petrushevskii has established a reputation as probably the tightest player at the table. Is he the kind of player who can make a call here with ace high?
It's pretty tough against the big blind. He does it though, well done.
And pretty quickly as well.
Nice one, bro.
So as Joe said, a live satellite winner who came here to Prague with his friends, guaranteed his biggest cash today. Not just in an EPT, but in any poker game. Runs a developing company, owns that company. Developing what?
See, when he says develop, when I read that in the bio, and I'm glad they just transcribed that directly from his bio, because what does that mean? Does that mean his company is developing?
Or does he develop film? Like people who are using old school cameras?
My company's developing, it's coming along. Or do they develop ideas? Something on Twitch made me laugh. Oh, Big Carton House says, I thought this must be a Hilton. I work in a German Hilton hotel and recognize the chairs.
You're saying that the squeaking is not unique to the Hilton Prague. It's a trademark of all Hilton hotels in Central Europe.
I also would like to highlight this comment in Twitch chat because I like to showcase people when they're being decent human beings, because I like to call people out when they're not. USX says, I didn't appreciate the stream the first few days, but you guys really grew on me. I'm sorry if I was a douche and hope you see this. That's big of you. We appreciate that. I'll give you a little pirate noise. Pieces of hate. Well, it sounded like you said pieces of hate. That's not very good. Ahoy, me hearties. And we'll see you in the Bahamas.
Petrushevskii has raised under the gun here with 8-7 suited. And everyone else folds. 20 hands played so far, 30 minutes left on the level.
Oh, we didn't even, this is a housing development. We didn't even think of that one. What do we got here out in the rail? Dietrich Fast.
Has he got his name on his hat? I am fast, I play fast, and I live life in the fast lane. Dietrich Fast.
That's pretty good. I like that.
So a reminder that in the break, episode 1 of 3, EPT Not Live at EPT Live. Matt sees the Christmas market for the first time. I make an important observation at the breakfast buffet and the infamous Prague Waxworks. Correct use of the word infamous.
Man, people really liked that Waxworks bit, though, so I would say to stick around if you haven't seen it already.
Pocket tens for Peters. He's raised under the gun. Round to Petrushevskii in the big blind. He's got sevens.
We know that David Peters can raise pretty light under the gun with all his chips and his quote-unquote post-flop skill. So I wonder how Petrushevskii reacts. I'd probably be pretty tempted to put some more chips in with 2 sevens. Cool. Looks like he's going to play it safe.
I like this. I like this approach. Ace, 8, 6, 10's still good.
See, now on boards like this, I feel like I'm just going to get outplayed, so
But at least you got to see the flop. What's the point of re-raising with sevens and then getting shoved on? You lost value on the hand. You have to fold.
No. Call it off. You got a pair of sevens, man. It's a good pair.
What happened to 3-bet with your really strong hands and your really weak hands and play flops with your middling hands?
Because I know that David Peters is going to outplay me, so I'm just going to get it in when I have a pair.
Okay. What about when he's got a bigger pair like this?
Well, that's just unlucky. It's cooler.
230,000 from Peters. Petrushevskii calls.
By the way, I'm showcasing that I'm a bad player is the reason I would play it that way. That's all. I'm not really advocating that approach.
Queen on the turn. We have seen Petrushevskii make moves before where he's really not sure to do in response to his opponent. Well, the board's bricked out for him here. And this goes check, check. David Peters wins another pot.
All right, I think I might actually murder one of our listeners, James.
Take a deep breath, Joe.
Joe Glenn tweets to say, it will always be the PCA. Isn't he the same guy that tweeted 3 days ago saying it was constantly changing names? Which is it? You're watching EPT Live.
Marius Gierse still the low man at the table with 24 big blinds. David Peters, chip leader, with 114 bigs. Still 8 minutes left at this level. A reminder, the blinds then go to 81.60. Only one elimination so far. Sam Cohen KO'd by David Peters on the third hand of the day.
Ephraim tweets, riveting stuff, like watching paint dry. I think I'll go dry, clean it, goat, and check result later. And he does send that tweet to all of his 0 followers.
Pocket nines here for Martin Suzor. He's second in chips at the final table. He raises to 280,000. Gierse's on the button.
What you got, Gierse?
Pocket fives.
So same here, James. Just a flat ski.
Well, it's tough to go set mining with a 24 big blind stack, but his shove seems excessive. It's a really tough spot with fives with this stack.
Ditch it.
I mean, also Suzor's been opening a lot of hands. He's been opening awfully wide.
I'm all in.
Wow, he decides to shove.
Well, you're never drawn dead with a pair.
How much? No, around. How much?
Petrushevskii wants a count.
2.9.
I'm not sure why he's got Jack 5.
What's he doing? Is this some sort of meta game? Did he misread his hand? Also, that's a 5. That's bad news for Gierse.
Absolutely.
2,920,000.
Oh, fold already.
Yeah, you can't just plow over me. I'm going to ask for a count first.
Well, Martin Suzor calls putting Gierse at risk, and because Petrushevskii folded a 5, Gierse is drawing super thin.
Remember when I said you're never drawing dead with a pair? I mean, it's still true, but I meant usually you're going to be like a 20%. Not a 12%, so... GG Gierse. Gierse! I might not get to say that again.
Ja, zumindest Liebe. Liebe läuft immer.
Gierse at risk and way behind. It's a 6, guys, not a 5.
10%?
Close does not count in this game.
Gierse down to 4%. Another small card that's not a 5. 1 out, 2% chance of survival.
GG, buddy.
Another 4 on the river, and Martin Suzor eliminates Marius Gierse in 5th place.
Okay. Good luck. Thank you.
The German receives 203,800 euros. We're down to 4 players, and it is tight at the top now. Suzor with 12.5 million, Peters with 13.5 million. Maya and Petrushevskii trailing with around 40 big blinds each.
One last time.
Gierse!
That was a good one. We'll miss you, buddy.
So we've got 2 players at this final table with more than 100 big blinds. Maya with 42 bigs, Petrushevskii with 37 bigs. Blinds up in 4 minutes' time. As Gierse commiserates with Dietrich Fast and Sebastian Pauli. So 2 eliminations during the first level.
Have we ever seen anything like this with 2 guys with over 100 big blinds?
No.
That's wild. This heads-up match could last 4 or 5 days.
Suzor is open to 280,000 with King 10. Peters is dominated, has King 6 in the small blind. Peters, 3 bets to 940k. Jasper's in the big blind. He folds King 9 of diamonds. Only 1 king left in the deck.
That's why you 3-bet. We've seen this situation before. Wow, Peters gets 2 better hands to fold.
Boosts his chip lead as he moves back over the 14 million mark.
What a psycho.
This next hand could be the last of the level. 2 minutes on the clock. Ticking into the break, during which time you'll get to see part 1 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live. Wow, Gierse doesn't want to leave.
He seemed really happy to be here. He doesn't seem too disappointed. It's got to be a great result, whether or not you win.
I mean, my German's not great, but I also think he's still talking strategy. I think he's discussing whether it was the right move, whether he should have shoved there with 5s with that stack.
It's really tough. Sometimes I wish we could do the commentary just seeing one of the hands. Like, I wonder what I would have said if I only saw the 5s, because I'm obviously influenced by the fact that I saw the 9s and I saw Susor raise, but my instinct is to fold the 5s in that spot. Like you said, it's like a little too big to shove, but you can't really call and then fold.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in that situation. I feel like when I've been in that situation before online and I've had folks that I've asked about it, they say that it's a fold in that spot. But again, I could be just being influenced by the fact that I could see.
Well, that last hand was raise and take it for David Peters, which brings up hand 25 of the final table, which will be the last hand of the level. Royston points out the speed we're plowing through is great, but you know what that means? A marathon heads-up session.
That's how I feel about a marathon heads-up session.
Under the gun raise from Peters with ace-9. Susor with jack-3 in the small blind, passes.
See ya.
Petrushevskii in the big blind with 10-8 of diamonds.
To 70. Call.
Petrushevskii defends.
Ten-8 of diamonds. Love that hand.
Bottom pair for Petrushevskii. Top pair for David Peters.
Is it too much to ask that if you're going to hit a 10, just let it be top pair? I mean, come on.
Roni not a fan of Petrushevskii. Just tuned into the stream to see a dude with jack-5 off ask for a count of a 25 big 3-bet jam. Shot clocks to stop these people. On this occasion, Petrushevskii folds to the c-bet, taking us to the end of the first level. 2 down, 3 to go before we crown the champion here in Prague. When we come back from break, the blinds will be 81.60 with a 20k ante. Petrushevskii, the shortest stack of the table with 26 big blinds. David Peters, the chip leader, with close to 100. During the break, enjoy EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
On TV, online, and on-side kick. I don't even know what that is. This is EPT Not Live.
Not for long, it's not. Hello, my babies, and welcome to EPT Not Live. I'm Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton. That is my work wife. And I am a bad work husband because I was not at her bedside yesterday when she was at the hospital.
I'm sitting here thinking I look like a member of the cast of Train Spotting, but these were actually for blood tests and nothing else.
They didn't put anything fun in there while you were there?
Sadly not. They just took stuff out.
Wow.
Which fortunately is clear, so I'm back at work today.
They took his kidney out, and it is clear they will be putting it back later today also. I didn't address my work wife by name. That's James Hardigan.
Thank you, Joey.
My work wife, my work abusive stepdad, Matt Broughton is here. You guys, let's do something more festive here. Let's kill this. Let's do one of these here, huh? That's better.
Well, you are wearing the Eat Santa hat.
It's not Eat Santa.
Fat Santa?
Fat Santa would be accurate, but no, it says
say?
Text Santa. I don't know if we have it there.
Which out of the options makes the
I
least
don't,
sense?
You know, it's like one of those things. It's like funny. It's like a joke, and then when you think about it, you're like, it's not. What does it even mean?
How am I meant to text him?
Yeah, it should say Tinder Santa. I think would probably.
The
be
thing is,
more
we're
accurate.
used to looking at Joe and going, I mean, it's probably a joke, but it's not funny. So actually, for you to be wearing it,
Fitting.
just pretty much standard.
There we go. Coming up on today's show, this is the last episode of the show in its current form.
Yep.
Last episode of the show until the PokerStars Championship Bahamas in 2017. So we're going to have a few weeks off. We will be revealing the new title of the show at the end of this episode. What else coming up on today's show? James witnessed an incident at the breakfast buffet here at the Hilton Prague.
It may explain some of the other stuff that's been going on this week in Prague.
Oh, man, sounds like somebody puked in the eggs. All right, also coming up, Matt
Quite that
finally
bad.
got to see the Christmas markets here in Prague.
It was a beautiful thing. I mean, 50% of it was shut, and the other 50% was shutting. But we were there.
But we did make
You
it
saw
to where,
the tree.
where it happens.
I think, not being funny, a good 50% of the Christmas market is the tree.
Okay, well, in that case, it was mostly open.
I do have a very blurry still frame of the tree coming up later in the show.
Yay!
We're closing the show with a tribute to one of the all-time leading cashers on the EPT. Luca Pagano was supposed to be the guest. James got sick yesterday, couldn't do the show. We lost him, unfortunately. We are not recapping the Barcelona main event that aired this week because we've been over it plenty. But today on Superfan vs. Stapes, we've got Graphical Hugh on the show who will be challenging me to the films of Tom Hanks. You know what I say? If you don't like Hugh, I don't like you.
And where do we stand on Tom Hanks?
I love Tom Hanks. What do you guys have a favorite Tom Hanks movie?
We were talking about this the other day, actually, because I was not a fan of Tom Hanks movies until, like, the early 2000s, when I think he started to take bolder decisions in the films he was making.
Jesus. I'm so sorry I asked.
Road to Perdition. There you go. Quick
Wow,
answer.
Road to Perdition. That was no. Don't start the song again. Who wants to? We've had enough. Enough Christmas.
I was
spirit.
enjoying it.
Road to Perdition. Isn't that one where he's like real sickly? No.
No,
The
Road
other
to
guy.
Perdition's one where he's the gangster.
Jude Law is real sickly in it.
And you got Paul. Yeah, and you got Paul
I thought you were
Newman,
thinking of
Daniel
Philadelphia.
Craig.
That's true.
Real sickly on that one.
That is one of the worst choices I've ever heard of a favorite Tom Hanks film. Matt.
Big.
Okay, that's good. Oh, you know what? I have a Tom Hanks impression I'm going to do later in the show, and it's from Big.
Hardly wait.
Oh, well then. Sorry. Just won't prepare fun things to do for the show. I don't know if I could pick a favorite necessarily, but I saw Bachelor Party last year for the first time. Like a friend bought it for me, like on old school DVD. Can't believe I just said that. Can't believe I just said old school DVD.
Hey,
anyway,
future moves.
I really liked it. I thought it was awesome. I like the Tom Hanks comedies better. Not to say that he's not great at the drama, but I like the comedy stuff like Big and all that. I will say least favorite Tom Hanks role. Catch Me If You Can.
I like that.
Fucking awful. No, the movie's great. His stupid ass Boston accent though is terrible.
Yeah, don't forget that sort of thing doesn't bother us because all accents sound funny when they're from America. So,
Oh, okay. Fair enough. James, what's going on with this? What happened at breakfast?
so-
Like James emailed me like a week ago to be like, "Oh, make sure you tell the
I'm
breakfast story."
really worried about this because if this turns out to be a story that I really could have been being told privately like 4 days ago, I'm going to be quite annoyed.
Yeah, it is one of those things where I saved it for the podcast, but in reality, it probably would have
Oh, we're building it up too much.
better served
Wonderful.
as a PSA. At the breakfast buffet, there was a guy, I guess it's best to just be described as a character, and he's one of those people who clearly wants
Russian?
attention. I don't know what nationality he was. He had a beard, big kind of Sam Grafton-esque glasses, and bright red shoes. And he's standing kind of in the middle of the
Sounds
buffet.
like Santa Claus.
Just kind of trying to get sort of attention, just wanting to be noticed. And then, you know, like where the kind of the bread rolls at breakfast, and they're kind of in a box at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's standing over by the pastries and the rolls, and then suddenly just starts coughing violently for about 30 seconds, like really like...
So he wasn't getting enough attention. So he was like, oh, "Look at me!"
coughing firmly into his right hand. At which point, as part of his dramatic coughing, his elbow caught the box of bread rolls.
Oh, okay.
And I'd say a good 10 to 15 bread rolls then scattered onto the floor. At which point, with the hand, no doubt in his phlegm. He picked them up one by one and put them back into the box.
Way. Why?
But do you know what the worst part was? He had this really kind of eating grin as he was doing it. Kind of like, look at me putting the rolls back. Almost in a really like creepy horror movie-esque way. And then went about his business, and I haven't seen him since. So my theory is...
What you do, James, as an onlooker in this situation? You can't just stand idly by and let...
He went, good Lord, I shall make a note of that story to tell
like,
later on.
Good thing there's another box of rolls at the other end of the buffet. Boop, 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 boop.
Exactly. I looked after number one. That's the most important thing here. But I do...
Meanwhile, the rest of us are now looking after number two because we all have this this guy coughing all over the rolls.
I do believe, and I didn't realize this several days ago, I identified patient zero. This is the guy who I believe has led to the sickness that has hit poker players, dealers, and members of the production team.
You just know that somewhere there's the CCTV footage from the lobby that shows Hartigan like a big goose wander off to get his lovely uncontaminated bagels, and then in I come, I'll have that one, you come in, oh, I just had this one. And everyone we know just picking up the snot bagels going,
and then the
coating.
The overnight CCTV footage of the guy in the hazmat suit taking them to the furnace to burn them. Man, James, I can't believe you didn't do anything.
Thanks for telling us.
Sorry, I probably should have done. I just didn't really think that it would lead to the spate of sickness that we've seen.
I got James to do something this week that sometimes I have to twist his arm to do. What'll happen is now we get a lot of times people on location.
Your dirty mind. Look at your face.
I think what I normally have to force James to do, he did voluntarily for the first time ever.
That's right. We get, a lot of times in between events, people will write to me on Facebook or Twitter and say, hey, I'm going to be at this event. Do you and James have a minute to meet up, whatever? And James is always like, oh. But then when it comes time to meet up, I'm like, I want to meet up with this guy. James is like, oh, I'll go with you. Like, he just, I don't know what it is, if he just has a heart or at the last second he like can't bear the fact that like, he's like, all right, I'll go do it. So he met this guy with me, Chris Martin.
Yeah.
And Chris is actually in the Army. And Chris gave me this really cool card capper from the Army, from his...
He's based in Japan, right?
Yeah, but this is from the 31st Air Defense Artillery. It's okay. Our camera guy's texting right now. We'll just give him a minute to...
He's really on the
to get
job,
up and
isn't
get an insert shot of this. There he is. All right. Hey, buddy. Welcome to the show. Fantastic. I hope that was your wife. Anyway, yeah, so thank you, Chris Martin, for this. Really cool. Thank you for your service. I obviously am a big fan of all the vets. And it reminded me that I carry this other, I don't have it with me, this other, nope, I don't, card capper with me.
So first of all, the fact that you actually have a card protector, you do realize that most people think that is the sign of a huge fish.
Well, I am a huge fish. And also, I play poker like twice a year. And when I do, I forget that I even have it. And I wish that luckily I did remember I had it because, so I was going through airport security. And you know when your bag, at Heathrow, and your bag comes through and it's supposed to come down the belt, but then there's that like little machine that pushes it off to the side.
And then it's like, whose bag is this?
Yes, and I saw mine get pushed off to the side, and I was like, oh my God. Because, look, down and the woman grabs it and she's like, do you have something with your initials on it in here? And I'm like, what? And I remembered that this fan gave me a card capper years ago because I used to do a show called Poker Road Radio. So it says PRR on it, this big metal card capper, and she's like, it's too thick, we can't see through it. And so I was like, oh, okay. And so I took it out of my bag and she looked at it, but then she swabbed it and put it in the thing. And then there's that few seconds of like, because honestly, look, exactly, like I'm not a terrorist, but like the way we live in the world, like if something came up, like that'd probably be the last you ever saw of me. Like there's no trials anymore. There's no more like, hey, it's probably an innocent mistake. I was just planting some crops.
And the awful
fertilizer
thing is, if they did kind of like arrest you at the airport and you were kind of like detained or taken on a rendition flight somewhere, and we learned that, you know, yeah, they've taken Joe away because they suspect he's a terrorist, we kind of just look at each other and go, yeah,
Yeah.
Story checks out.
Seems
Great.
about
That's
right.
very, very holiday spirit of you guys. Matt, well, you got to see the Christmas markets finally here. It took me a couple years. It was like my third time here before I finally did it.
I didn't feel so bad because it was a fair schlep, and like I started off feeling a bit stupid because we were walking down familiar territory like roads. I'm thinking, well, I've definitely been down this road trying to find it. Oh my God, I must have been so close. And then we went through this, and then we went round here, and I'm like, do you know, I don't think I ever would have found it accidentally.
You probably took some turns because it's actually pretty much just a straight shot from here, but you have to walk for about 20 minutes before you get there.
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say I felt stupid that it was so obvious that I definitely should have found it at some point.
We got a
anyway,
little video clip here of what it's like. I don't want to give away too much, and also it's only a 10-second Snapchat.
Hot wine, hot ham, hot dogs, and a big old Christmas tree.
Look at that, huh? Beautiful aspect ratio, beautiful.
Yeah, is that
focus?
Is it because it's a Snapchat thing that you're shooting in the wrong aspect ratio?
Yeah, Snapchat only goes that way.
It drives me nuts.
Yeah, we'll get used to it because all the kids are doing it, my friend.
Well, they need to be told. We need to re-educate them.
See, this is the James I know and love. When we were standing in this Christmas market, James is like, now this is the world I want to be a part of. I want to live in a Europe like this, where everyone's just coming together. And I was like,
as long as they shoot video in the correct aspect ratio.
Full of You hate everyone.
That is a perfectly acceptable caveat.
But on the way back from the Christmas market, we did. We walked by this really terrible wax museum.
Yeah,
you just want to look. I'm sorry, it's an Eastern European wax museum. What do you expect? I mean, this guy was probably constructed during the Cold War.
That is probably one of the better waxworks.
No, that's one of the best ones we saw there. That's I like to call him George Clowney.
I mean, at least you can identify who that is. The next one, I didn't. You got it immediately, Matt. I struggled.
Well, what I found with them is that if you look at them overall, you don't know. But if you just focus very briefly on each feature, one of them they've got right. So it might be, oh, well, they got one of Clooney's eyes right. And then once you think it might be Clooney, you go, okay. So actually, yeah, this one I got to quite quickly. But again, I had to do the whole minute.
So who is it?
Well, it's Cameron Diaz, I think, but it's also Cameron Madonna Diaz. There's a little Madonna in there, too. These are two of the good ones.
Well, we had an argument about this one because some people said Celine Dion. I said Sally Field.
I think it's Ariana Huffington.
But clearly it's a singer because the microphone surely has to be a clue.
It's got to be some, Czech singer that we don't know.
It's a local celebrity.
And apparently this wax museum is a big attraction here in Prague. Because here's one of my Tinder matches with Jackie Chan. Look at that, huh? That's a way to make the boys jealous.
Oh, dear.
Huh?
I don't care how handsome you are. If your personality is ugly, you are ugly. Sounds like a really good match for you.
Right.
So I would tick yes or whatever you
good.
do.
Yeah, no, we're getting married later this month. So Matt did some digging on some other terrible wax figures, and we've got some to share with you guys here. Here he is. I assume Matt Braudenegger?
Yeah, this is what happens if you're not entirely sure if you're looking at me without a beard or Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's eerie.
That's meant to be Schwarzenegger.
It's like
it's horrible.
I guess so.
It's like they took one of those things from a museum where, like, the evolution of man and took one of the earlier phases and then strapped a Hawaiian shirt on him. Who's up next? We've got Impostor Stallone.
I mean, I don't remember him looking like that.
Well,
ever.
Rocky did train in Philadelphia, right? So it's maybe the Philadelphia version of Rocky.
Never made it to the cinemas, yeah.
And here we have a mashup between what I assume is Sylvester Stallone and Talia Shire, their kid.
Well, clearly the England football shirt
I
is meant
see.
to be a clue.
Is
that Lineker?
I believe it. I think.
No.
I think it's meant to be. Well, I can't imagine who else it's meant to be. But why he's wearing so much rouge, I don't entirely understand. I don't remember Gary Lineker wearing as much makeup as that on pitch. But maybe there was one friendly I missed where he went to town.
Next, we've got ventriloquist dummy Mr. Bean.
I mean, he's not a good-looking guy in real life, but that is just
That is terrifying.
That is the thing of nightmares.
That is like the thing from Saw.
Yeah, that is almost Jigsaw right there. Next, we've got Roger Moore ? Oh, that's Sean Connery. Now that I look closer,
What?
right? Isn't that Sean Connery? Muhammad Ali.
It's your favorite. He's been on holiday.
What's the turnabout?
I don't know. Was there a film? Well, no, actually, let me not ask that question. There could be a 20-minute answer. Is there not a tan? Is there not a tanned Bond?
He's pretty tan in the one where he's at the old folks' home.
What's the one where he's really kind of quite podgy? Hasn't he got tan there? Didn't he
all of them?
Never say never again. Yeah. Anyway, not really sure on this one. Here we go. Now we've got Elton John. This isn't terrible.
That's not that bad. I mean, the extreme close-up is very disturbing, but it's not bad.
But this one is. Healthy John, sick John. I mean, this is like your Aunt Edna.
That is Sam Grafton on Stars in Their Eyes. Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be Elton John.
It's almost like it's some other. It's like somebody was commissioned to do a waxwork of somebody else, and it was so unsuccessful. They said, "Well, look, just put the glasses." And the wig on. Do you know what? It's fine.
Use it.
We'll just do it.
Kind of like stuff for this podcast. I'm like, you know what? It doesn't work. We're just going to use it anyway. We need to fill the space. Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson mashup. The greatest love of Beat It.
That is pretty bad.
We got a couple more here. We got to close out this segment momentarily. Keira Knightley in a hospital bed?
Why is it just a head, Matt?
I don't know. I didn't make it. I just found it on the internet.
Is it a waxwork museum where they just couldn't be asked to do the bodies? It's just like, just put the heads out. That's all people look at. I'm going to take a punt.
The head is all I need.
Is that meant to be Princess Diana?
Yes, it is. Meant to be.
After the accident?
Oh, God.
Boop, bleep. Anyway, it's been forever. It's been like 25 years. Come on. Over it. How about this one here? Matt Damon and Matt Damon from Team America World Police. I'm not. What's happening? Oh wait, no, I get it now. That's David Beckman and Victoria Beckman.
I certainly wouldn't have got Victoria if it hadn't been for the fact David looks a bit like David. There's no way I would have found out who she was.
See, you need the Beckman voice.
Beckham.
Whatever. Wait, two more here.
Oh, God.
This is Uma Thurman.
No.
Who's that?
That's Sharon Stone.
That's with Sharon Stone.
Even your pun is based on the wrong.
No, I don't know who. I don't know what. It's terrible. It's really bad. It's awful.
Why is she in a pink bed?
I don't know. Doesn't she appear? Hey, look, all I can tell you is what it said under Google Image. It said Sharon Stone waxwork. I mean, I'm with you. It looks more like some friends of my mum that confused me as a child.
Okay, and just one more here that I have no clue about. What is this? Janet Reno meets Harry Potter. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It looks like someone's wearing someone else's face.
I'm going to, again, take a guess, and this is quite appropriate because this is a man who always releases a single at Christmas. It's Cliff Richard.
Sir Cliff Richard.
Sorry, Sir Cliff.
Have you heard of him?
Cliff Richards, huh? Never heard of him.
Richard.
Don't know who that is. What's he famous for?
Mistletoe and Wine.
He has had #1 hit singles in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s.
Wow.
Living Doll, Summer Holiday.
There's a living doll right there.
Devil Woman.
Cliff Richard.
Wired for Sound. I could go on. Apparently, I have a lot of trivia.
We got to reset this entire segment because I'm gonna go have nightmares now.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's final table day in the Czech Republic, playing down to a winner for the last time on the EPT. 4 remain from the 6 who started the day, and it's David Peters who has the chip lead right now with a 90 big blind stack. Martin Suzor, looking to become the first ever Hungarian winner on the tour, has 75 big blinds. Jasper Meyer van Putten from the Netherlands has 30, and the shortest stack of the table is Sergey Petrushevskii from Russia with 26 big blinds. I'm James Hartkin. It's my pleasure to introduce the other commentator, the third member of the EPT Live team, Matt Broughton.
Hello, everyone, and I can guarantee you my nose is not as red as it was in that video. It was just a Christmas thing I did for a laugh, honest.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. So more than €250,000 guaranteed now for the Final Four. More than $750,000 for the eventual champ. Matt, you are not an overly sentimental person.
I am not.
You are the embodiment of the word cynic. But is there at least some small part of you that has any sense of occasion about today?
And you?
In a word, James, no, we're just changing the name next year. And that's what I keep saying to people. It depends. If I'm trying to calm people down that are losing their minds, I say, by the way, guys, we're just changing the name. If, however, I want to get my huge EPT nostalgia cape on, no, this clearly does mean something. It just doesn't probably mean as much. The thing is, it's never going to mean as much to me as it does to you, because this has been your life and soul for like such a huge amount of time.
Yeah.
13, right?
But no, it's definitely a big deal.
So we pick up the action at the start of level 31. Blinds are now 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Meyer is folded under the gun.
Can't believe I leave you two alone for one level and you've lost two of the players.
We lost one of them on the third hand of the day.
I know. Yeah, that was pretty brutal actually. Quite a tricky spot.
Wow, Petrushevskii jacks in the small blind.
And T-Towel in the background.
That is a shirt.
Confirmation.
Just in case the waxworks weren't enough for you. By the way, thank you for all the positive feedback to the podcast. Queen of Encore says, watching James losing it is almost as brilliant as the waxworks themselves. I will never be able to unsee that Sharon Stone in a pink bed.
That was particularly disturbing.
So we imagine this is going to be a raise from Petrushevskii. The chip leader is in the big blind. That's a raise to 480,000. Is it my imagination, or does that seem like a chunky raise?
That does seem incredibly out of kind of the normal flow of standard opening raises.
I know players will often raise a little bit more when it's small to big.
I mean, ordinarily you go 10-8, it's such a look up the flops, defend your big blind, but sometimes David Peters' instincts has been rather eerie.
Well, he elects to call, play the flop in position. Petrushevskii a huge favourite here, and a bigger favourite now, and Peters could get into trouble because he has paired his 10, he has top pair.
So easy to forget that just because there's four of you, that you can't still get those big premium hands, and sometimes so busy thinking about all the weird funky starting hands and how they may or may not have semi-connected with flops is, you've got to always remember sometimes the big boys are just out there.
Yeah.
Ironically, back in my day of home games, as soon as somebody opened with some over-the-top amount, you'd go, jacks, is it? Because you just know how scared and freaked out everyone is by how best to play jacks. But
so we've got just over $1 million in the middle. One would expect Petrushevskii to continue here. $575,000, so just over half the pot. Once you pay your 10, you can't go folding here. You talk about David Peters' instincts, Matt, but this is a spot where he can't get away from it.
no. And if he improves to some further part of the straight draw, okay, well, that's not going to happen. But yeah, you could see him paying off every single street.
So apologies for the graphics glitch. A reminder that it was a 3 on the board, on the turn rather. The board now reading 10-9-4-3 with 2 spades. Petrushevskii, a huge favourite with his overpair, with his jacks.
Kind of wonder if this goes to the river, if a third spade came down and David Peters did something a bit more aggressive. How comfortable Sergey would feel.
All in.
Petrushevskii shoves from the small blind. Wow.
Oh.
This is 3.1 million into 2.2 million. So a huge overbet.
I mean, it's kind of a cliche of the old school, when you think you're ahead, just shut the hand down. And this, I guess, it's such a draw-heavy board. He can't really know how strong David Peters could accidentally consider himself on this board.
And this is where we put David Peters' spidey sense to the test.
Yeah.
The big raise pre from someone who does have the reputation as quite a tight player. Continues flop, gets it in on the turn. You've got to be worried here, at the very least, that your kicker's not good enough. Even if your top pair's no good. And David Peters folds top pair, gets away from it.
My eyes! My eyes!
And Petrushevskii chips up to a 32 big blind stack. Jasper Meyer now the low man at the table with 29 bigs. Kristen Mashman of Ideation Station fame says the David Peters wax figure is quite impressive. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that section of the show is over. These are actual people.
There is the trophy that will be lifted by one of these four players. The last EPT main event trophy ever.
You've got to tip your hat, Petrushevskii. When you think about what we already our opinion of him from the last couple of days, and then you hear Joe talk about his actual bio. This is incredible, and it's great. To be honest, I like it because it's a bit like the moneymaker effect all over again. It just proves that when we kind of do this whole qualify, come to one of these events, play with the best in the world, is that this is the thing of dreams, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, I've been following this player over the last couple of days. We've not had the benefit of the whole cards, but from what we've seen, he is a pretty solid player.
For sure.
He's put himself in a strong position to make it into the last four. He's guaranteed nearly 300,000 euros, his biggest ever result.
Yeah, and that went through my head when we watched that hand. I can't remember how far ago it was. We made the call with the ace high on the end. And a little look at his mates, and he's raking his chips in, and I'm thinking my hands would be shaking. And I know I would be all over the place. I still can't help the adrenaline hitting me. So you think he clearly is super comfortable here. Easy to pick on him as the fish out of water, but actually more than holding his own.
Well, Petrushevskii has raised the button this time with king six of clubs, and David Peters is dominated in the small blind with 6-5 of spades.
I mean, it's horrible. It's almost a horrible thing to say, but I like watching the people I consider to be the best in the world in horrible spots, because it's kind of almost easy to see them maximizing the good spots, but watching them minimizing losses and switching those instincts on when they're actually behind. It's always great to see those guys make those sort of moves.
So David, 3 bets from the small blind, makes it 1.25 million. Ace-8 of clubs. Meyer with the best hand here. How are you feeling about ace-8 with a 30 big blind stack, facing a 3-bet from the chip leader?
But didn't he had a kind of a king high hand a little while ago, and he just shoved back over the top of it. Oh, yeah, he's gone all in. Yeah, similar sort of spot.
Meyer finds a great spot to 4-bet jam. He's going to get a fold from Petrushevskii, and Peters will follow suit.
Yep, it felt like a deja vu, actually slightly stronger than the hand he did this with the last time, but great timing.
I understand, by the way, the pause here. You don't want to insta-fold. You don't want everyone to think that you were just 3-betting from the small blind with absolute junk. Give the appearance of a decision before folding.
Yeah. And it is one of those great adverts where he always takes pretty much the same amount of time, whatever's going on, but it's not an excessive amount of time. It's just, okay, fine.
So Meyer now playing 40 bigs. Petrushevskii drops down to 30 bigs. And it's tight at the top once again. David Peters with 12.3 million. Martin Suzor with 11.8 million.
And at least the David and Martin show has come to a close, and everyone's getting involved now. There was a while there where it was feeling a bit silly.
Yeah. Stuart Dawson on Twitter. Hashtag EPT Live, by the way. Just for one more day. Guys, I hear William Kassouf is on the final 2 tables of the high roller. Any chance of a regular update? Stuart, guess where I'm going to send you? PokerStarsblog.com, because you guys are covering that one. We're focusing on the main event. If we do get the chance to head out to the high roller, we'll take a look. But to be honest, your best bet is to follow the live updates on the PokerStars blog.
And as James said, do come chat to us on hashtag EPT Live. Also, in the Twitch chat, our friend and colleague, Mr. Joe Stapleton, the Stapes, as perhaps you know him, is chatting in there at the moment, answering your questions and deflecting your general abuse.
Button raised from David Peters with 10-7 of diamonds. Maya in the small blind has King Queen.
Cool.
He's going to call. Suzor in the big blind has Jack 5. He folds. We're going heads up to the flop.
Around 6.5 or so.
So Maya out of position.
At the beginning of the end.
Okay, thanks.
Without the betting lead, but he does have the best hand. Still best after the flop. A couple of backdoors for Peters. A lot of people have been asking over the course of the week, Matt, what we're doing about the hashtag. You will notice that the Twitter account has changed to @PokerStarsTV. In the new year, when we bring you live coverage of the PokerStars Championship in the Bahamas, we'll be using hashtag PokerStarsTV.
Clever. I see what you've done there.
Continuation bet from Peters wins him the pot.
And a couple of people are chatting away with Joe, asking about his bounty and whether it will be available. Yes, you've got yourselves about 50 minutes until the last bounty bonus. Come get some.
So David Peters, his best result on the tour was winning the high roller in Malta in season 11. Obviously, he's had lots of other big results at other festivals, on other tours. $14 million in live winnings, 19th on the all-time money list. You want to mark the dates in your diaries, by the way, or calendars, if you're an American person.
Don't
Our
they have
first...
They have diaries, don't they?
Yeah, but a diary is something that they actually, like, you know, record their personal thoughts and experiences in.
I thought that was a journal. Oh, man, now you've totally blown my mind. Really?
If you're talking about something where you're keeping appointments, they call it a calendar.
Yeah. Sorry about that, everyone. I just was curious for a moment. Please continue.
Anyway, the date you want to make a note of is the 10th of January. I believe it's a Tuesday, and that will be the day we begin our live stream from the Bahamas, our first stream of 2017 from the new PokerStars Championship. King 9 against 10-3. Top pair for Suzor, bottom pair for Petrushevskii.
Yeah, you'd imagine with the bottom pair and the backdoor spades, Sergey might stick around for one more street. $175,000 into 400, and here he comes.
$175,000 each. No help for Petrushevskii on the turn, and I think a second bet gets the job done here.
I concur. Of course, for Zutso, though, he has. How do you get the best value? Do you slow down and perhaps make it look like you weren't considering yourself ahead on the flop and get some more action out of Sergey, or just shut it down? Shutting it down, it looks. And folding, I would guess.
So Matt, during the first level, we announced the 3 winners of yesterday's Christmas calendar contest. Today is your last chance to play, your last chance to win some prizes. And we're going to announce the winners of this contest tomorrow via @PokerStarsTV on Twitter. So you've got till the end of the day to enter. There's a $215 Monday Million ticket up for grabs, along with 2 satellite tickets worth $22 each. What do you have to do today? Well, we want you to play a real money, cash or Zoom game between those stakes, 5 cents, 10 cents, or $1, $2, and win a hand with any of these holdings. 10 of spades, 10 of hearts, 7 of hearts, 7 of diamonds, or king, queen of spades. 10 of spades, 10 of hearts, pocket 7 to those suits, or king, queen of spades. Take a screenshot, send us the boom link along with a hand ID, hashtag EPT win. We will also tweet the hands that we want you to match today as well. So make sure you're following at PokerStars TV on Twitter. And remember, when you're entering the contest, guys, please use the hashtag EPT win, not EPT live.
Yeah, and Joe Glenn, you've let yourself down. He says, good, the PCA starts the day before my birthday. No, it doesn't.
We went through this the first level. He's largely trolling now. Just don't give him the attention.
Well, it's made me very angry. I'm trying really hard to reprogram my brain, and people like you are not helping, Joe.
Smitty points out 3 weeks, 1 day to the PokerStars Championship live stream starting. I know, a brief hiatus for Christmas, New Year, not much time to reset. And then we're back again.
Mind you, I think last year was worse. Didn't we all kind of fly out on the 2nd or 3rd of
Yes.
January or something? That was pretty tricky one to get past the rest of the family. You know you're in trouble when you get back from one trip and you're wondering whether there's enough days in the calendar to get your underwear through the washing cycle and back in the suitcase in readiness for the next trip.
So that was hand 30 of the final table. Raise and take it for Petrushevskii. Hovering around the 30 big blind mark. The two chip leaders sitting on between 75 and 78 bigs.
Couple of people wandering through the Twitch chat asking for confirmation on those suits on the hands for today's Christmas calendar competition. Keep an eye on the Twitter feed. All will be revealed.
Make sure you're following at PokerStars TV. We're going to get that information out in the next 5 minutes. King 3 suited for Petrushevskii on the button.
Looks kind of pretty.
Quick reminder that the action you're watching right now on PokerStars TV happened 45 minutes ago. Matt and I are watching the same delayed video feed that you're seeing, so our commentary is live in your world.
No, stacks behind.
And that's how we're able to interact and read your tweets and posts on Twitch.
Ah, okay. That's okay, thank you.
Sixes for Maya in the big blind.
I'm all in.
Oh, keeps things simple.
Shoving on Petrushevskii, all in to call. With King 3, ain't gonna happen.
Methinks you're correct, Mr. Hartigan. The thing that's going to be tricky is the fact that Jasper asked for the count. As you know, as Petrushevskii gets shorter and shorter, every time he tries to open something up, if someone is just going to shut him down with a shove, I mean, it makes your decision-making process easier, but you're going to just keep running short on chips.
Taking us to hand 32. We're 20 minutes into the level. Four-handed after losing Sam Cohen on the third hand of the day and losing Marius Gierse towards the tail end of the previous level. Petrushevskii under the gun here with 7-6. He's picked up the pace a bit this level. but not going to raise with this hand. Round to the blinds, Meyer in the small.
Oh.
Giving Martin Suzor a walk.
So easy. You are.
Rather not Luke. Rather not Luke.
Yes.
Yeah, it might have been 9, so king. So.
It's like a negative free roll.
Yeah. Next time out, Luke.
So 4 countries still represented at this final table. If David Peters wins EPT Prague, he will break the tie that exists between the UK and the US for most number of EPT champs. Of course, Martin Suzor could make history by becoming the first winner from Hungary.
That would be nice. Raise with a 7-8 suited from David Peters, but a proper tasty 4-way hand here, the ace-8 for Jasper Meyer. And on the button, no one will suspect a thing.
Meyer starts the hand with around 40 big blinds. He 3-bets from the button to 1.13 million. Gets a fold from Suzor in the small. Petrushevskii in the big has junk. Don't ask for a count, just fold.
He's getting there.
Oh, so tempting, such a pushy hand.
Do you know, I thought that, and I thought, don't say it, everyone will know what I like to go fishing with, but yeah.
Problem is, you're not getting great implied odds because your opponent's not that deep stack.
No.
You're out of position. In this situation, you're dominated, although he's not to note that.
No. No, you've got to be just overly optimistic, stroke, deluded to think that this is a great position. But if you're a great player, then you can turn lots of positions into winning ones.
Go D, Peters. We're going to see a flop.
Good man. I'm surprised, but happy.
Probably not the flop you wanted to see.
No, no, and there is the lesson.
Well, Peters immediately checks, and this is going to go bet fold a healthy percentage of the time.
Yeah.
Sit on that. 960.
Continuation bet of 960,000 gets a fold from David Peters.
50 big blinds for Jasper now. Most definitely leaving Sergey behind.
So as promised, at PokerStars TV has tweeted the hands that we want you to win with in a cash or Zoom game today. It's 10 of spades, 10 of hearts, so pocket 10s, 10 of spades, 10 of hearts. Pocket 7s, 7 of hearts, 7 of diamonds, the 2 red 7s, or king, queen suited in spades.
There you go. Off and away, my friends. Good luck.
Just that guy says, how do you know the players' cards? They have graphics that put them up on our screen and we just read.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Pray silence for the pocket aces.
It's going to be a raise and 2 folds, right?
I hope not. You guys have had all the fun this morning. Come on, let me have something car crash worthy. Petrushevskii with the 8 deuce suited, not likely. Come on the cards. Jack 4 off. Ugh.
Told you.
Man, you nailed it. And everyone's celebrating the win. No idea that the last thing he wanted was to just get that one without any kind of challenge, perhaps.
So where are we at? 3:25 in the afternoon. That means roughly 35 minutes to go until the bounty bonus kicks off. Yes. 7,000 players near enough are registered so far. If you haven't claimed your ticket, it's free to do so. PokerStars Online or your local IntelliPoker site. You can just sign up as a new member for free. Click the link to claim your ticket. Sign up. It's a 6-max Zoom game, a lot of fun to play. $500 guaranteed. There are rebuys for the first hour, and then once it becomes a freeze out, you can claim a $150 bounty for knocking out Waster, that's Matt Broughton, Joe Stapleton, that's Joe, this is obvious, or J. Hartigan, that's me. So make sure you play with us, and of course later on we'll have the last free roll of the Prague Festival.
It's all happening. Stick around. So this one was limped and checked. Blind on blind, David versus Jasper. A good improvement for Jasper. Middle pair and up and down draw.
200.
Marius chipped up to 50 big blinds. By the way, should point out that Martin Suzor has taken the chip lead from David Peters, but it's really, really close. We're now in a situation where we've got 3 big stacks and 1 shorty. Suzor leads with 77 big blinds. Peters in second with 69 bigs. 51 big blinds for Jasper Meyer. And Petrushevskii, 24 big blinds. Still an hour to play at the 8160 blind level.
€203,800, the last payout. Marius Gierse was the last to leave us. Sam Cohen before him.
It was the 3 of ours, but maybe it's...
Yeah, and of course everyone is now locked up. A very healthy sum. More than €250,000. To be honest, it's closer to 300,000. 284,550. Next jump, nearly 400K. Then more than 550, with the winner getting more than €750,000, 774,600 euros, plus the final EPT main event trophy.
What a Merry Christmas. Fresh cards.
Poor Martin Suzor looks so lonely.
He does a bit. It feels like he's being interviewed by a panel. Would you say you're rehabilitated? I don't even understand the question.
What skills do you think you could bring to this organisation?
I work well in a team, but also very well on my own.
And where do you see yourself in 10 years' time?
Well, as CEO, $2,000. And then the letter of rejection.
Button raise from David Peters. 5 deuce of spades.
I did have a young lad I interviewed once for a role, and at the very end I said to him, and did you have any questions? He just went, when do you want me to start? I didn't give him the job. I thought, do you know what? We like confidence around here, but I don't like you, young man. Off you go.
Suzor defended his big blind. We've got a Jack-9 flop. Suzor still ahead. A healthy percentage of the time, this will end in a chop.
That's the good thing about these kind of messy flops is you know that your opponent either has to have a sixth sense or just some incredible connection to ever want to continue with these kind of cards. So a little bit of chip-related pressure can just get the job done pretty easy.
C-bet from Peters. He closes the gap on Suzor. Okay, just that guy. I gave you a facetious answer to your question. Now I'll give you a genuine question. The playing cards have little computer chips on them, and there are scanners under the table. So the players put their cards into a box. The scanner reads the chips in the cards and relays the card information to the graphics system.
There you are. Which also answers another question we get quite a lot, which is why don't we use the automatic shufflers? Because the cards are just infinitesimally thicker. They tend to get chewed up and spat out by the machines. Technology working both with you and against you. But we're mostly happy. David is out, round to Jasper on the button, 8-7 off.
Whenever I hear the name Jasper, I always remember those old Tom and Jerry cartoons. Jasper!
Who was Jasper?
That was Tom's name. Even though the cartoon was called Tom and Jerry, for some reason the cat was called Jasper.
Jasper.
Maya has raised to 380,000 with 8-7. Petrushevskii with king deuce in the big blind.
I mean, there are good times to defend, and then there are bad times.
Well, that takes us to hand number 38.
Conversation going on. How do you define the most successful EPT player? Is it the most number of cashes, the biggest amount of cash taken home, the most appearances? That'll be something for the stats monkeys to pore over for decades to come.
It's also tough to establish who's won the most money, because of course the statistics don't keep track of buy-ins. Jasper Meyer has queens under the gun.
Life is good.
Raises it to 400,000. Chip leader Martin Suzor. King Jack on the button.
Another quality four-handed hand.
Suzor 3 bets here with King Jack. Petrushevskii with a suited ace in the small blind.
And that will be the best hand he has seen in a fair while too.
I don't know, I know they're four-handed, but facing a 3-bet.
Yeah. That is a lot of action for some much bigger stacks. Yeah, had it been a raise and a...
Oh,
he's gone for
word, he has shoved.
Oh.
He has moved all in.
I was about to say if it had been a raise and a call, you could understand it. The raise and the re-raise, it could work out well for him, but...
And I would imagine we'll get the reshove from Meyer here. Queen's a very strong hand with just 4 players.
Sorry?
25 big blind shove.
And a course, Jasper's attention just crosses over to Martin. Still got to think about him in this hand.
I'm on.
The reshove from Maya, an easy fold for Suzor. And here we go, Petrushevskii at risk and behind. You said it. Yes.
And again.
Maya, a 2-1 favorite to eliminate the Russian. He's putting on his jacket. That trick worked from before.
5 cards to come to spoil things.
The Russians want an ace or a whole bunch of clubs. Only the one club. 3 immediate outs for Petrushevskii. And it's all over on the turn with Maya making a straight. And Petrushevskii is eliminated in 4th place, cashing for €284,550.
See, I'm glad they didn't have to split that pot, or you would have felt dreadful. There was still a split opportunity with the river to come.
Yes.
Unlikely, but the Queen would have done it to you.
He knew it was over. He knew he was drawing thin. Even the jacket and the bag couldn't help him this time. Well, that takes us down to 3 players, and Jasper Maya's just taken the chip lead. 3 massive stacks, 13.4 million, 11.3 million, 10.8 million. So Maya leads with 84 big blinds, 71 bigs for Peters, 67 for Suzor.
Just to be clear, I guess you don't want to talk deals, right?
We can talk.
Oh, we can?
Okay. Yeah, we can talk.
And the final 3 players who are reasonably even in chips have decided that they want to talk a potential deal.
Yeah.
So we need to pause the clock, and we need to get tournament director Thomas Lamash to the TV table.
Can we wait, please?
Are we waiting? Or
Yeah.
Is there a floor?
Oh, there's Mario.
Stop the
He's
clock.
busy with the payout, I guess.
Come here. Can we pause the clock? Yeah.
The clock has now been paused and it will be reset. The players won't lose any time. And obviously we need to activate Thomas Lamash, who is in charge of every single event running here in Prague. And we'll bring him to the final table, and we will look at how these guys could potentially alter the payouts based on their respective chip stacks. And in case you're new to this, even if they were to agree a deal, please remember that they would still play for a percentage of the remaining prize money, and they would play for the trophy as well. While we're waiting for Thomas Lamash to come to the table, let's remind you where we are heading and what we were doing in the first month of 2017.
one. That's the one I want.
So Mario, who has been supervising the main event for the last few days, is checking the stacks of the final 3 players. By the way, Eric Dennis confirms that with 3 left, David Peters has taken the GPI 2016 Player of the Year lead from Fedor Holtz in the final major tournament of the year.
13, 13, 4, 13, 5.
So whatever happens
65.
going forward, huge congratulations to David Peters.
5, 6, 5. Yeah.
Ridiculous, ridiculous success.
Oh, here comes Colin and all the other micro-stakes grinders. No deals, roll the dice, play the game.
3 behind and +2. Yeah, you can leave it there. So
We've got
9,
3
10,
incredibly accomplished players
7.
with very similar stacks.
Yeah.
As the blinds get bigger, the variance factor will increase. Understandably, they may want to take some of the swings out of it and just flatten the payouts. They would still be playing for a significant amount of prize money and the trophy.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to do the whole, well, they won't take it as seriously, will they? Do you remember how we started this week of coverage? Do you remember how long that heads-up went for? Over 7,000 euros? People want to win. And if ever there was a time to make sure you took home that trophy, it's here, the last ever main event of an EPT.
Also important to point out that just because they're discussing a deal, just because they're looking at the numbers, doesn't mean that a deal will actually be reached. How many times have we seen players look at numbers, argue about ICM versus chip chop, and then after 20, 30 minutes of discussing it, say, play on?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to look at the numbers, but you don't have to live by them.
You get 3, 6, 5, right? No?
I can 10, 10, 5, 10, 6. Let's put it like this. This is 10, 10, 5, 10, 6, 11, yeah?
Yeah.
11, 3.
Well, we will confirm the stacks of the remaining 3 players and how they've changed since the start of the day.
Wow.
And what a level for Jasper Meyer, just bided his time. Added nearly 10 million chips. Obviously, Peters and Souza are both up on the day, but it's Meyer who's currently the biggest stack.
And funny that he didn't, you know, he started this whole conversation about the deal with, I don't suppose you guys are going to want to discuss the deal. I'm like, yeah, no, we'll talk about it. So he, if ever there's a time to act, it's right now where he's got that chip lead, that huge improvement.
He's going to sit here.
So a reminder of the advertised schedule of payouts. 774,600 euros currently allocated to top prize. Runner-up of 554,700, and third place right now stands at 397,300 out of that original 5.8 million euro prize pool. Sam was first out, then Marius, more recently Sergey Petrushevskii. Nearly 300,000 euros for him, but it is all about the last 3 players right now. Now they have the numbers you see. Thomas Lamache, Mario.
When we talk about deals falling apart, Creston Nielsen, Big Toro, gets in touch to say, I still remember the deal in Barcelona 2013. I'm sure you do, Creston. The deal that was effectively done and then reneged on.
That was like mission control there. You had a view behind the curtain.
How much you have?
11. You can just take a picture of those. So 11. 11,365.
Eén momentje, ik stuur ik even door. Can I have a picture of that?
Yeah.
Now, when the actual deal discussions themselves begin, things might get interesting. I appreciate this is not the most fascinating stuff you'll watch today. But understandably, the tournament staff want to get their calculations right.
Yep.
As we mentioned, the tournament clock has been paused. The players are not losing any time from the tournament.
I always find this really interesting, to be honest. It's also kind of an interesting opportunity to pick up some body language, to see the guys really pacing, the guys pretty chilled about everything, how much they care about the little minutiae of the deal. Wait and see what the bosses come back with as far as the numbers, and then see the players' reactions to it.
So, are we going to discuss in private or?
Yeah, let me think for a second.
Are you sure?
Wonder if Dave will be mentioning just how hot he's running right now. Just want to throw this out there, lads, but pretty hot.
Ugyanannyi a vége, 560. 569, az nekem 565 és 590. Ja, kb.
Rosszul írtad be a stackeket. Az a pontos stackbéresül, a papírral írtad fel a stackméreteket.
Ja, jó.
So with their friends, their railing crews, everyone's going to have their own idea of what they should be guaranteed, what they should get.
Vágom.
Denk je dat ze dat nog willen dan?
Meanwhile, details of the bounty bonus are on your screen right now. The game is starting just after 4 o'clock.
Mum, guess what? I know. Yeah, I know. What I want to know is, where is the XL? Where's the laptop of dreams? People are asking us to recap the details of the deal. We haven't got there yet. Mole face, don't worry. We are just waiting to get a formal presentation of the numbers to the remaining 3 players here in our main event. And then we'll let you know. Still hasn't got through. Oh, is it?
Ő nyerhet 6 kilót.
Ja.
Na jó, betopolni, tehát turvóra, meg a fölése.
Szerintem az korrekt.
Nyilván az a kurva sok most, hogyha...
Look at Vivaldi.
Got my email open, so maybe.
He's checking his emails. I thought you were helping, Luca. Be part of the solution or you're part of the problem.
I was just ordering some last-minute DVDs from Amazon.
Thomas Lamache and Mario just verifying the information that they have computed. And if you're going to come to the table, Thomas, we need to hear you, so Greg needs to mic you.
Santa plays poker. That isn't Santa. Just need to confirm that for the kids. Don't worry.
I'm glad that Jasper Meyer is actually talking to someone. For a moment, I thought he was like waiting in a queue.
Yeah, your call
You
is
are
very...
fourth in the queue.
Your call is very important to us. Your mum will be free in 5 minutes.
Okay, Luca's getting involved now, so he might actually get a solution to this.
He is the expert.
Meanwhile, we are going to continue to celebrate EPT champions of yesteryear as we bring you our Winners Parade Season 12 edition. The penultimate season of the EPT started in Barcelona with victory for John Juanda. Then we went to Malta, where Neil Farrell took it down in almost record time. So what? Mike Watson beat Tony Gregg heads up to win the PCA. And we went back to Dublin for the first time in forever, and Dmitry Ivanovic won the main event.
Hogyha eldobom, akkor valószínűleg más a board.
Even I remember those. Joe probably feels like he's seeing some of those for the first time. Robert Tauris with a fantastic Avengers gag. At least he wasn't playing Gallagher. Yeah, that would have been really bad to find the guys that we're crediting as putting this deal together just playing Hearthstone in the background on their laptops.
Thomas has the laptop.
This better be the best deal ever. Okay, players, because it's Christmas. Here we go. Get ready, everyone.
Okay, guys.
Oh, yeah.
First, congratulations, you got to this point to make a deal.
Thank you, Tom.
So this is now the calculation I did for you already. Just to double check, it's from seat number 1 to 3.
Yeah.
These are the chip counts, so 13.5, 10.8, 11.3, okay? This is the remaining money.
Yeah.
This is the whole difference. At the moment I put in, we have to play for 50,000 extra, okay? And this is the ICM deal at the moment, and this will be the chip job. So these are two different. This is the ICM and this is the chip job, okay?
Yeah, but
this is the situation.
I guess.
And this is like the 50k extra, so it means like the winner gets 50 on the top, okay?
And this is fixed?
If I put this out, you can have more if you want, but not,
we can't have it removed?
And that's you can, but not that much. We always like have to rule 10% of the remaining prize pool. So the remaining prize pool is like at the moment we're playing for 534 difference, because you have like around 400k everybody guaranteed. This is the minimum amount. Okay. So we always say you have to play at least
for some,
to have a real tournament 10% of the remaining money. That's why at the moment it's like this. If I put in the 50k, it changes a little bit the payout at the end. You see what we take away from each, what we take away from your seat. So this is the information. So if you have any questions.
This is slightly different than
well, because I didn't put the 50k.
Yeah. Let's say like let's see if you put in like let's make the calculation that maybe you have the same. If it's like
no, right?
In all their calculations,
I think online
they hadn't realised they start to play for money.
So apps working, they're slightly different, but finally it also they're very close.
The numbers different?
There's different ICM.
Is it different? Like
no, it's the exact same.
Exact same?
Yeah. Using the same, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Then plus, I say like.
So you have to put the 50 in?
Yeah, then it's the 50.
Yeah. So.
Honestly, I'm fine if they say about 40, okay? This 40 will also accept, you know, it's not that super strict, but below.
Okay.
15-öt kéne beleadnom a közösbe, az szerintem elég jó. De ugyanaz egyébként, amit a Péter
So
számol.
you have time to consult also like a friend if you want, you know, and we give you like several time. And
I guess we have to first discuss it with the three of us and then...
No.
Yeah, so.
Aha, hát
what we
19,
also can do,
16.
like we also can do put the 50 in the split of 40 and 10, for example. You know, so the first one gets 40, the second
These are
one
the
10.
numbers.
Yeah, this is the numbers. Yeah, this is like I can reduce the 50 if you want.
Oh, but you have to.
This is when we 50. You see what we take away. This is what we subtract from
Okay,
each
so you
player.
have to you have to manually subtract.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have just a different, different orders.
Yeah, I thought it updated. I thought it did it automatically. Okay. So far, 16.
So the numbers that it's computed would give Maya 600k, Suzor 559k, and Peters 567k.
560.
Playing for an additional 50k.
And the trophy.
No one seems overly happy about these numbers.
No, they don't. They're not thrilled, are they? They're not jumped all over it. Although David Peters did sort of ultimately say, yeah, it's exactly the same as what he had calculated once they realised about the additional money being taken out. Guess we've got to give them just a minute to absorb it. Not really spoken to each other about their feelings yet. That's a laptop.
Screen could do with a clean. So actually the numbers are slightly different that have actually been calculated once you take the 50k out. Maya would actually be getting 581,000, Peters would get 551,000, and Suzor would get 544,000, and then they'd be playing for an additional 50,000 euros.
All right.
Let's go over there?
Yeah, sure.
Guys, you have to stay here, please.
Oh, okay, sure.
You have to be, the deal has to be transparent, and like you have to be here on the stage, like.
I see.
Okay.
Well, it's like center here.
Just come over here anyway.
No cheap shot, right?
Hell no.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't
Yeah.
do that.
I mean, even if I'm the chip leader,
Yeah.
I understand.
So we're looking at ICM numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I think the 50k for a winner is reasonable, or we can like do a bit more, but like between 50 and 100.
50 seems fine.
50 is fine. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, we've agreed that.
Sure.
Okay.
You go first.
But
No,
the
you
big
go
question
first.
is, how much more are you gonna ask?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Oh. That's number one.
Okay, so okay, so 553 is what I'm guaranteed after taking out. I would do it if
After taking out the 50?
Yeah, so it was.
I don't think so, right?
No, well, without including the 50, I'm guaranteed 569. But then, like, you have to subtract 12k or whatever it was.
Okay, so those are the ICM
So
numbers.
553.
This
Yeah,
is the
that
deal I
didn't
think they're
update.
actually discussing.
Agreed.
You have to manually subtract. Like, it just shows you what you have to subtract. It didn't, like, update by
Okay.
itself.
Can we get the other cell? Like we.
Can we get a new number, Thomas? With
Yeah, for sure, yeah. This is the new one.
Okay.
So those ICM numbers we saw, 594k for Meyer, 569k for Peters, 262k for Suzor.
500.
I think so, just like I think the new numbers is like they're here. This is
That's right.
Oh,
My number's right.
Yeah, it's fine, but it's fine. Okay, so here's the chip shop and this is the ICM. So it's the same, but it's fine.
Okay.
Was wird? Nein, wenn ICM chip shop nicht mehr. ICM? Nein.
Not.
What would we do without smartphones? No.
Yeah. Read books, actually.
Touche. Is this just a game of chicken? They're just waiting for each
Okay,
other.
guys, I give you another 5 minutes. Okay, then we need a final decision. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
No one's actually said what they want.
I would do it if I was guaranteed 580.
Here we go.
Yeah.
580.
Yeah.
So you will get 575 and you need 580.
No, I'm guaranteed 553 right now. So I'm saying I would do it if I was guaranteed 580 and then play.
You want to have 37 more.
And then however you guys
No,
want
that's too much for me. I mean, I'm not going to give up like
I mean, neither.
15k. I mean,
Gary is in the middle.
no, that one is too much.
How much are you guys willing to, I mean, I don't know if I would go much lower than that.
I'd give up.
Yeah, and you guys would discuss how much, who would give up water or whatever.
So, this is his, right? So he guaranteed 575.
Yeah, that's mine.
Oh, that's yours.
Yeah,
Then that's C3, 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So given the fact IGM overvalues the short stack, I think you have to give up a little bit more than me.
I don't want to give up more than like small amount, like 15 or something.
15?
I mean, yeah. I play heads-up cash games and stuff,
too.
so I mean,
I'd give max 8.
8,000?
Yep. So that comes with the 15 is 23.
So you give up 8,
yep.
I give 15, and you will get
23 is
like 580.
So you give up 15, he gives up 8.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then 23. Right. Yeah, I'd do that.
Yes?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a deal.
Congratulations, guys.
Right.
Congrats.
Looks like a deal's
just
been reached.
Confirmation. I would write it on the paper and you have to sign it before.
Sure.
Just like, so it just for my calculation.
Can we take even numbers and then
Wat Mari there?
50?
So
for it, just make it in thousands instead of point. Or is that too much of work?
No, just like I don't want to take anybody's things away, you know. Then I take the €5 away, just, you know, like this is the exact.
Whatever.
I can only do it.
Okay.
So I took now from you, from seat number 1, you know.
Yeah.
Here I take 8K away, right? Right?
Yeah.
So it's 5, 6, 7 now. Okay. From you I take. From you, not from you.
From you, Mario, we take.
You get no salary, you know. Your seat number 2, okay?
Yeah.
I took 15 away, so from 547 it goes down to 532, okay?
No, wait, no, I said 1,500, Jesus. No, sorry, it was my
15, okay.
I was going to tell, I'm giving up a small amount, like 15, I meant 1,500,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
then we're back in discussion
Sorry.
maybe, so like.
No.
1,500, not
That's good to confirm it, so
15,000.
that I understood 15, like.
Yeah,
I did wonder.
Yeah, it was my mistake, I'm sorry.
Because you started off saying not
I'm
to
not
give
going
much
to
away.
give up 15K, that's for sure.
And then you suddenly accepted 15K off. Okay.
Well, this is awkward.
Oh dear. This isn't going to happen, is it? I think between what David wants and what Martin wants, I think Jasper is happy to be very malleable, but...
Like, I would get 5. Originally, you said you would need 580, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Okay. Try and give up.
No, I mean, I could go down. I don't need 580. Like, I was about to agree to 576. But
Okay.
not gonna happen if you're only giving up 1,500.
Yeah, I'm gonna give up. Just a second.
I think it's not going to work out like this.
Okay.
Because I already told my number and I said that I want you to give up more.
Yeah.
Because you're the short stack, you're never going to give more than 8K, I guess.
No, I won't give up more than 8, like definitely not.
Okay, shuffle up and deal.
Okay, another 2 minutes again, then we have to restart.
So I guess,
yeah, sure.
Think of your max number and I'll think about it. What would be your max number, I guess?
I would like to get
But even if you're going lower than 8, then I'll go lower as well because I want you to give up more than me because ICM overvalues the short stack.
Okay.
Fair point.
The maximum I would give up. So Peter would get 8, 9. Second.
I just don't see how they can make this work.
No, I don't think I can.
Peter would get 560, and
Peter?
we give up.
He's
equal
not taking
amounts.
560.
That's my very last offer.
There's no way he's taking 560.
Like,
what's the amount we give up?
Like 35, and we chop it, but like that's the maximum.
So you're saying the maximum you give up is 3,500?
Yeah. So you get.
And then you're saying if he only gives up 3,500, how much would you give up?
Yeah, like the same.
The same, okay.
Like the same max.
All right, let's just play then.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
How much time did that take?
So
That was about 30 minutes of my life.
Nem díleltünk.
The last 30 minutes of my life ever.
Úgy értették, hogy 15 000-et adok fel, én meg mondtam, hogy 1500-ra gondoltam, az biztos nem, és mondta, hogy a max, amit feladok,
I guess at this point the question is who is this going to come back to bite? Because somebody's going to get bitten.
És mondta, hogy nem.
So just to be clear, after all those negotiations, all those discussions, the players cannot reach an agreement, no deal. They're playing for the advertised payouts, and cards are in the air once again. Hand 39 of the final table, the first hand of three-handed play.
Did I dream all that?
$10-8 the hand for Suzor.
350?
Good luck in the bounty bonus, by the way, everybody. I just hope Joe isn't asleep under a table somewhere.
So the raise is to 350,000. Looks like David Peters has called out the small blind with King Jack. And it's second pair for Peters. The gut shot for Suzor.
Kan ik een nieuw flesje water hebben, alsjeblieft?
The action check to him. Suzor continues. 325,000 into a pot of 920,000. Peters calls with the best hand. Suzor pairs is 8 on the turn, but Peters is now a 4-1 favourite. Suzor slows down, now he has some showdown value. Peters checks for a third time. On the subject of the deal that never was, Scott said no one wanted to give up anything, but as soon as third place busts, a deal will definitely be made. Guaranteed, not guaranteed. So Suzor value bets his 2 pair, 575,000. I guess we could see a call from Peters with second pair. Despite the straightiness of the board. Lots of people found Martin Suzor's confusion between 15,000 and 1,500 very amusing.
It didn't make much sense to me to have gone from what he said in one sentence to then just going, well, I'll take 15. Oh. Son, change your heart. No. No. And they were all off celebrating, high-fiving his friends.
Wow, Peters folds the river. Suzor moves ahead of him on the leaderboard. Suzor now second in chips, Peters now third.
Go on, do the deal. Talk about a deal. I dare you. I double dare you.
And at this point, we introduce our first guest commentator of the day. We can say with some certainty now, one of only 3 women to have won an EPT title. Liv Barry from Team Pro is in the booth.
Hello everyone, I'm Liv Barry.
Yeah. I knew. I recognise you from your voice alone. See, I always thought that was a Dreadpool impersonation, but now that I meet you in real life,
That's exactly how I sound.
That's exactly. Oh my God.
It's not at all made up by Joe Stapleton.
I've given Joe such a hard time over the years for his Liv Barry, and actually now, oh God.
It's perfect.
I owe him a huge. I mean, don't put on this silly voice now. I mean, you're not going to trick anyone.
It's such hard work trying to keep up this voice the whole time.
Part
really,
of
I
the
just
media training.
swing back into my natural thing, which is like this.
I could imagine minutes after you won San Remo, they said, look, we need to do some media training because
Yeah.
the voice thing,
You're
it's
like-
going to be a problem in the future.
Exactly.
We'll send you off to open some sort of supermarket or something, and then no one. By the way, do you want me to close down the Twitch chat? Are you okay
I
with
like
it?
the Twitch people. Hi, Twitch. Hello. Grill, yes.
It's going to be a... Luckily, there's some new auto filters have been put into Twitch. So
Oh,
it's
I don't
not-
mind. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you.
So have you caught much of this the final
I
table?
haven't, no, I was playing. I've been playing the tournaments.
You've been in the high roller.
Yeah, I cashed it yesterday.
Thank you, bye-bye.
But then that was that. And what have we been doing since?
I don't know. Playing more pokers.
Yeah, I played the 2K today.
briefly. That was that. The turbo. And I'm wearing festive clothing for it's the last ever day of the last ever EPT.
I know.
I'm sad, guys. It's really sad, but
Well,
it's also exciting.
We've got mixed emotions from the audience because I think everyone's reached the same conclusion. Sad to see the close of the EPT, but also people excited and intrigued about the start of the PokerStars Championship.
Because, you know, all things must pass, and 13 great years move on to a new exciting, I'm ready for like a new title to win, you know? There's no way to say that without sounding like a complete douche.
I was going to say I was almost sold. I was thinking, Jesus Christ, Barry's really...
Yeah.
You've set yourself up for a great 2017 now. All eyes, every single hand, we're going to be going, well, don't forget, this is the girl who back in Prague said...
Yeah. How cool would it be to win a PokerStars Championship? Go on.
That would be pretty cool.
So, no deal happened, right?
No, but we were subject to a good half an hour of mumbling and awkward shuffling while the deal wasn't done.
Why did the shuffling not come to fruition?
Because David Peters was pretty clear quite early about how much he would accept as a minimum. But then between Jasper and Martin, neither of them were prepared to give up enough to get David Peters where he wanted to be.
Right. And the problem is that they thought that they got there because Martin was willing to give up 15,000, except he meant to say 1,500.
Oh. Slight discrepancy.
1,500 is so small. Like, that's...
Yeah, it seems just silly, doesn't it?
Seems like a nominal amount to even say you're prepared to give up.
Anywho, we play on, three-handed.
So who's the Hungarian chap? Is it the guy in the grey hoodie?
In the glasses, the chap with the glasses.
Well, Martin Suzor raised the button to 350,000, got a call from Jasper Meyer in the big blind. 10-9 against 10-8, and it's a 9 high flop.
How on earth do you say his last name?
Suzor.
Kuzko.
Suzor.
No, Kuzko.
No.
Kuzko.
Suzor.
Kuzko.
We asked the man himself. We double-checked this morning.
I'm saying Kuzko.
Okay, if you want to pronounce the name differently to how the guy whose name it's been for like 20-odd years says it.
Hey, I've heard every bastardized version of my name. I can inflict it upon other people. You know?
Go for it. Have it.
So what's happened here? Maya check called with top pair, as one would expect.
Correct.
Kuzko has turned gutter and a medium flush draw. So he's probably going to barrel again, because it's a pretty sexy card to keep betting.
$1.44 million in the middle.
How much is that?
Doggy in the window. 875.
It's like a quick call by Maya. Has he been acting that quickly, Maya?
Generally speaking, yeah, he's sort of consistently fast.
Okay. Because that's the fastest action I've ever seen anyone making like this deep in a big tournament lately. It seems to be the thing that everyone's just super slow. If anything like post-flop. Because that could just be a bit of information.
Yeah, maybe he just decided, he just knew what he was going to do. The thing is also, I always wonder sometimes if people are not tilting, but if they're effective when they've stopped for a big deal discussion, whether people sit down and then they're a little bit scrambled for a while.
This is a really hard river for Kuzko to continue with. And all the draws kind of brick out. I mean, sure he can rep an actual flush, but otherwise, it's pretty tough to. It's horrible when the board pairs like that. Wow, he's going to go for it.
Stand them all up again. Why did you knock them over?
So there was 3.2 million in the middle.
How much did he bet?
1.85 million.
Interesting spot for Maya, because the score is now really polarized. And he calls him off with his top pair. Good news. One person's happy, one person is not.
That's poker.
And that's put some distance between Maya and the other two players. Jasper Maya leading now with 17 million. More than 100 big blinds. David Peters second in chips with 10.6 million. Martin Suzor drops below the 50 big blind mark, 7.8 million.
And I'm not going to lie, Twitch loved that because they immediately started hating Martin after the deal. For some reason, he came out of that very badly in the opinion polls.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
Good luck to everyone else negotiating deals in not your native language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's unfair to give someone too much heat for, you know,
Agreed.
I mean, sure, he held up the game flow for the viewers at home, but the guy's playing for probably multiple times his net worth.
Agreed.
Still 38 minutes left to play on this level. Of course, during the protracted deal negotiations, the clock was paused. So we'll have our next break in 40 minutes' time, and that's when the blinds will go to 80-160.
Donnie Peters won POY, right, with this?
Apparently so, had it confirmed by numerous authorities at the GPI.
Unless Justin Bonomo wins the 10K here today and then does something in Vegas.
Really?
Bonomo's really close as well, yeah. I was talking about it with him at breakfast.
Well, that caveat wasn't in any of the tweets I saw.
Igor has that hoodie, but in green.
True story.
Now you know.
Now you know. Fact fans, a lot of people keen to know what you're doing over Christmas.
Crimbus, going to see various family members around the UK, and then also have to see Igor's family in Germany. So going to be just doing that kind of thing.
Christmas World Tour.
Yep. And then I think we're going to just spend New Year's, the two of us, at home.
That's nice.
Yeah. No partying.
But, of course, in a virtual reality world, I would
Exactly,
imagine. So
of
you
course.
guys can go wherever you want.
Exactly. Yeah.
Probably be on the moon or underwater.
For the viewers at home, we have a virtual realities set at home, and it is better than this reality sometimes.
I'm not sure. I mean, I've got like one of those Google cobbled things, and that's better than my real life. So I can only imagine the stuff you guys
Well,
have
it's the
got.
crazy thing. This is only version 1 as well.
Well, you see,
Imagine-
I kind of was really skeptical, and I kind of looked down my nose a little bit at virtual reality, and then 2016 happened, and I'm like, I'll take anything.
Right, exactly.
I'll take anything.
Let me in.
James has just got one of those roller coasters, but that's all he ever does now is just go home and cries, going, wee.
On the roller coaster. I
Yeah.
almost threw up doing that in virtual reality. If you don't, as you're like going around a corner, if you don't lean into it at the same time, your brain and your body they can't handle it, because the brain is going, oh, you should be leaning to the right now, and the body's like, well, everything's staying the same, and your inner ear's like, oh, let's vomit, you know, and that's
Everyone, quickly, vomit.
that's just what happens.
So that hand was opened by Maya, 3-bet from David Peters, and he takes it down. Chips up to 11.3 million.
Still just show cards. We're gonna find out anyway in half an hour.
45 minutes to be precise.
I feel like Martin's being picked on by the players at the
There's a
table.
little bit of the battery life on my mobile phone.
Poor guy. I want to go give him a cuddle.
Four, 5, 7, rainbows.
Was this raised or was it limped?
This is limped.
Yeah.
A limp and a check. Peters can definitely start betting this. 2 overs, backdoor Ruski, straighty options. Or in fact, just a gut shot. There we go. No backdoors necessary. Numbers are hard.
Didn't even need it, just chips. Chips, in
Just
fact.
things.
Just
Bets.
needed.
Poker. It's had a long week. I bet you guys have had a long week too, eh?
Tell me about it.
It's been ridiculously hard. But here we are. It's all good. It's all cards up and big money and winners and trophies. I was right, Joe was asleep under a table, but is in the bounty bonus now. Good luck, everyone. Last chance to take some big bucks off us. Listen to the joy in the poker room.
Usually on the last day. He wants to get on the mulled wine train.
Oh.
He wants to get his table on the mulled wine.
I keep walking
I won't
around
join.
and smelling that, and it's just such an awesome smell.
Nice tweet from Mario about the chip leader. Says Jasper was mainly a cash game player, one of the nicest guys in poker in Holland. Playing more tournaments now. Hashtag happiest laugh on the circuit.
Oh, I want to hear him laugh.
Well, that was the argument. Part of the obstruction to the deal was the fact that they were saying, well, I'm a heads-up cash specialist, so I expect to win this, obviously. So, well, me too. Yeah, me too. Let's just play.
Yeah.
The dynamics have changed somewhat now, looking at the stacks.
Well, he got the best hand now, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's an interesting card.
Yeah. All pairs, second diamond. King, king, queen, 10.
Why is if you're going to keep betting on this now? And Martin. Zigskor, what's his name? Siskor?
Scissor.
Scissor is going to call. I was about to call him for the 9 of diamonds for an interestingness, but that's not possible.
Come on the river.
I think the staff might have something to say about that.
Oh, Olivia. I'm not
Sorry.
Joe, you know. I'm just, you've got me confused. You're thinking of the other guy.
James cracks a disapproving smile.
I'm just letting you get on with it. I'm letting you dig your own grave. So back in the day, I remember when I tried to control Fatima in the booth, and every time she swore, apologised to the audience, and I just thought, do you know what?
You go, girl.
Absolutely, just do your thing. Be responsible for what you say on the stream.
You can't rein in Fatima. Can't hold a moonbeam in your hand. How do you solve a problem like Maria, etc. Sound of Music quotes.
Very good. But,
Everybody.
do you know what? And that's perfectly the demographic of our audience. That is
I'm sure,
spot
yeah,
on.
exactly.
They are going to be all over that. You watch them. You watch them.
Flibbity Gibbet, a
Will
Will o' the Wisp, a clown.
You're watching EPT Live. But not for much longer.
You have no idea how thrilled John, the producer, is that Liv has started quoting The Sound of Music. He is the world's biggest fan of
Is he
musicals.
really?
Absolutely. He's seen every musical ever made. And Rodgers and Hammerstein are probably his all-time favourites.
He's like, he's drawing like his finger across his throat at me. God, stop it.
I will kill all of you. Meanwhile, Martin took that one down.
Yep. Say that again?
That is
Okay.
true. We're not actually allowed to sing because we can't afford the royalties.
So as long as you say the words but don't actually do it in tune.
I'm not sure you get away with that one either. Look, if you really want to tilt him, say that you have Yorkshire pudding with any meat other than beef.
I don't really eat meat, so difficult, but
Were you a meat eater, would you be prepared to have Yorkshire pudding with anything other than beef?
of course. Why wouldn't you have a Yorkshire pudding? You have it on its own.
I don't know. Why would anyone have a problem with that? I mean, what about toad in the hole?
Why would anyone be so
Effectively
restrictive about their, about their food pairings?
I'm with you. Just
seems a little ridiculous.
presenting the argument of the gentleman across the room. Anyway, where are we at? Hand 47.
This is all. 8-6 of clubs.
Kind of pretty.
D. Peter's a pensive look on his face.
He always
Mixing it
looks
up.
like that. Yeah. He tried out. He tried out insanely happy early on, and it didn't work out well for him. So he's gone back to this
Aw.
look. Yeah.
That's why he was all pensive. Look at that. He's got the Anna Kournikova.
Anna Kournikova.
Oh,
Boom.
love. Great flashback, Liv.
Oh, back to 2008.
Looks pretty, never wins.
Read that.
Very hard for him not to peel this with that hand.
So tempting, isn't it? It's just so... Right now...
I think it's the correct thing. He should call.
It's just so absolutely rammed with potential.
You're very rarely dominated when you got little suity, connecty hand like that.
And it doesn't matter... It just doesn't matter how many times you've missed with that on the flop. You still can't help yourself just dreaming. All you can see is rainbows and unicorns and huge flush and straight, and obviously then the flop comes and mostly you just check fold. But at this point, ace-6 suited is a beautiful thing.
560.
What are the blinds, 160?
80, 160, yeah.
And there it is. There's your 8-6 suited flop. As mentioned, this immediately, all dreams shattered and thrown to the wind.
Not exactly the best flop in the world for ace king, though,
No.
either.
True enough.
Peter's not that incentivized to bet. Can get called by some ace highs. He decides to go for the value.
Simples. 7.8 million for Martin now. 12.1 for David, 15.5 for Jasper.
Let's see if we can see anyone we know in the background.
No. Your turn.
I was sitting right there. You might have been able to see me earlier.
I don't think we did. Our audience normally alert us to such things.
I'm going to run in the background after I've done this.
We're going to have to wait 45 minutes before we see that, you know.
That's fine. I can deal with delayed gratification.
Again, if only Joe was here.
Oh, so much.
So much material just...
So that was a walk for the chip leader.
Wait, I was just about to ask the dumbest question ever. I was like, wait, so is this 45 minutes ago? And I was looking for myself. I was like, maybe I'm still there. And then I'm like, wait, no, we're not in a time loop. I'm not commenting on the past.
You are commentating on the past.
Oh, wait.
You
what?
are.
This stream is 45 minutes, so I am right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not crazy.
No, that's exactly
correct. So I might be in the background at any second.
We've been doing this for 4 years now. Our
I
final
don't know.
tables, the video is 45 minutes old, but we commentate live over a delayed feed so we can have the interaction, the Twitters,
Of
the
course,
Twitches.
that's why we're not segregated and quarantined in a little box. Okay. So I'm not crazy. It's a reasonable
Well, it could have
thing.
been worse. I thought you thought that this was in the future, in which
Well-
case I was going to really have to take you to task.
Meanwhile, Jack 6 against Queen 6, blind on blind, unraised pre. Suzor's flop best, top pair.
Backdoor dreams for Jasper. You have spent way too much time with Stapleton.
To be fair, I think Liv's always been like this, which is probably why she and Joe gelled in the first place.
Correct.
Diamond
See?
on the turn.
Told you.
D2 Thab on Twitch. Winky face.
Winky face.
Winky face correct.
So Maya bet 180,000 on the flop. He makes it 480,000 on the turn.
I've not been following this action. It was a limp checked again, right?
Correct. Maya bet flop and now he's bet turn.
Yeah, he has to continue on that turn of gutter. Little tiny diamond. Not going to win the hand any other way. Martin sticks around.
Well, that's disappointing.
He's probably got to barrel this again because he has more aces in his range than Martin does. Because he made sort of the stronger action by limping as opposed to Martin then just checked. He's also blocking the nut straight as well with his jack, so he's less worried about that. Yeah, he's got to fire it.
Big old chimney. 1.7 million in the middle.
This is a tough call.
Hang on a second, that's...
For Martin.
This could be an overbet.
It does look huge.
I mean, as you just pointed out, the pot is 1.7 million.
This full pot, he bet?
More. I mean, he's bet 3 million.
No. Wow. Badass. I like it.
That's snooker.
I mean, this is really hard for Martin. Like, when you're facing a 2x pot bet, you've got to be pretty damn confident in your call, and he's sort of lower end of his range at this point. It's totally fine to go shrug your shoulders and throw your crappy queen into the muck here.
This isn't very Jasper-y, is it? This isn't like a kind of a standard Jasper move. Oh, here he comes again.
No, this is not anything we've seen before.
He's been saving it till the end.
Huge overbet with jack high. Zuzor with the best hand with a pair of queens, but this is a significant percentage of his chips. He's got 7 million behind.
Huge decision for him here. I mean, it sucks. He doesn't even have a diamond that he can be, that he's blocking any of the flushes.
Yeah.
He's not blocking any straights. He's got kind of one of the worst hands to try and hero call with. I think it's very fine to fold this.
$3 million, 75.
More than 2 minutes in the tank now. Has the best hand, but so hard to call it off there.
He's not really looking at Maya. I mean, at this point, the only thing you can really do is go for the live reads.
Radar on Twitch saying he knows something is up, but the distance, should I say, between feeling something's up and making this call is just an absolute gulf.
It's worth many hundreds of thousands, this call. How much is he left with if he folds?
43 bigs, 7 million.
That's the other thing, like, such a comfortable amount. I think, yeah, you should fold.
And he does fold. He says show the bluff. Will Maya oblige?
You're gonna find out in like 30 minutes anyway, right?
Ooh! He shows it.
Aww. That's got a sting.
Almost called. That's him. Thank you.
Props to him for actually really taking that long with that hand. Whether it's a true little bluff catcher.
Somebody goes, and my screen went black. Did he call? No, he didn't. He folded. Yeah, my laptop does things like that.
16.6 million for Meyer, up over 100 big blinds. David Peters on 12 million, around 75 bigs. Martin Souza with fewer than 45 big blinds. There isn't panic stations yet.
No. And the general flow of the game's at a decent enough pace that they'll get a good number of hands in for every level. Price of poker kind of sticking around for a while.
Anna Kournikova getting about. There she is again.
Everyone's just shouting 1,500. It's like, that's become...
Oh, and I want million. Perfect.
You guys are so harsh. That's why I just don't go online ever. You just can't do anything without everyone attacking. I mean, I think it's funny personally when it's
like
not
Martin.
directed at me, but yeah, I think the guy's fine.
He seems like a decent player as well.
I think people are just angry that they lost half an hour of their life over a misunderstanding.
It's not the first time that we've had a very long deal negotiating break which didn't lead to a deal.
Be freaking grateful you get to even watch the deal-making process.
Exactly.
A lot of places that's just off the thing, and it would just be pause in the service, you know?
That's what Neil Johnson said earlier on. Johnson.
That girl has nice hair.
Thank you.
In the background.
Neil actually tweeted, watching players attempt deals on EPT Live is fascinating viewing. Love that we get to see this stuff.
Yeah, seriously.
Very luxurious, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's
hugely
lovely
wavy.
hair. Like a horse's tail, but nicer.
And much more appropriate on a woman.
Well.
So 966. This one just a limp and a check. David against Jasper, blind on blind. Gut shot and gut shot. He who bets wins, Rodney.
Peters has to check call this.
Yeah.
Ace high is good a lot. You got your gut shot as well. He's not going anywhere.
Kuching.
Oh wow, look at this. Everyone has a straight. No, they don't.
Liv Bree, you'll remember won a game of poker.
Once upon a time. I'm tired, I haven't slept much, blah, blah, blah. Leave me alone. Numbers are hard, counting.
Counting and pictures, two skills needed for poker.
Yeah.
I was waiting for him to do another 6 million bet into 820,000. I thought maybe he's discovered the over bet.
Straighty, flushy, paired board.
That is
Who writes
correct
this
analysis.
stuff? It's amazing.
It's, the terminology changes all the time, Liv. You've really got to try and keep up.
I see that.
right.
He calls with ace high, makes the hero call, and he's wrong.
Jasper is just, look, he's just taking off. He's heading off into the atmosphere.
It's on fire.
18 million. David's now just under 11 million.
Hashtag Maya on fire.
Nice.
Can we get that one started, everybody? Maya on fire.
And spell fire incorrectly,
Yeah,
but...
F-E-I-J-E-R for fire.
30 minutes left on the level. Maya has more than 18 million. Peters drops down to 10.6 million. Suzor, the shortest stack, with 6.9 million. Blinds will be going to 100,000, 200,000 when we reach the end of this level. And roll into level 32.
Sorry.
Oh, look, they're sharing headphones.
Hello. Oh, too late. Oh, actually, yeah, definitely too late. Like 45 minutes too late.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No, they have... wait, it's like 2 hours in the future, right?
Yep.
Something like that.
Very close to.
There we go, someone spelt it right. Maya on fire. Well done, high card poker.
Yeah, Twitter's a bit slower. They'll get there. Raise and take it. Another one for Jasper Maya. See, they're getting fire right a lot of the time, but then they're getting the Maya bit wrong as well. So it's kind of, it all needs to come together, kids.
Who's Gang Wang?
Gang Wang was one of our final table players yesterday, who sadly didn't make it to today's broadcast.
What a name.
He actually missed out on a seat at the final table. He went out in 10th, I believe.
Oh, did he? Oh, excuse me. Excuse me.
You don't want to be 10th in... Oh, wow. I was going to make a really bad joke.
No, you don't make that
Don't,
joke.
I'm not allowed.
Well, this is hand number 53 of the final table. Martin Suzor has ace-king in the small blind.
Oh, interesting. Just limps.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
And what amazing timing,
What a
choosing
spot.
to just limp here.
So Peters makes it 560,000, and Suzor will probably want to put in another bet.
You're welcome, Alan the Rogue. Yeah, Suzor, I mean, this is the perfect spot to limp back raise. You know, he's obviously set up sort of 100% limping range, which is fantastic when you then get a spot like this.
So the 3-bet from Suzor is to 1.55 million.
How much does he have behind? He's going to have like
5 million?
5 mil behind, or...
Yeah.
I mean, Peters is not ever going to just jam this over the top. It's not. You know, if you jammed here, you're only going to get caught by hands that are crushing you. But it's going to be very hard for him to fold it, because it's pretty premium in a three-way small blind on big blind situation.
I'm dreaming of all sorts of flops here. What are we going to get?
Calls the 3-bet. We go to the flop. Suzor with the best hand, with the betting lead. Peters with position. Queen high flop. Ace king still ahead.
They both ate that flop. What an action killer. Because it's very conceivable that they both You know, they have like king queenie, queen jack suited, those kind of hands. Everyone hates that. Cusco got the difficult decision of whether to c-bet. Because if you c-bet and you get called, now you kind of hate your hand because you're just going to probably brick a lot of the time on the turn, and you're like, do I now want to carry it? Do I want to keep betting? Am I now bluffing? Do I want to go into check call mode? You know, and then you have to decide you're going to call the river. It's just a really ugly spot. You can make the argument to just immediately go into like check call right now. But he decides to go for the c-bet because, that said, with a lot of his back-raising range, he's going to continue betting that anyway. Like even 8s and 9s, he's probably going to bet small. So I imagine he's going to do a really small bet, yeah.
That's 1 million into 3 million. Oh, wow. David Peters counts out the call, makes the call. This hand is going to the turn. 5.2 million in the middle. Oof. Ace on the turn. Suzor with top pair, 9-1 favorite. Peters has picked up a gut shot.
I wonder if Suzor just checks here. If he just jams, like he looks so strong, Peters can easily get, you know, he could even fold sort of like a bad, you know, his weaker aces even.
Well, Suzor decides to shove turn.
Whereas if you check, you give Peters a chance to have a stab at it himself, but he goes for the jam. Can't call this ever.
No.
This is just like a, I'm going to take my time so you don't know what I had.
No.
Fold.
He wanted to give up 15.
Yeah,
He said 15 is okay. And then I said, okay, I'll do 8. Whatever, right? So then he comes back and said, oh, I meant 1500.
It was Eric Dennis who earlier on confirmed that David Peters has overtaken Fedor Holtz for GPI Player of the Year. He points out that this is Peters' 27th result of 2016, his 23rd top 10 finish. He's had 4 wins so far this year, including a World Series bracelet.
Wow.
And he will stay in contention for an EPT title. If he can fold this, he's not seriously considering calling.
How much was?
Wow.
Like.
Yeah, I was with you. I thought he was just taking a while to make it harder to define what he was actually playing, but maybe
you literally just have to put him on like some kind of like 6-8 suited or something like that he decided to back raise. But I mean, he has all like. Well, I mean, maybe he doesn't put him on hands like ace-king and so on. Maybe he thought that he's not going to be limping those. But that said, if he's, I don't know, you guys have seen this for longer, if he's been limping every small blind, then...
Not at all.
Oh, he hadn't been?
No.
Okay, well, that explains more why Peters is in such a pickle. Because he can't really put him on hands like ace-king, ace-queen. Or even really ace-jack. And he probably wouldn't even play ace-jack this way anyway. So that's why he's got more of a decision. And similarly, like, you wouldn't expect him to do this with sort of 7s, 6s or anything like that. There's no way he's going to do this. He's probably wondering he might even have like Jack 10 suited, something like that, which he would be crushing.
David Peters has been thinking about this for nearly 3 minutes. He got a count of Suzor's stack, just over 4 million, into a pot of 5.2 million. Royston asks on Twitter, is this the start of a Peters blow-up?
I mean, if you think about the story Kuzkor's telling, it actually doesn't make, you know, it's really hard to put him on ace king and so on, or threes or fives. Like, I mean, he can definitely limp raise threes and fives, I guess. Would he play them this aggressively though? Post, he might, well, you know, he might check that turn because David would have a lot of aces. He's not blocking any flush spades or anything like that.
Peters finds the fold, but things switch around on the leaderboard as Martin Suzor moves into second with 9.3 million. David Peters drops into third with 8 million. 58 bigs for Suzor, 50 bigs for Peters. 2 minutes on the level, 2 minutes till the break.
I could.
You owe me one, right? David, how much are you playing? 8. Okay, thank you.
Mattis Pagan asked the question, do you think a cash game player like Maya has a big edge on an FT with tournament players? It just depends on the situation. If they're like really deep and playing short-handed, then yeah, it'll definitely be more a cash game player's sort of area of expertise, which in this case actually they are fairly deep and short-handed.
Yeah.
You know, if someone's a really good cash game player, then chances are they're going to be able to adapt to tournament situations fairly well, provided he knows his like ICM and so on, then he should be okay. That said, if they were playing much shallower, then the cash game is going to be at quite a disadvantage because tourney players are all about that.
Well, look at this. Peters limps the small. And Maya raises from the big with 9-3.
I like him.
Peters calls. We're going to the flop. 7-8 against 9-3.
I mean, he's just leveraging his big stack now.
Ace-6-4 flop. Well, to be fair, he was 3-betting with the best hand, and 9 high is still the best hand.
All right, James.
He continues for 450,000. And this is likely to be the last hand of the level as the tournament clock ticks into the break. We've got more EPT Not Live at EPT Live gubbins for you coming up in the break.
Peters check calls his gut shot.
King on the turn.
From what we've seen of Maya, I don't think he's going to slow down. Doesn't seem like a give-up kind of guy.
Bet of 880,000 gets the fold from Peters. And we go on break. Maya in cruise control. 120 bigs, well 100 bigs now, of course the blinds go up. We'll come back at 100, 200 with a 25k ante. But Maya has got close to 20 million chips. A 2-1 lead on Suzor, and Peters drops down to 35 bigs. Our thanks to Liv Barry.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And more action after the break from Prague.
I'm going to run around in the background.
James, I don't want you to, I don't think you'll get emotional now, being that we're still a few days away from the actual end of this event, but this is the last EPT as we know it. I wanted to do a parody song. It's the end of the tour as we know it, but I think we'd probably get sued, so.
Yeah. Or at worst have to pay royalties, probably, which we can't afford.
REM's cool. They'll be fine with it. Well, maybe not the record label. So anyway, this is the last EPT, and I thought it might be fun to do a little EPT reminiscing. And I thought we could start off where Jess Wellman for Pocket Fives wrote a pretty cool article called EPT by the Numbers, where she got some of the statistics. Now, I thought this would be fun to go on the show, first of all, just because there's some interesting facts, but then also I'll see where like James wants to correct her.
Yes. Yes.
Actually, Jess is pretty methodical, and I'm pretty confident that she's nailed most of these stats.
It would be an absolute all-out, like, anal nerd fest if James and Jess got into it over some sort of fact, right? It would be there would not enough lube in the world for that. Here we go. One, number of two-time EPT champions.
Correct.
Got that one, Vicky Cohen. 23, the number of different cities which have hosted an EPT over the years.
Sounds about right. I'm not going to check it.
Also 23, number of super high rollers that have taken place.
Probably.
27, the number of countries which can lay claim to an EPT champion. They come from every continent except Antarctica and Australia.
Wow. This is good research. I'm liking this. I'm not really sure I can do anything with this information, but I like it.
No, it's neat stuff.
It's good stuff, yeah.
The most successful countries are Great Britain and the U.S.
Yeah.
Both have 17 titles each, but you might consider giving a slight edge to the States as John Jawanda is credited with as an Indonesian champion.
It's funny because when America and the UK were tied before, everyone used to argue that Steve O'Dwyer should also be considered American. But the thing is, if Steve O'Dwyer is playing under an Irish passport, if John Jawanda is playing under an Indonesian passport, can you really credit them as American winners?
I'm happy for it to be a tie. I think that's a very cool way for things to go out. 76 is the number of months Ibrahim Al-Musa was sentenced to prison for his role as the mastermind between the 2010 EPT Berlin robbery.
Wow. I'd almost forgotten about that incident. The weird thing is, I don't think we've ever talked about it on the podcast or on the stream in any
Well, I wasn't
detail.
there.
No, of course not. I mean, it's like 6.5 years ago now. And
you were still in school.
I mean, this obviously happened while we were on air. It was on the penultimate day.
UI school.
Penultimate day of the Berlin main event when the robbery took place. We were hosting the webcast. Do you remember in the hotel in Berlin, we were always like in the corridor of the hotel?
Yeah, but you could look down.
Exactly. So we could look down and see that like something was kicking off in the lobby. And no one had any idea what it was. Obviously, they saw there were weapons involved. They saw there were guys in masks. And we were like, we need to get out of here now. And the great thing is, do you remember Alex Kravchenko, the Russian player?
Yeah.
He was doing guest commentary on the Russian stream, and he just stood up and went, follow me. Now, if there is one person you are going to trust in a crisis, it's Alex Kravchenko. The guy is probably ex-military, right? So we basically followed him through the emergency exit, through the corridors, and out before any of us could come to any harm.
That's fantastic. I just got goosebumps thinking about Alex Kravchenko and his bulletproof limousine. Probably put you guys in outside. Okay, now this is the one I found to be most interesting.
Okay.
Now, Jess hollered at me to get some help with this one. Number of times EPT Live host Joe Stapleton estimates he and fellow host James Hardigan have sung their popular line, "Everyone loves a chop pot." Matt, of course, has been involved in some of those too, so I counted those numbers as well.
Lee Jones, Neil Johnson, so
That's
many
right,
guest
lots of people have. So I
joined in.
basically counted any time either you or I would have said it.
Okay, so it's
Now.
okay, fine.
So here's the conversation I had with Jess Wellman. She said, random request, but I'm doing a by the numbers look at EPT and wanted to do something fun to highlight the stream. If you had to guess, how many times have you guys said everybody loves a chop pot?
I love the fact that immediately you snap correct her. First of all, it's everyone loves a chop pot.
Now, the reason I did this is because it took me several years to get it right. I was saying it wrong on multiple occasions.
Everybody enjoys chopping pots up.
All of us are big fans of a split pot. And so here's how did you do your own calculation?
I've done some calculations.
Because I want to see if we got to the number the same way. Have you done it?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got.
So here's how I came at my answer.
Right.
I'd say we say on average twice a day in live commentary.
Correct.
And then maybe once every 3 TV shows.
That's amazing because actually my metric is very similar to yours.
We usually do. Now, this is where I may have just screwed some things up. We usually do 6 days of commentary per stop.
It varies.
I was I'm averaging it out and make 3 TV shows.
No, where are you getting this from?
On average, you don't think we make 3 TV shows?
Per stop.
Yeah. So some we do 0, but some we do 10.
I just multiplied it by number of shows we make in a year rather than per stop.
Yeah, I don't know.
See, I went down the averages route as well. I was thinking, how many stops a year, how many days per stop? I kind of went down that.
I agree with you that on average it's twice a day in live commentary, but I think you've underestimated how many days of live commentary we've done since the tail end of season 8, which is, I think, when we gave birth to this expression.
So I maybe made a mistake here, but I also may have made another mistake, which may get us back on course. I'm going to say we probably do an average of 6 stops per year for 6 years.
Okay.
So 198 live, and I'm going to go down to once every 5 TV shows probably, because I don't think we do it once every 3 TV shows. So 18 or so on TV. I came up with 216. That's what she put in the article.
I think that is you've really lowballed it.
Really?
Yeah, really lowballed it. First of all, so it was the tail end of season 8 that we came up with it. So that was midway through 2012. Basically, really, I only calculated 2013, 14, 15, and 16.
By the way, I saw James's calculation for this. It's like that scene from Good Will Hunting. It's just, it's like...
They found him in his room. There was just like feces all across the wall. Just all these formulas, like Transformers.
So 50 days of live commentary in 2012, 2013, 50 in 2014, 40 in 2015, 40 this year. So basically 180... Two times a day, that's 360.
He's already at 360. Wow, just for live count.
And with the TV shows, bear in mind that we made 52 TV shows, for example, in 2013, 48 in 2014. You're saying every other show, or maybe 1 in every 3. I'm gonna guess around 25 to 30. I'll take the under. I'm gonna call it 385.
Wow, that's more times than there are days in a year. We could have said it once a day for over a year.
Well, I started thinking about it, and then I thought, that. So I downloaded a random number generator, but spookily, it came up with 228.
Oh, wow.
And you can confirm I didn't see this document until quite recently. So I did start thinking about it legit, and then I thought, oh, man. So 228. I don't want to go into the workings. I had to press a button, and that
wow.
Was it. But it's a pretty good result.
Really?
I hope you don't mind.
Done. Well, that's interesting. I could have come up with a bigger number, but when I think about it, have we really said it that many times?
Yes.
It can't possibly be that many.
Yes.
380 times?
Since the end of season 8, which was midway through 2012.
We got to come up with a new bit. All right. I won't go over the rest of Jess's article. You guys should check it out because it is very good. That's on Pocket Fives. I thought to close out this segment, what we could do, guys, is tell our either all-time favorite story from the tour or maybe something that we haven't shared before. Matt, you want to start?
Well, I didn't want to because the thing is, otherwise I just end up recapping a story that we've already told once before. Just leave that in the background. I'm having flashbacks. I checked in with Joe on Monday.
Is that a Czech pun?
What, me doing checked in? No, that was
no, more the CZ.
Czech Republic.
Oh, I see. No.
Here we are.
No, listen, you're reading way too much.
Get with the program.
Let me just. I'll tell the story, and then you read into it all the funny, clever little asides that I didn't plan. Last year when I checked in, they didn't have a room for me, so I was very aware that I just really hope when I say my name, they don't go, ooh. Checked in, and they said, Mr. Broughton, yeah, okay, we got your room. I'm like, brilliant, lovely, super. Go up to my floor, 3rd floor. And as I came out the lift, I'm like, oh, God, this smells really smoky, really like...
This is one of the only countries in the world where you can still smoke.
And I'd forgotten
that. I'd thought by now they caught up with the 21st century and it banned smoking.
And man, didn't you see the VHS player in the room? They're not,
That's my mini bar. And I just thought, God, I forgot how lucky we are in the UK that everything is so lovely and clean. Because also, I'm hugely allergic to cigarette smoke. When I was a kid, I was diagnosed as asthmatic until I left home where my mum smoked and found out I'm not asthmatic at all. Cigarette smoke is a real killer.
Breathing in poison is actually bad for you.
Turns out that's the case.
He's one of those rare people affected by poison.
I know. Who'd have thought? But we got in quite late. I go into my room at 7 o'clock. It was James was like, we're meeting 7:30 for dinner. So I kind of literally chucked the stuff in the room, met you guys, we had dinner, went back to my room. I was so tired. I just crashed out. Hadn't stopped to think about anything until I woke up a couple of hours later thinking, what's that smell? Which happens to me quite often when I wake up in the mornings. But it was like this bed is like an ashtray. And I realized everything around me, the pillows, the mattress, the curtains, the chair, everything was just so impregnated with smoke. Couldn't do anything about it. Slept really badly, woke up with this horrible sore throat and a cold and went to the reception the next morning and said, any chance of a change of room? They went, no, we're fully booked, because you know what this place is like.
Well, look at the numbers we've seen in every tournament. I mean, this is like a rammed festival, so the hotel is fully booked,
completely
for sure.
booked, yeah.
And they said, all we can do is we can come and change everything in your room. I'm like, unless you change the mattresses and the chairs, that's not going to do anything. But I kind of had to let them have their shot at it. And so they came and changed everything, went to bed the next night like a man on a mission. I've got the eye mask, I've got earplugs. I'm going to sleep so well. I'm thinking positive thinking. I'm going to sleep so well. Woke up like 2 hours later, dying. And it was about 2 in the morning. And Joe, I knew, had 2 beds in his room. And my 2 options were, do I go and hassle Joe and go, Joe, can I come and sleep in your room? Which I thought, he's already told me he was completely dead to the world. But
that was the only night I slept this entire trip, so thank you.
But I thought, I look and sound so dreadful. I'm going to go down to reception now. Also, I had this ingrowing hair on my chin, and I'd put a big plaster over it with cream, so I looked like the Scarecrow out of Batman Begins. The thing that made me feel really old is I had visions like this dim, early hours of the morning reception.
No.
Got out the lift. Everyone's still partying, and I'm shuffling along like, kill me.
The thing is, you probably look like every other idiot coming out of the poker room at 4
Probably
o'clock in the
so.
morning.
But I went to the reception. She said, I really laid it on now, and I'm dying. I'm just, look, we can move you tomorrow, but I can send someone up with an air freshener. I'm like, what? But I'm going
Pine Forest.
I went, yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're just gonna hang a bunch of them on the door, like in your Honda Civic.
Like the room where they found the body in 7, just all these little trees.
And I thought, do you know what? Fine. What harm can it do? And I'm sitting in my room waiting for someone to come up with a big can of Febreze, and then this woman turned up with this.
What is it?
It's an air freshener. Come on. It's like the ozone blaster. Wow.
It's the ozone blaster.
It just destroys the ozone.
Which is about the size of a small microwave oven.
Wow.
She plugs it in. It sounds like a small, like, aircraft. Oh, you got the video as well?
Yeah, got some video. We can see what it sounds like.
I don't know if you can hear me with the sound of my silent ozone blaster electronic air purification. This is the solution to an entire room that's been lived in by a heavy smoker for 2 weeks. Of 1 hour.
So
did it work?
It's one of those things. No, it's like one of those things from Sharper Image, right? Like the room ionizer, like does absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Because as you can imagine, that sucks all the smoke out the mattress. You know, by sitting there.
Yeah.
But also what it means is if you couldn't sleep because of the smell of smoke, now you can't sleep because of the sound of a small
The
engine.
smell of smoke and the sound of a
that
small
video does not do justice to how loud that was. But that was her solution. And the thing is, she just came in really apologetically and just plugged it in and put it on the floor and looked at me and went, thanks ever so much. Let's hope that makes the difference, right? But also the girl lied to me because when I said about moving, I said, like, I really need a non-smoking room. She said, well, all the rooms are made up as non-smoking, sir. And I'm thinking, if someone's lived in there for 2 weeks smoking, how does that room ever become non-smoking again? But when the bellboy finally came to take all my stuff, and I took that, I've still got that in my new room. As soon as we got to my new floor, I was like, I can breathe again. He went, well, yeah, the 3rd floor, the whole floor is smoking. I'm like,
what a liar. I would have kept that just to see if it worked on my farts.
So I might take it home. I might just take it to the airport.
I'm taking this. This is coming with me.
Compensation.
So Matt's favorite EPT story ended up being the only story he could think of because he got no sleep this week.
Exactly. So I thought, again, like the random number generator, I could really spend some time thinking about this. I'd just tell you the most recent thing that happened to me. And that was the most recent thing. And that's why I sound and feel the way I do is thanks to little Zeke and the smoky bedroom.
James?
The problem I have is that every story's been heard 100 times before. So instead of an anecdote about myself, I'm going to tell a story about Sandy the Degenerate.
Of him.
Love Sandy the Degenerate. That's what I was looking for, the Sandy the Degenerate sound effect. And I can't find it at the moment.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't need any setup. All you need to know is this is a tale from San Remo. This is from 2012 when Sandy went out to dinner in the open bar area in San Remo where there's all these tables laid out. And they were having...
There's like a street with restaurants on each side. They all sort of share the same outdoor area.
That's the one. And at dinner, Sandy had been talking about... He became almost obsessed with... we'll call him Nigel. Nigel, the security guy, and whether Nigel had probably served in the military and whether Nigel had been in the special forces and whether Nigel had possibly killed people in his time. And after a few drinks, Nigel then appeared and was sitting across like a few tables over. And when he arrived, Sandy, who was now a little bit merry, shouted out really loudly, "Hey, Nigel, did you kill anyone today?" And Nigel, playing along because we're out in public, there's poker players, there's dealers, just went, "Only the one," laughed it off.
Cut to
the next day, and Sandy is happily walking through the casino like Billy Big, checking that everyone recognizes him, everyone knows who I am. Yeah. bumps into
Sandy
Nigel.
sounds like a egomaniac.
And Nigel goes, "Can I have a word with you?"
Oh.
At which point Sandy goes, "Sure." Nigel then literally pushes Sandy up against the wall and with his finger firmly in Sandy's face says, "I don't appreciate that type of humour.
Oh.
You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've seen. And it's not the kind of I like people making jokes about. So you just watch yourself, all right?" At which Sandy, who I think at this point has probably himself, was like, "Yes, sir. No, sir.
Dark stain
It was a bad joke, sir, and I really am sorry, and I'll never do anything like that again. I'm so sorry. I should not have made that joke. I'm so sorry." And anyway, the punchline to the story and the real kind of karma biting Sandy in the arse is that I reckon Sandy is down about €200 in drinks that he has bought for Nigel.
Every time Sandy saw Nigel after that, it was like, "Hey, buddy, can Sandy get you a beer, buddy? Can Sandy get you a shot, buddy? How's it going today, Nigel?" I mean, that's what I've seen Sandy do in his interaction with Nigel. I also have a Sandy the Degenerate story, and this is one I've been waiting to tell for a long time, and it's a brief one. But all I have to say is that there was one time that Sandy had to interview a winner on camera of an EPT event. Maybe it was a main event, maybe it was a high roller, maybe it was a super high roller. But Sandy had to interview a winner, and this particular event ended very late at night. And while Sandy was interviewing the winner, Sandy's ex was waiting for Sandy in Sandy's bed in Sandy's hotel room. Now, the winner didn't know this, but Sandy did. And it made for a very awkward, but also kind of fun interview at the same time. And that's my favorite story from the European Poker Tour. And that's the end of this segment. Hard out.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It is the main event, it is the final table, and there are just 3 players left playing for a prize of over €770,000. I am Matt Brown, he is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
He's on a 3-second delay. The game is on a 45-minute delay. We'll all make it work somehow. But this is how things stand. Jasper Mayer, a huge chip lead right now. 19.3 million in chips. Second in chip is Martin Zusor with 9.1. And David Peters is bringing up the rear with just over 7 million. We are now at 100,000, 200,000. So that means 35 bigs for David.
Knew that you fold.
Shortest stack, but not exactly like, oh, and any second now he's going to be forced all in. He's the man with the skills to pay the bills, so we can expect a comeback, I'm sure. Actually, I'm sure of nothing. Don't know why I said that. It's a dreadful position to put myself in.
Martin Susor. I like this, a little sweat with hand.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
David Peters' cards will be along shortly. There they are, the 9 and Jack of clubs. So he has raised up from the button. Martin Susor is now deciding how to play his ace-king, having played it rather cutely. A couple of hands before the break.
Cutely or acutely?
Cutely. So now he has re-raised 1.325.
D. Peters, the beast, doesn't really have the chips to be peeling this flop. He's right around the time where he can't make these calls anymore. Looks like he's going to give this a shot. If he doesn't win this hand, he will be under 30 big blinds.
Yep, fingers crossed. Well, big connection from Martin.
Yeah, bottom pair not good enough for David Peters. Zusor, top pair, top kicker, gut shot to the nuts. Still a rather uneasy situation. Peters' raised calling range would hit this board.
Cutting out his continuation.
975.
975. Guessing David Peters will just take his customary period of time to just stare and blink at this before letting the cards go and hoping for better times to come.
Wired up says Peters knows there's an overpair, he'll fold.
Indeed he does.
Hungary is hungry.
The funny thing was that coincided perfectly with Joe pressing a button on his box. And I was like, I've never heard that noise before. That's really crazy. Well, good luck if you're still playing in the bounty bonus, but it's time to tell you about the free roll that's going to take place tonight. The first ever EPT live, sorry, the last ever EPT live free roll. Oh, before we do that, let's just let those chip cans get out of the way. Lundmark is your free roll for tonight, 9:15.
Ken Lundmark.
$2,000 added into the prize pool. So if you're not still busy in the bounty bonus, then get yourself ready for a bit of that. My suggestion is you go into the tournament on the tournaments on the client. Make sure all your filters are turned off. Just search for EPT Live or one word, and you will get to see where all of that business lives. And Lundmark, all lowercase, top left of your screen right now if you want to double check your spelling. 9:15 Central European time tonight. Jasper has the best of it, should I say.
I was just trying to keep you from getting timed out.
Oh, okay, nice, the least of my worries. Frankly. Kind of keen to see this hand rather than my own.
Bet fold. David Peters now down to 25 big blinds.
Yep.
I have to admit, I was pulling for David Peters for a couple different reasons. Now, it doesn't mean I'm not pulling for the others, but a number one reason is that he would break the tie between the UK and the United States for the most number of EPT wins.
Right.
Because I think that'd be a pretty interesting ending to this. And also, you know, obviously, we do like to claim that poker's a skill game. So one of these guys who's been on a tear, winning it would make a little bit of sense.
Yes, consistency does make it very hard for people to constantly bang on about it being a ridiculous game of luck. Tiny little win there for Zusor. Just enough to get his rail slightly bouncy.
Bouncy rail. Had one of those at my 14th birthday party.
And 58 coming at you like a storm, like a laser beam.
Matt, I'm sorry. I think I'm going to win this EPT live bounty bonus tournament. It's the last one ever. And so I got to win it.
Oh, well, why not? Go for it, mate. Go for it. You do whatever you think.
Giving him my best effort.
Good. Good, good, good. So we're going to be blind on blind here. Yapper's got himself some suited Jack 3 cards.
775.
Gonna make it 775,000.
That's easy. Okay.
Three-handed poker in 2016.
Easy peasy. Once again, in case you come back to us late after the break, we have announced the password for the free roll, top left of your screen, Lundmark. 9:15 this evening, Central European time. Of course, the bounty bonus is still ticking over right now. If you're in that, good luck. I believe all 3 of the bounties, myself, Joe, and James, still up for grabs. 150 bucks on all of us. Hope you've enjoyed that this week. It's a ridiculous amount of money we give away.
James has over 20K in chips. We'll be hearing from him shortly.
Yeah. How are you doing, James? Oh, really? Oh, just... Joe, yeah.
How many chips do you have? I have 50,000. Oh, okay, thanks. You could have just, said you didn't have to pretend to care what I have. We got heads up to this flop blind. I'm blind. It's a limped pot. Seen people yesterday wanted to talk about how aces were out of someone's range because it was unraised pre-flop. A lot of folks are going to limp an ace in the small blind.
It's a nuts flush draw now, as well as having connected with the deuce and holding the over ace. Just checked from Martin to Peters. David Peters does indeed allow a free river to arrive.
Sorry.
Well, I'm on like 14 bets here in the free roll.
Are you playing a limit version?
This.
Somebody is making sure he can tell all of his friends back home I played 16 hands of poker with Joe Stapleton. Just all happened to be the one same opportunity. And Martin takes down another one, up to over 11 million now, while David Peters drifts slightly, 4.7 million for him. How did that hand end, by the way, Joe, that you're involved in there?
I doubled up.
Okay.
But it didn't. It either didn't switch me tables after the hand, or it put me directly next to the same guy I was next to.
Right. Okay.
Which is kind of weird for Zoom. I'm pretty sure that we just didn't move tables. Huh.
Unusual. I think we're being trolled by Colin. He's saying, "What's a Lundmark? Is that the misspelling of landmark?" You mean you haven't heard of Kent Lundmark?
A Lundmark is the official currency of Lundland. Wow. Okay.
Well, Jasper is going to make this real simple when he finds himself challenged by David Peters' attempt to limp.
How impressive has he been, huh?
Incredible. Incredible. And good fun for us to watch, to be honest. It's kind of like, you know, it's not just a grind. It's not just like these guys we know from the conversation they had when they were contemplating the deal. You know, everyone's like, well, you know, I'm a heads-up cash specialist. I'm definitely going to win this. It's like, well, they've not just been grinding it out in a dullard style. It's been some pretty good wham-bam stuff.
Jasper Meyer. Van Putten. Then Van Putten chips in and Van Putten more chips back out into a stack, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
100 big blinds, three-handed, not too shabby. NTS.
Somebody's having a really lovely time out there.
Probably listening to the commentary.
No, they were laughing. No, they sounded genuinely happy. Raise from Jasper with the ace-9 off. Zuzor considering what to do with the jack-8.
Yeah, he's folding. Oh, I thought he said fold, sorry.
No, he's calling this.
Yeah. Or so. Like that.
Okay.
And Jasper just keeps on hitting the goods. Ace, 6, 3, 2 hearts out there. Jasper's got the ace, has got the hearts covered as well. I mean, Martin's got position, and that's about as positive a statement I can think to say. He's got glasses and a hoodie. Again, probably not enough to win him the pot in that particular instance. Royston's loving the pace of play here, feeling a bit sorry for the dealers. Got to keep these guys working. You see that huge disparity between the three players, nearly 21 million, over 10 million, and then 4.5 million between Jasper, Martin, and David now.
Marta.
And King Queen in spades. Don't think I've been aware of too many of those going through, which is a good thing, because if I get to see it, it means you're sending it to the wrong hashtag.
Someone on Twitch asked, how will we know if we won? You'll get a ticket credited to your account, and we're also going to tweet the winners. So make sure you follow at PokerStars TV. They're going to make somebody come in on their day off tomorrow just to tweet the winners.
Time well spent. Zuzor has bet 200,000, and Peters is going to make the call here. And actually connects. Gut shot from Martin here, and the overcard still. Tom sadly has to leave us now. Thanks for watching, Tom. He's rooting for Jasper. Well, of course you would, because he's got 21 million. Tough pick there, my friend.
Bye, Tom. Sorry to lose you.
As we lose Tom Watts from the audience. We don't have his walk-off shot, but there goes Tom. Good showing from Tom.
Good night, Tom.
Jordan's got to go to work. It's like everyone's giving us their life bad beat stories on Twitter. Continuation. Okay, so David Peters has called this. We've got 2.2 million in the middle.
Yeah, paired a gut shot, standard call.
Stays good.
10 may make it slightly more likely that he calls a river bet. Now, I've seen Jasper get pretty bluffy. What about Zuzor? Has he been firing rivers with air?
Not so much so. Not so much so. checks to David, who's probably quite happy for the showdown value. He does indeed check. Shows the goods. And it probably feels like a while since he's had some chips to stack, but he does add and gets himself up over 5.5 million.
I mean, pretty much every hand David Peters plays is a clinic. I mean, he's just showing you how you can still play hands with a 25 big blind stack. Manages to get to showdown there with just a 4. Also, it's the rep he's created for himself up until this point that allows him to get some of these cheaper showdowns.
Faux show.
It's all exponential in poker, you know? Like, when you're winning, people play worse against you. They give you more credit. It's all cumulative. 4-syllable word right there, and I nailed it.
Well done, Joey.
Cumulative. Yeah, it's 4.
Cumulative. And can I have it in context? And how's
No,
this?
no, you cannot.
So Jasper's raised into David Peters' small blind. He tried to limp. What are you doing, David? What are you doing?
What are you doing, Ben? Oh man, how bad did Golfa mess that game up?
Do you know what? That was one of, I think, your better games. I think it was one of the simpler games and one of the better games. And the payoff should have been huge. But you were severely let down by your contestant in that instance.
I think sometimes, like obviously Ryan D'Angelo is a smart guy, but I think sometimes it just attacks a part of their brain they're not used to using, or it doesn't translate.
Yeah. Okay, this one is going to start with David Peters, our shortest stack.
Let's do this.
He makes it 450,000 with the ace-3 off, king-9 off for Jasper Mayer. It's up there. Good starting hand for this sort of situation. And as such, worthy of a 3-bet from Jasper. Oh, but here's Martin. Martin Souza's got himself pocket 5s.
5s were big trouble earlier. Seems like yesterday.
How difficult or simple does he want to make this hand?
It was Marius Gierse who got into some trouble with 5s, I believe.
Lets it go. Doesn't want to get involved with these guys.
And Peters folds the ace as well. Jasper Mayer, hey man. He's going to make these two regret that they were not able to come to some kind of deal.
Well, I did at the time say that that lack of deal-making ability was bound to come back and bite someone. Wasn't sure at the time who it would have the biggest effect on, but right now, looking at a 397,300 payoff for 3rd spot, by no means anywhere close to writing off David Peters with still 25 bigs to play with, but right now, that would seem to be the obvious target. And Jasper's at it again, this time with the 8-7. It's good.
Oh, sorry.
That's how things are looking right now. Jasper 22.2, 8.75 million for Martin, and David Peters with just shy of 5 million to play with right now.
Matt.
Yes, Joe.
If you were in this position,
Okay. Sorry, I thought this was going to be about the bouncy bonus.
Not a physical position. No, about the position of Jasper Mayer here. You've got more than twice the chips of the next person play. You have more than 2 and 3 combined, right?
Mm-hmm.
How giddy are you? Are you like stupid, silly, goofy giddy? Like, I would be intolerable. You would not be able to shut me up. I'd be like...
I might be a bit crazy. Boys and girls, don't forget the Christmas calendar. It's yet another opportunity to get something for nothing. Get yourself into the Monday Million. We've got a $215 ticket and 2 satellite tickets worth $22 each. If you haven't already caught this today, this is the requirement. We need you to play real money, cash, or Zoom. Got to be between a 5-10 cents or a $1-2 game. And you've got to win a hand with any of these hole cards. So you need to have either 10 of spades, 10 of hearts, 7 of hearts, 7 of diamonds, or king, queen suited in spades.
I can't do the Christmas stuff, guys. I'm playing on stars, and my sound effects will come through.
Tweet a screenshot or boom us the link. Make sure you include the hand ID, and make sure, very importantly, that you tweet it at #EPTWin. EPT win. Yes, to come back to your question, Joseph, I mean, when you've got a lead as substantial as this, and also things just seem to be rolling in your direction, it must be hard not to just every now and again go,
right?
Just like out loud, just like, sorry guys, I can't keep it in.
Oh my. Guys, yeah. It's a lot of money over there. I would also be very tempted to just take it in cash and just do weird stuff with it.
Just go and join the queue for the payout window right now. And he goes, excuse me, sir. He said, no, that's it. Just get me, can I just get some racks over here? Let's just call that a day. Let's go shopping. Everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone in this room, let's go shopping.
Even if we didn't come to a deal, I'd be like, look, can we all just get paid out third place money right now? I just want to have it.
Yep.
I got some debts.
In between hands, I'd just be on like eBay and Amazon, just ordering stuff.
Yeah.
Just there's this amazing online guitar store, this German company where you just order stuff. Just so easy. Just press a button and you've just bought yourself a new guitar.
You'd be like Wayne Campbell when he immediately goes and buys the Fender Stratocaster.
She will be mine. Oh yes. Yeah, I would have right now so many different courier companies heading to my house. Another one there for Jasper, just quietly taking down 4 in a row.
It's got to be some sort of all-time record. Nobody's ever won more than 4 pots in a row.
Mal is on his way to his 5th, so get ready to rewrite the book of rewritings.
But I just had this one printed.
Too slow.
Enough, says David Peters. Enough.
Raised to 500,000 from Jasper. Martin is out round to David Peters. He's going to call. So we've got ourselves a Queen 9 off versus the Jack 6 suited. There is a Jack on the flop and 1 club. The 9 obviously connects. So both players have a reason to stick around. Neither suit improved. No more diamonds, no more clubs.
Big blind, man. It'll get you.
Get you every time.
It'll get you. Live cards. I wonder how many we had in this bounty bonus today. What do I look at that?
Lobby.
426 remaining. 1,710 places paid? Can't be right. We made 17,000 people in the tournament.
David Peters has bet 725 into the 1.175 pot. And Jasper Mayer's going to take a look. We're going to take this one to the river.
12,000 runners we had.
Impressive. Most impressive. Ace on the rivers. Mr. Peters locks this one up.
Meyer playing this hand pretty passively since before the flop. But Peters opts not to bet it. He's going to win at showdown, however.
Check, check, win. I was berated earlier on. Somebody was losing their mind thinking that the EPT was coming to an end, and I used the sentence, we're just changing the name next year. And I have had so much stick for not getting into the spirit of it, not showing any emotion, not being, and I'm like, well, we're just changing the name.
I'm not terribly emotional about it either.
Okay.
I think it's a cool thing for the players, right, who now have the chance to win the last EPT. You know, these trophies, this title will never be given away again. For me, as an employee, it's just the change. We're just changing the name.
That makes me feel better. As you know, my heart was removed in 1985 due to a technical error during a dentist visit. So it's very hard for me to know exactly what humans care about. I just went for a basic checkup and they removed my heart, one of my eyes, and replaced both my legs with metal prosthetics. It's quite an extreme visit. So this one just cheeky limp from the ace-8, which you got to think a lot of the time somebody would rather raise with. But we've seen a few of these limp aces. And now an ace-jack-9. Simple bet, simple win. Up to over 30 big blinds again for David Peters.
Matt, question from Twitch. Can you guys explain why the deal didn't go through if Pete was asking for more than what ICM gave him to do the deal?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for your question.
Okay, this one's going to get kicked off by David Peters, our shortest stack. 8s, pocket 8s. Snummin.
Snowmans. Num num.
450,000 raised from him. Jasper is out. Martin Sousa has got the 9-6 off. Queen 5-5 on the flop, over $1 million in the middle. Just the one overcard for David Peters to worry about right now.
Matt, if you were in this tournament, this the online one we're playing,
I am,
and you raised, and I Joe Stapleton jammed for 80,000 chips, but you had 84,000 chips. What would you do with any of your holdings?
I would call you and potentially win 150 bucks.
Guy did not do that. He folded.
That's ridiculous.
Good work, Michael Zajac. Think I don't recognize that avatar. What's happening in this hand? 2-8 still good. Looks like Sue Soar is going to take a Sue stab. Not a particularly scary board for 8s.
Someone just did, as you had that conversation with me. I thought this is great timing because I'm about to do exactly what you said. The only problem is the guy lost and just doubled me up. Now I've got like 50,000.
Whoops.
Sorry about that, everybody. I can only tell you that I am trying to help somebody win $150 off me. I am Waster. Little Space Invaders machine logo by my name.
I juiced the prize pool big time today. I rebought probably 10 times today.
I was very distracted.
It tells you, right?
Yeah, if you go to info. I had 2 rebuys and 1 add-on, so actually pretty reasonable for me.
Only 6. Only 6.
That's pretty decent.
Try my best.
Meanwhile, we're still waiting on David Peters to decide whether to come along for 675,000. Still just the queen ahead of him on the board. Gut shot for Martin. And David Peters lets it go. Why are you disappointed when one of our customers wins? Isn't that the idea?
I just don't like getting unlucky.
Okay, no, that's okay.
Like, I have this real weird thing about getting unlucky. I like get angry at the universe. Like, why is the universe out to get me?
Yeah.
It's completely irrational. You know, most poker players will say something like, I don't really care about luck as long as I played well. You know, like, oh, I got lucky, that happens, but I played perfectly and I did what I was supposed to do. I'm the exact opposite.
Gotcha.
If I go broke in a tournament, I want it to be because of something I did, not because of some uncontrollable force.
Gotcha. See, somebody just typed, "This fish's bounty?" ? Now I want you to lose. but I won, and now I'm up to 65,000. So that's how poker goes. So this one's been raised up by Jasper with his queen jack off.
Uh-oh.
Called by the ace-7 of David Peters, and now they have both connected. David Peters ahead with his ace. Very quick check from these players brings the king of hearts. Jasper, for some magical reason, not just walking straight into this.
I think people are going to be pretty cautious at this point. There's no real reason to get too crazy. Even with David Peters' stack, he knows how to play it. He's not going to just punt. And the structure's long, and it's deep, and it's hard, and it's veiny. And, you know, there's no real reason to go nuts. Did I say veiny?
Yeah, and then you went back and reiterated that you said it.
I was thinking of something else, I think, probably.
Bet and a call.
725? Yeah, okay. Nice one. Thank you.
And as suggested, Jasper did not expect it to run into the ace. Pays off David Peters, who's up to 35 bigs now.
Yeah, I mean, he just added 50% to his stack.
And 72 coming at you. Remind you where we are, 55 minutes left on the clock. We're at 100,000, 200,000. We've got a 25K ante in effect. Myself and Joe with you on the comms and also playing against you in the bounty bonus, the last bounty bonus of this stop. This stop being the last EPT main event. Before we transform into the PokerStars Championship come 2017. Come find us in the Bahamas in January. We'll be the one in the funny hat.
Ace-King suited, what a beautiful sight, huh? And he limps it, okay. David Peters disguising his hand.
Yeah, very similar to what Martin did just before the break. Limped in with the ace-king, got a lot of action. Under-repped.
Now, does he keep with the disguise, or does he take this opportunity to pound and pick up a decent pot without having to see a flop?
Good question, Joe Stapleton. Stay tuned. I know what I would do, but I am not a world-class poker player on an incredible run.
Just for laughs, what would you do?
I would probably shove. Happy to just increase my stack, or happy to see at least all 5 cards if I do get called. The fact that that's not what David Peters is doing guarantees that that's because it's not the right thing to do. Shove not necessary. Just a 3-bet, good enough to take it down.
Yeah, I think maybe you 3-bet there to induce, get somebody to put it in worse. Obviously, you're never folding. But maybe sometimes they lose their mind with 9-deuce. Maybe sometimes they just think they have the best hand with ace-queen.
People telling me shove is not very ICM here. Exactly. That's why it's the sort of thing I would do. I don't let ICM rule my life. Because I'm not a poker player. David Peters is out of this one, so it's going to be blind on blind as we see. Jasper make it 700,000 with the ace-9 suited. King, queen off. Very pretty for Zusar.
So pretty. Want to touch the shiny.
Touch the shiny. Feel the shiny. Both players connect. The hearts perhaps also could turn out to be of use for Martin Sousa. Let's see how far this hand goes.
Derp gently says that Peters bloke is tanking for at least 30 seconds for every mundane decision.
Yeah.
I will say, 1, no, don't think he's taking 30 seconds for every decision. 2, I don't think there are mundane decisions at this point.
Yeah, I don't think that's the issue. I don't think the decision makes difference. I think David Peters just has a standard set period of time he always takes for anything he does, just to help disguise further.
Being behind him in line at Starbucks is brutal.
Yeah, especially if he's got quite big order.
Well, and also when they ask a bunch of questions like, do you want whipped cream? And he's like, yes.
Sprinkles?
Chocolate or rainbow?
Chocolate.
No thanks.
Anything to eat?
Do you have any more of the protein boxes?
No.
I'm good.
Was that in or to take away?
Take away, I ordered like 7 things.
Do you have a loyalty card?
I'm holding it right in front of you.
Oh, sorry. Thanks ever so much. How will you be paying?
Is this machine not working?
No, this one isn't, but there's one over here I can use. Cash or card?
Oh, I'm going to miss my bus.
And end scene. Okay, let's just come back to the poker just briefly.
All right.
While it's smoking hot. So after the 8 of diamonds, Jasper bet out 1.75, got the call. Now we have the 6 of hearts on the river. Jasper's still ahead. Flop the 2 pair.
I like doing that bit, by the way, but I don't actually think that David Peters takes particularly long, especially based on other folks I've seen on tour. I wouldn't even rank him in my top 10.
I think on this table, funny enough.
For the table, yes. Oh, boy.
Yeah. 3 hearts, the ace, all sorts of reasons for Martin Sousa to not enjoy this situation very much whatsoever.
Man, I wonder what Meyer thinks he would call it off with here. Just an ace?
Seems a bit of a icky spot, but the job has been done, and Jasper now up to 22 million. And for the first time in a while, David Peters now finds himself in the 2nd spot on the table with 7.5 million. 5.5 for Martin Sousa. Yeah, I was just going to say that I think because of the speed of Jasper and Martin, it's not so apparent. I think much earlier on, because of the speed of Jasper and Martin, it is more apparent. Earlier on, I hadn't really thought about it too much, especially when we still had Sergey. So I think now David's pauses are a bit more apparent and obvious, but certainly not the worst by a very, very, very long stretch, considering some of the players we've encountered.
Everything is relative.
It's all relative. My mum, my sister, all relative.
So, let's see what happens in this hand here. I can maybe make this official rather than guesstimating it. As Peter's defense is big blind with ace-8 suited. It's going to be tough for Meyer to win this one. Jasper Meyer, before the start of that hand, had almost as many chips as twice the other two stacks combined.
Yeah, I think we can. I think the phrase "comfortably ahead"
that covers it.
That will cover the situation that Jasper finds himself in, and in fairness, nothing but his own doing, hard work paying off, muchos. So here, a bet and a call, a check bet call. See, David's pretty quick here on the check. Ace-8 still ahead and now improves to the draw. Up and down for both players.
Meyer can still win this hand outright if he hits a 4, which is hilarious.
It would not be the way you want to win, but you do just want to win. Royston agreeing that was a crazy shove. It is hard to imagine how profitable that is, played 1,000 times.
Look at that, Meyer does win this hand. With the worst of it.
Incredible, nearly 23 million for Jasper Meyer now. 6.9 for David Peters and just over 5.5 million for Martin Susor. Remind you, if Susor could take this down, would be the first Hungarian EPT main event champ. If David Peters does it, he will tip the balance to the side of the USA for most champs and wins. Sadly, if Jasper wins, I mean, he'll be the winner. I don't think the record books will particularly balance in any interesting fashion.
Hasn't been a Dutch winner for a while, though.
True enough. Was it Ruben Visser? Who did we?
In London, yeah.
Man, no, but how many chips have you got left, Joe?
143,000.
We're gonna come first and second, aren't we?
Gotta do it. I got my rep. I got my poker analyst rep on the line here.
The thing is, it's taking too much of my attention. I really want to watch the actual poker, but I also don't want to just dump my chips because I want whoever wins it to have earned it. And I also do want somebody to win it because it's like the last opportunity to give someone at least my $150. Jasper's got himself the Queen 4 off, gonna raise it up. Small blind into big blind, Martin Susor. King 8.
How much is it?
775.
775, all you can eat.
One Blackmore, yeah.
One dealer to a hand, please, Jasper. Yeah, let the people do their jobs.
He's excited.
10-7-4. So second best hand, flops best. Jasper now ahead thanks to the 4. And a very quick continuation bet. Jasper just must feel like an absolute god.
It works forever until it doesn't.
And we have seen it. Many a time we have been passengers as we just drive off the edge of a cliff. But right now, nothing but straight roads to Winsville.
So Susor picks up a straight draw. And his pairs are live.
Yeah, can make this in a couple of different ways. down the bottom, up the top. 9 or a 5 for him. Still with the overcard also, so plenty of reasons to stick around. Might even be tempted to try and take more control of this pot.
Playing a big pot here.
I see that.
Didn't get there.
So into a pot of 2.825 million. Just over 1 million bet by Martin Susor.
Good bet, gets the semi-bluff. And gets a better hand to fold. Well done.
Well done, young man. Spear is off. Gotta go, guys. Have a good holiday. Have a great holiday. I may not be able to catch the end. Well, you never know. If we're still going in like kind of 6 hours, maybe you'll be back for us. But thanks ever so much, Spear. Thanks in general for your support across all of this year. It's always great when our regs keep us company.
Spear. Thank you. Spear's on the podcast, right?
I don't know.
I think he has.
Anti please.
Pass, please.
Pass, please.
Pass, please. Multi-pass.
You have 500k chips?
Yeah, two. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
I'll put it. Yeah.
Royston wants to know when the next break is. You got 41 minutes.
It's going to be a while.
He is trying to time his commute home to miss the minimum amount of poker. I appreciate that. So this one, just a limp and a check. Jasper's not involved, blind on blind. Jack 4 flops 2 pair. The 9-5 completely whiffs.
Ja, gewoon in op dat bord komt denk ik niet verder. Zo.
Just to answer a query that came in about the value of the burgundy red chip.
Ooh.
$500,000 from Jane Windsor. So we got the 25s, we've got the 100,000s and the 500,000s out on the table right now. 500,000 in one chip.
Delicious.
If you crack it open, it's got a mint and lime kind of paste filling. It's delicious. It's quite creamy, quite thick, quite unctuous.
That's what makes them so valuable. I asked Neil Johnson if, since we're starting a new tour, if I could put some of these old chips in my mouth, just because I want to see what they feel like.
I would love to take the... Well, I don't know what the over-under is, how many diseases you would get if you spent 30 seconds with one of these chips in your mouth.
But he said no, because actually the chips, they're going to reuse them.
Yeah. Yeah, so I came up with the now famous catchphrase, now wash your hands. Because there are very few instances in poker where the advice of washing your hand isn't good advice. If you were to play poker on Joe's laptop, now wash your hands. If you were to go out and pick up a chip, now wash your hands. Shuffling a deck that's been used by a poker player, wash your hands. Shaking my hand, now wash your hands. Simple as that. That's the whole reason why all the taps in this hotel are all activated by remote control. It's just to try and keep the number of deaths down.
Man, I'm the only person that managed to avoid getting sick on this trip, and I know, you know when it's going to hit me?
Christmas Eve? Or when you get in the car for your 3-hour drive?
I think it's going to be on my layover at Heathrow tomorrow in between my flight from here and my flight back to America. I'm just going to be like, I can't breathe.
That's how it starts, Joe. It's very subtle. First of all, you notice that you can't breathe. And that's followed by a searing pain in all of your major organs. Those are the telltale signs to look out for, the lurgy that's been cracking its way around Prague. We have got Queen 8 versus Queen 8. The only difference is David Peters has the slight mathematical edge thanks to the fact that they're both hearts. Good chance we're all going to get to sing a song.
I don't know. I don't really see this going to showdown.
No, I agree.
Very often.
I agree.
All right, maybe if it goes check the whole way. These guys just seem to fight over a lot of pots, and that's what you got to do at this stage.
Glenn is more interested in how many chips you could fit in your mouth at any one time.
I'd be willing to give it a shot, but I'm afraid that I would swallow one, and that does not seem like a pleasant journey for the chip.
Even more funny would be if you swallowed a card. Because of the RFID, we could lay you on a table
and read it
and try and
tell
find
which
out
one it is.
what you swallowed. And finally, Martin Susor is going to be the player to attempt to take this one down with exactly the same hand as his opponent, and that is going to win it.
Bye-bye. Man, Susor and Peters really close in chips. 36 big blinds for Susor, 31 for Peters. And Meyer now absolutely has twice their stacks combined.
He could just stand on the table in just a thong laughing, going, dance, dance.
And they would have to do it because they need the chips.
They need the chips. He could dictate the play just with a whip and a tiger on a golden chain. I'd pay to see that. Now that'll be a show. That's the future of poker right there, kids.
Chris.
Real simple raise and take it for Jasper there, just keeping himself beautifully in the 22.1 million zone.
22.1 million zone.
I thought you might have that. I want one of those banners for my bedroom, just saying. Can I have the one with like the PokerStars spade on it, thanks.
Yeah, it's not like these guys need it anymore. Unless they're gonna cut up the letters and rearrange them, because trying to save a buck these days.
We'll probably make them into t-shirts, like retro t-shirts. That's the beauty, is all the unused merchandise, that can go into like a vault, and then they just set an alarm for 5 years' time, and then we can sell them like with an ironic smile on our faces, going, hey guys, remember this?
Remember these old EPT hoodies?
6.
So David Peters is called here, and Jasper Meyer is asking exactly what David Peters got left behind, because we can see that the timing of Jasper's interest in this scenario. It's an ace-jack for David Peters. Jasper's got himself the 6 deuce off, so wouldn't you know it, he hits.
Just don't know about hitting your deuce here. Like, do you ever think it's good? Like, can you get value out of it? Can you call bets with it?
I know. I guess
it drawn out. I'll go with it.
Yeah, it gives you just a little bit of confidence, doesn't it? You kind of feel like at least I can justify anything stupid I do by saying I had a multi-draw.
Right.
You've got something on your face there,
I had a pair
Joe.
and a draw.
Just something. There's just tiny something on your face.
The runny nose has started.
See, that's how it starts. I've got balm tissue here. I can recommend.
Oh, there we go.
Help yourself. Don't take the whole box.
I was just using the old wet wipes.
No.
They
don't
dried
do
out.
that.
Now they're dried wipes.
Because if you're going to start with the balm. That's another one of my catchphrases that's really catching on the global poker market.
There can't be very many people left in this tournament we're playing, Matt, because I'm playing against the same guy every hand.
You're definitely in the right tournament. You've not signed up to like some sort of heads-up cash game, have you? And that you're actually genuinely $400 down.
So Meyer does get a cheap showdown.
Yeah, and he's going to turn out to once again have the best of it. Nearly 23 million, 22,750,000 now for Jasper. David Peters back down under the 30 big blind mark. 30 minutes left on this level. Thanks for being with us, by the way, boys and girls. I always like to take some opportunity on the last day to say thank you to all of our lovely viewers and all the guys that do bother to fire up Twitter, get on the Twitch, join in the chat. We do love your company and enjoy when you get joined in with us. Once again, I managed to get through a whole trip without anybody calling upon me for one of my world-breaking competitions. I've got so many competitions now sitting on my laptop, I might just have to set up my own business. We will play games again, my friends. Oh, yes, we will. So David Peters just limping in with the 8-9 of hearts. Jasper with the king-5 off.
I like that limp in the butt with 9-8. You can't really call a raise with it with Peters stack, you know, like a 3-bet, but you can call a 2-bet.
Yeah. Take a flop, see how you do. Still king high, the best of it.
And now you don't necessarily feel compelled to continue this flop.
No.
I mean, technically you can't continue it, but you know what I mean? Like if you had raised before the flop, you might feel like you had to bet it.
Yeah. And even though the king high was already best for Jasper, now he actually connects with the 5. Second pair on top of the 7. 30 minutes to go on this level before another break kicks in.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Bad news for Joey. We'll tell you what that's about once this hand burns its way through.
This situation just got a lot more dire for David Peters. And I'm not talking about the fact that he turned a gut shot while Meyer turns a pair.
Queen on the river means nothing to nobody. Action on Jasper.
Oh!
Not happy to just take the showdown here. He's going to fire out again.
7.
7, always. That's very nice. A lot of people on social media are responding to my thanking them by thanking us. That's lovely. What a beautiful community we are. We could go on thanking each other for the rest of the day. So what's the news you've had regarding David Peters and the impact of him potentially winning or losing this?
Well, remember when I said that I was kind of pulling for him because I wanted the USA to have just eke out the UK for most number of wins on tour.
Yes.
Turns out I was basing that off of Jess Wellman's information from her Pocket Fives article, and it looks like Jess in her research actually credited a win to Steve from Steve O'Dwyer as an American win.
But we know that Steve O'Dwyer plays under the Ireland flag.
That is correct. He's Irish.
Like the Irish.
And so David Peters now needs to win this event just to tie it up.
Not been a good year for you, has it, buddy? And this is
No.
just the nail in the coffin, really, for Joe.
It's been this. I really need this. I'm not going to lie.
Jasper right now opens this up with the ace-10. Martin Zusso has got himself a king-9 suited. David Peters is still yet to act. He is the big blind still in this hand right now. All three of our remaining players here at the Prague EPT main event final table. Able to bring you cards up. Remember, these guys have already played 45 minutes in the past. We are on a delay, coming to you with live commentary over these pictures from 45 minutes ago. And this is a raise from Martin in the small blind with his king-9 suited. Yet to see what David has. It's the 8-6 suited. Let's see.
How much is that I have with?
I have like 5.4 behind.
Correct. Behind.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
That's going to be a fold. And Jasper Meyer continues to chip the F up.
Get your thongs out. We're going to town.
Both isn't. Sorry, the thong thing really threw me. Both his opponents with under 30 big blinds, 27 for Susor, 24 for Peters.
Maya on fire. Quite confident we're saying his surname wrong, but it's more fun if we stick with this. I love this tweet from Dorian. I swear this is the last time I am watching a live coverage of the EPT. Never again. Because what he's done there, Joe, is he's made himself sound like an angry complainer, but actually it's just a statement of fact.
It's just completely true. I like it. Well done. Don't let the fake laughter fool you. I did like the bit. All right, we've got ace on ace. Or as I like to call it, the... Can't remember the name of the movie.
All
Hands
right,
over.
Okay, no it isn't. David has folded his ace-6. Once again, the spider sense tingled. Oh man, I'm out. I missed my departure.
What happened?
I don't know. How do I go back? I'm so sorry. I really do apologize. Whoever I was just playing in a hand with. Oh, I got. Oh, see, that's great. I got it in with King Queen. Was called by Queen 10, and the guy hit a 10 on the flop and made himself 150 bucks. Well done to Chernik.
Cherny. All right.
There you go. See, dreams do come true, especially when there's 20 minutes to a break and I'm just shoving with any 2 cards.
I can't believe former EPT Grand Final winner Glenn Cherney.
Playing in the bounty bonus. You've got to boost that bankroll, whatever it takes.
Let's invest some of that money next time, buddy.
Live and learn, yeah? David Peters folds round to the blinds. And thong, 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 thong. Jasper folds. Can let you guys know that meanwhile in the high roller they are down to the final 9. William Kassouf still in. All you Kassouf fans, he is however short stacked. Don't forget the PokerStars blog covering that event if you want to try and keep tabs on what else is going on here in the poker room. Don says thanks for the last year, boys. I watch all of them live or replay. Always a pleasure to have you and your kind with us. Remind you, if you still want to play, you've got still a number of hours. It's 6:25 here in Prague. At 9:15 local time, we will have the free roll, the password, top left of your screen, Lundmark. Celebrating all things EPT as we wave goodbye to the European Poker Tour. Put it in a cupboard, give it a kick, and then as if by magic, when we open it in 2017, it will have transformed into the PokerStars Championship. We will kick things off in the Bahamas early January. Hope you will be able to join us for that. I imagine there'll be quite a hullabaloo, and by hullabaloo, I think we've bought 6 balloons and we've got a poster.
And I'm going to go holla.
And James will go blue.
Nah, it's always a big deal down in the Bahamas, so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be honest, anything that kicks off the brand new year is always an exciting thing. In this case, it actually kicks off the whole, well, not a season, but the year. But you know what I'm saying? It's like the beginning of a new cycle.
A new generation.
New generation.
2, 3, 4, 5 for David Peters. He's going nowhere.
Up and down on the overcard, the jack. Just depends how slowly he wants to play this. He has only got about 21 big blinds left behind right now with 20 minutes on the clock.
I know he's a real smart dude, but all I can picture him when he's tanking in these spots is just him in his head going, derp, derp.
One of those lizards you see on planet Earth, just blinking, and every now and then, like that tongue just comes out to moisten your lips.
But pure natural ability within.
Instinct.
That's right.
Just nothing but instinct. You cut his arm, there's no blood, just instinct pours out. It's like kind of an icky purple black glue substance. And now, David Peters has checked to Jesper Meyer, who is quite literally on fire.
No.
No, he
Not
is.
Literally.
Literally burning. I love using the word literally incorrectly because it really winds people up. I mean, he is look at him. He is literally bursting
Not
into flames.
On fire at all.
Literally scorching the felt around his arms.
None of those things. You mean metaphorically.
No, he is literally...
Even practically.
Literally squatting over his chips, laughing, pointing. Man, Jasper takes that one down despite all the reasons we could think that David Peters would be interested in that board. And now 25.8 million for Jasper. Let me just say that again, 25.8 million. The nearest opponent, 5.8. And David Peters, our shortest stack, 3.77 million.
David Peters under 20 big blinds. Nice bluff, Michael Zajac. I folded an ace to you.
Stephen wants to know, will the paraphernalia be on eBay tomorrow? I don't know. It does seem like there's a huge opportunity, but I know PokerStars do like their charity. There seems like there's a huge opportunity to make some extra funds for the various charities they support with all these bits and bobs that have been so integral to our presentations for the last 13 seasons. There's a lot of it, all different shapes and sizes that get rolled out to all the different venues that we go to. Hand 88, 20 minutes left in level 32. Queen 9 for Jasper as David Peters folds out his king high.
I feel like Myers just had like the perfect balance of exercising his right to be chip boss and raising and pushing and bullying, but without going too crazy with it, because we see oftentimes players don't know. It is a balancing act, you know. It's not just a show of brute force unless you're running super hot.
I agree entirely. Because you want to look at this guy and say he really needs to make the most of his big stack, and he kind of has been. But you don't want him to go, he's going to risk it all. He's going to risk it all if he keeps playing like this.
Right.
He is just absolutely on the money. And again, another cheeky pot. 26.4 million for Jasper.
Kicsit több, mint öt.
Taking his spinach tablet.
If you fold your big blind to me today, I will fold 2 big blinds to you on Tuesday.
Nice. And also being dealt some nice cards, some nice situations, and just his instincts literally bursting into flames with a slightly minty edge.
I guess I can't even really give you a hard time because apparently they changed the definition of the word literally in the dictionary to make it applicable for the way that people use it. So,
If
you
we
win
keep-
this round,
If we
Broughton.
keep getting it wrong enough, then they'll have to make it right.
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at it. Just soak that in. 26.7 million versus 5.4, 3.5. These two guys got together, made a syndicate. They still need many, many more people.
They have 9 million between the two of them, and Myers got almost 3 times that. Come on.
Really unbelievable display. I mean, the strange thing is yesterday when we got down to the final 6 players, and it was quite unexpected when David Lopez suddenly put us in that spot. We did look at those stacks and go, do you know what, boys and girls, get the sleeping bags ready. But whoever goes out next, if Jasper is the player that takes him out, I mean, it's going to be such a huge chip advantage.
You mean when David Lopez did this?
Yeah, that'll be the one. When he literally exploded, bricks and girders flying across the room, literally killing hundreds of people. He didn't. Blind on blind once again. An ace-9-3 double diamond flop helps nobody. David Peters still ahead with his queen. Check, check brings a king of diamonds. It's going to be a he who bets wins Rodney kind of scenario.
I was down for a full house.
Very hard to actually make, but yes.
Starting to wear me down in the bounty bonus tournament.
Check, check, and David Peters is going to win one. It's a small one, but it is a 1.
Does not get him back over 20 big blinds yet. That's a real small one.
Eust has missed entirely our hilarious play on Popeye, saying question for Joe and James. Hello. Who said I will pay you tomorrow for a burger today? That was the original Wimpy.
James.
My name's Nick, all right? Get it right.
Oh! How do you stay at the table and fold? Command?
I don't know. I've never got it right. I did it accidentally the other day, and I didn't actually want to, but I had to watch. David has folded here, round to Jasper. Small blind with the 5-3 off. See, this is great. I like this. He doesn't do it too often, but he does it enough. He's raised it to 775 with absolutely nothing. Makes it easier that his opponent has nothing, but define how good a hand you want to take on Jasper.
All right, I got bored. I'm probably getting it in bad here, but
yeah,
haven't won a pot for a while.
Where I kind of get.
We got outs. We didn't get there.
You're still in though.
I got 1,700 chips. That is.
I thought you said 17,000.
No.
Oh, sorry, I can't do the deal.
Well, this will be good. Everyone can fight over my bounty in this hand. Dang it. Now I feel dumb.
And here comes Jasper. 500,000 gets rid of Martin Zusor. David Peters with the Queen 6 off. Going to defend the big blind. He is really getting short here.
125th place.
Well done, Joes. 36 the other day. Whatever.
Oh, really?
34th, actually. Took a screenshot if you want proof. Man, Jasper is just kind of... It's getting scary now, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm feeling glad that he's on the other side of a camera, because right now I would fall to my knees. Just beg for mercy.
Just fold your body.
When the super beings come, I'll say, hi, I'm Matt, I'm a human. Please don't kill me. I'll do like any press releases or any any announcements you need. I have a rapport with the people of this planet. They say, but we have already selected Joe Stapleton. Say, no, it's very unpopular, very unpopular. Has great show reel, but actually...
Not very good.
Not so good, not so good.
Does not know how to tuck a shirt collar into a jacket.
But I think that's what makes you so charming.
The fact that I'm a pure mess.
That you kind of are presented as an adult, but deep down can barely dress yourself without assistance from an adult.
It's as if I finished getting dressed 1 second before they went, and go Stapes. Like they just pushed me out there. Get out there!
They went, it's 3 minutes to transmission, go wake him up. Go wake up the gimp. Somebody couldn't find the key to the padlock. Put him in a shirt, quickly. People are going to see this.
Tweet coming in from Felipe Mojave Ramos. Watching the last EPT in history, three-handed, and I'm very emotional. Hang in there, buddy.
I get the feeling Felipe, whenever he comes on the stream, he earns himself about 100,000 new fans, because he's such a smart and lovely bloke.
Likeable guy.
He just gives exactly what you would want. He's approachable, he answers everyone's questions, he knows what he's talking about when he answers, and he still has that glint in his eye, just loves the game. Such a good guy.
Susor's finally got a hand, something he can play back at Meyer with. Let's see how he handles it.
The other thing to bear in mind is because no deal was done, such a huge jump for the two short stacks right now. Third place advertised pay of 397,300 euros. Jumped to 554,700 for second place. So a huge, huge difference. You think, well, if we just all are destined to burn in the fire of Jasper, can I go last? Because at least I'll make more money. Remembering these guys nearly did a deal where they all got around 560, 530. To go home with less than 400,000, you got to feel that as a real burn.
I would imagine that making some kind of mistake that puts you out in third place when you could have held on for second is something that you don't forget about for a long time.
Yeah. Yep.
Mullen.
Well, I think this is going to be easy. Yep, and Jasper's not going to hang about.
Fight back.
The thing is, Jasper doesn't even need to like kind of sell in anything at this point. He doesn't have to pause.
Nope.
Because of course he's going to do this all the time. Of course he's going to do this super wide. The guy has got all the chips in the world, so he doesn't have to go, let me just think about this for 5 minutes and then fold. It's like, well, what do you expect? I've got 132 big blinds, guys.
I'm not gonna lie here, guys. I'm raising a lot of garbage. I'm just gonna tell you right now, straight up. I almost never have a hand, but look at all these chips. What am I supposed to do?
I am gonna buy you, and I'm gonna buy you. Joe wants to know if there's any bounties on us in the free roll. No, the free roll is, as always, just the free roll. 2,000 bucks in added money. Don't forget, password top left of your screen, London mark, all one word. And that starts at 9:15 here, Central European time, where it is currently 18:39.
You have like 3.2.
3.4 total.
Okay.
A little less than that we have them on, but close enough.
Well, here's the big blind. He's got some of his chips invested.
Right, that's probably exactly it. I apologize wholeheartedly.
Don't apologize, Joe. Just don't do it in the first place. Queen 9-5. Doesn't hit anybody directly, and David Peters is still ahead with his king high.
Unless I had just counted my chips, there's no way I could have answered that accurately that quickly. Like, I wonder if David Peters just constantly knows how many chips he has, because I'd be like, this many?
Yeah, I would have to go, well, give me a couple of minutes to count these. How much are the blue ones worth again?
Hold on. Even if I had just counted, I'd be like, I forget.
I don't want to be wrong, so let me just double check for you. Incidentally, in the next break, get to see another part of EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
David Peters does have the not-nothing here. I wouldn't be super surprised to see him call, except for the fact that he has 16 big blinds.
I mean, that's the problem, is he now is in the danger zone.
Danger zone, although I think he can call and get a cheap showdown a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of this spot. At least you call here, you're going to get the river, that's going to close up the cards, and then the call may just slow things down enough that this is your last real hand to muck about with.
But no. So Trade Paperback asks, what will happen to all the ex-EPT chips that were used for previous tournaments? First of all, these chips are going over. They're not EPT branded chips. They just say PokerStars on them, so we're not getting rid of those. However, old chip sets in the past, what they do is they stick them up the PokerStars Fat Cat's ass, and it's so tight that out comes Stars coins. And that's where all your Stars coins come from.
I wondered where the Stars coins came from.
Yeah, that's where Stars coin come from. The tight ass of the PokerStars Fat Cat.
Wow. Just pressing out buttons. Huh. Okay, well, we've got 6 minutes left on this level. Again, just to remind you where we are, we've got 6 minutes left here at 100,000, 200,000, 25K ante. Right now, it's all about Jasper Meyer. But we're going to start this action with Martin Zusor. Second in chips with the King 9, just going to call. King 3 suited for the short stack David Peters. Hoping to see a flop cheap. Is Jasper going to let them do it? He is. The big blind, the 3-4 off.
All right, family pot.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen all three players in a pot for a while. It's King High,
Wow.
King 9 deuce with 2 spades, massive connection.
This could be really bad for David Peters. How do you not lose more chips on this hand? I mean, you have top pair, you can't fold it. You got 15 big blinds. If he folds this, that'll be incredible. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Yeah, can't fold.
Yeah, Jasper gets out of the way. Five of clubs on the turn. 1.325 million in the middle. David Peters checks.
I mean, they can't even chop at this point. I will just bow down to David Peters if he somehow doesn't go broke on this hand.
So it was a better 325,000 post-flop. Martin Zizor firing out 675 here. What's the noise that you think's going on in Peter's head?
Derp.
That's it. Couldn't remember.
Derp. Like a heartbeat, but only for his brain. His brain beat.
Like the Enigma machine. Just a couple of little spinning reels.
All right, so Peters calls twice now. I mean, some folks can call soul read, but that's when they have a ton of chips.
And just 2 million behind for David Peters now.
Oh, you know what? Maybe Susur just checks behind. No, that doesn't happen. Not with two pair.
I don't think so.
This is crazy.
Splat.
Puts David Peters all in.
An emotional response. He hates it, but he loves it, but he hates it.
That's exactly 2 million, which is exactly what David Peters had behind. The most animated I've ever seen this guy.
Yeah.
No need to hide his disgust now. He's just thinking to himself, how do I fold top pair? But everything about this hand reeks of strength. And the 10 is not super helpful either. Now spades missed, but some semi-bluffs just came in, like the queen-jack gut shot got there.
Yeah, just remind you, there was no betting pre-flop, and then it's been all Martin all the way since that flop.
Jones on Twitch says he has emotions.
Yep. Oh yeah, you can bet that this means the absolute world to David Peters, but right now all of his focus on one task and one task alone.
I mean, how many people just shrug, get it in right now, like already?
Oh, billions. Billions of humans across the planet just went, call.
Man, if he can somehow get away from this.
I mean, it'll leave him short, but he will at least still be around. But I don't know how you get away from this. Coming up to a couple of minutes on the decision.
I wonder why he just called though, if he wasn't going to give himself the opportunity to reevaluate on the river.
Maybe he was just so convinced he'd get a cheap shot.
Wow, what a fold!
One shot, they will know it.
That was sick, man.
Okay, pick
Folds
one.
top
We can pick
pair,
one.
leaves himself with 9 big blinds, but he's right.
The one on top.
That's incredible.
How does he do it?
Okay.
And I think Martin there showed the 9. Cheeky.
I mean, there's a really good chance he still finishes third, but he's going to see another hand at least.
Yeah, and probably
You didn't
only
wanna
one
see.
more hand because
That was a good one to see. Ah, that was a good one to see.
the clock shows 35 seconds left on this level before the next break. And a nation
beer,
celebrates. Pretty sure all of Hungary are here, apart from a few people that couldn't get time off work. And this one starts with the button of David Peters. He is all in. Don't yet know what his cards are. Ace Queen, well, that's kind of convenient.
Nice hand to pick up. And all right, well, he's going to be back up over 10 big blinds as we head to this break.
And as Hungary celebrate having a player with just under 30 big blinds, we see it's David Peters, the short stack after that incredible fold, but still with us. 2.3 million, 7.3 million for Martin, and Jasper Mayer top of this with 26 plus. We'll see you in a few minutes here on EPT Live.
One of them loves the EPT, knows it inside out, and would do anything for the European Poker Tour. The other one is Joe Stapleton. It's Superfan versus Stapes.
For the last time ever.
No, we're going to keep
Superfan. I know, but we're not playing that sound effect
That's
anymore.
True. That's true.
That's the last time. Maybe we could sell it. Like an EPT garage sale. We thought of doing that? Anyway.
That would be the worst ringtone ever. Excuse me, that's my wife. One of them, what?
Can we welcome to EPT Not Live a member of the EPT graphics team, Graphical Hugh, aka Hugh Reese,
Can we welcome Graphical Hugh?
Oh, it's nice.
Welcome.
Thank you, boys.
I love Hugh so much. Such a sweet dude. Yes, buddy, come on. And he really is a super fan. Like, Hugh, during every tournament break, when we come off the air, is always like, oh, really funny, mate. Always patting me on the back. Always giving me the encouragement I need.
You boys are funny. You keep us going in the gallery. You know, it's a hard job. And, yeah, you keep us going. Your comedy's good. Your comedy's good.
And James, very good.
Hugh, you are the longest serving member of the graphics team because you've been with us for a whole season.
The infamous graphics crew.
We basically did say that being a member of Team Graphics is like being the drummer in Spinal Tap. We kind of like, you know...
You all choke on your own vomit.
And also, this man is one of those who has fallen sick in the last few days, but he has not left his post. He has been there, clicking those buttons.
Now, see...
I'm going down with the ship.
We could potentially have a very... tenuous relation. Tenuous, is that a word? Tenuous relationship?
Yeah, it's a
tense relationship with graphics, because sometimes there's graphics mistakes, and James really likes to hammer on the graphics mistakes. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, dude, these guys could make us look so bad if they wanted to. I tend to not be that hard on the mistakes because I'm like, they just put the wrong information up all the time. We'll look like absolute dicks.
It's really, we had one yesterday. We had a complete wrong player. But
yeah.
We get the information, we put it in, and then we look at him and go, that guy's clearly not American. He's clearly not that guy.
Or it's blonde hair, blue. And that guy's not Abdul Muhammad Mustafa. That is definitely, look, I'm not being racist here, but that is clearly Frederick.
Exactly. So we just swap it last minute and go, hope nobody noticed.
But look,
I think it makes things interesting when there's a mistake from time to time. Gives us something to talk
I mean,
about.
that's why we do it.
I will hammer on typos and poor punctuation because I think that's justified. Most of the time, look, mistakes happen, right, all the time. But, and I think you pointed this out when we were doing one of the final tables at the start of Prague, Joe, you compare our graphics to, like, certain other TV shows and live
any
streams.
other one.
And, no, the work you guys do is absolutely top-notch. It's
It
a combination
really is.
of good technology and good people.
It's a good crew. Everyone works really hard. It's, as Ricky Gervais says, it's my best Ricky Gervais impression.
I was going to send a basket of apology kittens, too, just to say sorry if we've ever been too hard on the graphics on the air. Before we get to the films of Tom Hanks, I wanted to do my Tom Hanks impression.
This has been built up so much. This had better be good.
So this is my impression of Tom Hanks in my impression of Tom Hanks in Big. This is my impression of Tom Hanks in Bachelor Party. You guys don't remember the Tom Hanks dance? Wow, that is James has found me unamusing many times throughout our partnership. That is the least amused I've ever seen.
I don't know what he's referencing. Is it just me?
I was hoping. I thought if I just keep smiling, like
Hugh's going to back me up no matter what.
He does do that. He does a little.
It's
Yeah,
so kind.
I'm listening
so
to music.
kind.
Fine, whatever.
He didn't do that in Road to Perdition.
No, he sure didn't. James only prefers the serious Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
Tom Hanks and the Man with One Red Shoe.
Bridge of Spies.
Hugh's already had my Forrest Gump rant, and I'm not going to repeat it now.
God.
All right, let's do it. Let's get to the game.
Okay.
Superfan versus State.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Hugh.
How many times have you won this, and how many times have you lost, Superfan?
Sorry. I said
that's so much
68
better.
too. Oh, God.
I gave you 3 more victories.
It doesn't matter. It's close. I would have rather just been right than had 3 more victories.
The problem is you are very rarely right, which is why you're 65-5.
You've been studying, right? You've been watching a Tom Hanks movie every day for the last
35 years.
Just for this occasion.
This is the biggest moment of my life.
Oh, Hugh.
Well, I really wanted to try and change this up. For the last, under the guise of EPT Not Live, I thought the one thing that has always been true is that Joe very rarely scores a point.
So I have created a first round where there are 28 points available in just the first round.
God.
I've got to keep score on this.
You might want to flip over to the blank side of that page.
So I'm going to start, again, completely flip things on its head. We're going to start with the quick fire round with 28 points available. This is Tom Hanks' Tash or No Tash.
Oh.
I'm going to give you a character name.
Okay.
You get a point for telling me the film and a point for telling me whether he had a tash or no tash. And actually, by tash, that might mean facial hair.
Okay, so it's not specific to mustache.
Correct.
Facial fuzz, basically.
Facial fuzz.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So
let's get through this.
And in fact, who do you want to start? Just to make sure it's completely random.
Hugh starts, please.
Hugh starts. Victor Novoski.
Oh,
Film.
The Terminal?
Yes. Tash or no tash?
Tash.
Nah. That was the new sting.
That was the new sting. Don't do that.
There we go.
All right, Joe.
Use different fingers, different hands.
The Conductor. Film.
The Conductor is the Polar Express.
Tash or no tash?
Tash.
Correct.
Woo!
Joe's up.
I've got twice as many points as you.
Okay, Hugh. Carl Hanratty.
I don't know. I'm going to have to go. Lady Killers? No.
No. Catch Me If You Can. Tash or no tash?
Oh, there's a film I haven't seen in a while. I'm going to say Tash.
No tash.
No, he's not.
Catch Me If You Can, Hugh.
Oh, this is not looking good for me.
Joe. Paul Edgecombe.
Paul Edgecombe. Joe versus the volcano.
It was The Green Mile. Tash or no tash?
Tash.
No tash.
Green Mile sucked, by the way.
Walt Disney. Film.
Saving Mr. Banks.
Yes. Tash or no tash?
Tash.
Tash.
Oh, boy,
Correct.
it's all tied up.
Hugh takes the lead, 3-2.
I'm not even right about what the score is.
Captain Miller.
Captain Miller is from Captain Phillips.
No. Saving Private Ryan. Tash or no tash?
Tash.
No tash. Robert Langdon.
Pretty sure it had a 5 o'clock shadow in that
Da
movie at
Vinci
one point.
Code. Whichever one. Angels, Demons.
Angels or Demons. Tash or no tash?
No Tash.
Correct. Richard Phillips.
Captain Phillips.
Yes.
Finally.
Tash or no tash?
Tash.
Yes, had a goatee.
5-4 the score.
Michael Sullivan.
Oh, feel like I know that. I feel like I know that.
Well, you don't sound like you do.
This is what happens during the day, everyone, as well. I get berated by these three. Michael Sullivan. So Bridge of Spies. No.
No, Road to Perdition.
Yes.
Tash or no tash?
Tash.
Yes, he actually has a very full stubble beard with quite a lot of tash. Chesley Sullenberger.
That is from Sully.
Yes.
I was trying to think of the name.
Tash or no tash?
Tash.
Yes.
Tied game, 6-2.
Tash.
Dermot Hoggins.
Oh,
Film.
don't know. Bachelor Party.
No, Cloud Atlas.
Oops, sorry.
I've not seen it.
Tash or no tash? You've not seen it?
No, it's the only film I refuse to watch.
Cloud Atlas is like a 17-hour-long movie. Who has seen it?
I haven't. Fans of Tom Hanks, one would imagine.
He plays like 7 characters.
Exactly. Tash or no tash?
Oh, Tash.
Yes.
One of them's got to have a tash.
Yeah.
Gangster goatee. Henry Goose. Film.
Henry Goose, the man with one red shoe.
No, Cloud Atlas again. See what I did there? Tash or no tash?
No tash.
He has a huge crazy beard. Okay. just
I get your
two
point
more
there.
of these quick fire ones. Chuck Noland.
Chuck Nolan. It's an 80s film. It's I'm gone blank. It's so obvious.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Splash. It's not.
No, Castaway.
Castaway. Of course
Tash or,
it is.
tash or no tash?
Well,
For the majority of the film.
no Tash.
Here, I'll just give it to
What,
him.
the guy on the desert island?
You confused him.
That is just going to have a huge beard, isn't he?
Oh,
Like a
yeah,
huge
Tash.
mustache.
Yeah.
Tash.
Am I giving him the point?
I don't think you should.
No, I don't think you should. I lost my way.
And the last of this.
Poor you. What
This has been,
happened? How did you not know that Tom Hanks has facial hair in Castaway?
I mean,
I've let myself down, really, coming on here.
just all he has is a volleyball and a full shaving kit and mirror. Who could forget that scene every morning? Right, last one. Rick Haskell.
Sleepless in Seattle.
Bachelor Party. You said you only just watched it.
I mean, a year ago.
Oh, okay. Tash or no Tash?
No Tash.
Correct.
Nah, it's 80s Tom Hanks.
Okay,
God,
the game is tied
Never
at
touch.
7-all.
Perfect. We're tied.
See? 7-all. See, at least we got through the first round. It was much slower than I expected.
Out of a total of 28 points, we got 14 between
Okay,
the two of
We
us.
need to decide how many questions we're going to do, because otherwise we're going to run long.
Oh, man, well, we're going to do all of them because I spent ages on
Let's
it. Right.
do it.
Okay, in which Tom Hanks film did he play a real person rather than a fictional character for the first time?
I'm going to go with Saving Mr. Banks.
Incorrect. It was Captain Phillips. At the end of Castaway, when Hanks's character Chuck Noland is delivering the unopened package to the artist who sent it, which song is playing in his car? Is it the Carpenters' Please Mr. Postman, Stevie Wonder's Sign Still Delivered, Elvis Presley's Return to Sender, or Bobby Vinton's Sealed with a Kiss?
Return to Sender, Elvis.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Joe takes the lead.
Nice.
Including short films, how many times has Tom Hanks supplied the voice of Woody the Cowboy?
You're talking 8.
Correct.
Wow. Holy
I was going to ask you to name them for a bonus point, but we haven't got enough time. Tom Hanks was the first choice to play the lead in Big, but was originally unavailable due to scheduling conflicts. Who was then offered the role, but later dumped due to his salary demands? Robert De Niro, Tom Cruise, Al Pacino, Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner.
Incorrect. It was Robert De Niro. Bonus point, though. How much did he demand?
$10 million.
$6 million.
The game is tied. I suggest we go to sudden death.
Okay. Can you name me the 4 film collaborations between actor Tom Hanks and director Steven Spielberg?
Bridge of Spies, Sim Private Ryan. Oh my God, I'm stuck. Can I name 2? And if he can't name 2,
don't start twisting the rules.
Does he get a point per answer, or does he have to get all 4?
He has to get all 4 of them.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's tough.
He told me he was a super fan of Tom Hanks.
Oh, I'm out. We're just going to waste time.
Okay.
Catch Me If You Can.
Catch Me If You Can.
And Schindler's List.
Oh.
Nailed it.
No.
No, he was.
All right.
Tom Hanks isn't it? I've never seen Schindler's List. I just assumed Tom Hanks was in it.
That's Liam Neeson.
Oh.
In which
similar.
film are Tom Hanks's balls entirely CGI?
What?
What's the one where he's riding the scooter with Julia Roberts? That one.
I don't know.
I don't know what film you're referring to.
Neither do I.
Just gonna go ahead and press that button.
Forrest Gump. It's the the table tennis.
Still a sudden death.
Yeah.
Come on.
Jesus Christ. Okay. When Chuck, you remember the bearded character in Castaway, creates fire, he sings a song in celebration. Does he sing Light My Fire by the Doors, Fire by Arthur Brown, Burn Baby Burn from Disco Inferno by the Tramps, or Hot Stuff by Donna Summers?
I can't remember, but I'd really hope it's Burn Baby Burn.
Isn't. Jesus
I
Christ.
really wish.
Joe, if you
go.
get this next question right, you've won the game.
Well, I think Hugh gets the rebuttal. If Hugh gets it wrong, then I win.
No, it's sudden death. He's had his question.
Yeah,
That's
I
your
see.
question.
Okay.
According to the last line of Big Shimmy Shimmy Cocoa Pop rap,
Yep.
how many times do you sock me in the stomach? Is it 2 more times, 3 more times, 4 more times, or 5 more times?
I think it socked me in the stomach 3 more times.
Yes!
Correct.
Correct.
Joe Stapleton
She said a Triscuit, a biscuit.
finally
Ice cream,
wins the
soda
game.
pop, vanilla.
Of course, I had to beat Hugh, the only person who's ever been on the show that I like.
That's why I was invited on to lose.
It was close, though. It did come down to sudden death. But anyway, you do get the pleasure and the privilege of still sitting at this table while we finally reveal the new name of the podcast.
You get to
Of
keep
course, this is the last EPT. The show will no longer be called EPT Not Live. This is what you'll be hearing in January 2017.
I invite you to not look, but listen.
You've seen their TV shows. You've watched their webcasts. Now, the boys invite you to Poker in the Ears.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to Poker in the Ears. I'm Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton. That's Hugh.
So wrong.
That's Matt Broughton. That's James Hardigan. We did not come up with that strictly on our own. We do have a prize to give away to 2 viewers who came up with something very similar
Yes.
to help us out. Peter
Now,
Blow.
just very quickly.
Yes.
Several people suggested Poker in Your Ears. Pete was the first. So for suggesting Poker in Your Ears, and granted, it's not 100% right, but we are going to give Pete $70 in honor of the 70 episodes of EPT Not Live. And also, when we do the Envision version, it will be Poker in the Ears and Eyes.
And Eyes.
So Pete gets $70 for that one. But
And it was a tag team between Pete
and Tony Turner Alvarez, who did say Poker in the Ear, and Tony defended her entry of being the rather than your. Poker in the Ear implies a podcast with humor. Poker in your ears implies just poker. So between them, we combine Pete and Tony Turner Alvarez's suggestions. Tony, you can't have $T because you're in the United States, but you will get the EPT commemorative book and an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hoodie.
There it is, everybody. We're still working on the one with Matt Broughton because it looked a little too much like Matt, unfortunately, so we had to have him taken out and photoshopped again. Poker in the Ears, thank you to everyone who contributed to the new titles of the show, Pete and Tony specifically. Thank you very much. Now, we will be pokering you in the ears from the PokerStars Championship
And
Bahamas
Eyes.
and Eyes. That's right. So the next time you will see and hear us is from the Bahamas. We're taking a few weeks off between now and then. Now, we were going to have Luca Pagano on the show, but of course, you know, James fell ill. We couldn't have him on. We lost him because he had to take off yesterday. Now, the editors, the editors made a really nice video of some of Luca's best moments that we were going to play for on the show here, and I just wanted to show everyone a clip of it real quick.
Well, Luca Pagano's done very well in EPT, but this could be the last card he's seeing in Dublin. He's also a favourite of ours, and the Kings stand up.
Okay, now, this is way too serious for me. It's wonderful. It's lovely. He really deserves this. Unfortunately, I wasn't going to let him get off this easy on the show. I made my own cut of it. Now, do you guys remember Pagano events, a.k.a. pagan events?
Yeah.
I had a little fun with mashing up pagan events. This is how we're going to close out the show, everybody. We'll see you in 2017 from the PokerStars Championship Bahamas. Smell you later.
Okay. Well, Luca Pagano's done very well in EPT, but this could be the last card he's seeing.
Waking up the dream of waking up the demons who bring us nothing but pain. The reality's changing, but I don't seem to have left the room. You bought Bronco. The scream's so silent, no one can hear a damn thing.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, the last EPT of all time. The final three players competing for the trophy and the first prize of €774,000. I am James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. A marathon three-handed session. Jasper Meyer with nearly 3 times the chips of everyone else at the table.
Yeah, Maya has 104 big blinds, 26 million. Martin Suzor from Hungary with 29 bigs. David Peters down to 9 big blinds. We now kick off the first of the 75-minute blind levels. This is level 33 of the main event. 125,000, 250,000 with a 25K ante.
75 minutes.
And this is hand number 98 of the tournament.
Mullen.
Martin Suzor shoves small to big, and David Peters calls all in. And it's Domination Nation.
Wow.
Peters ahead with King 9.
That is unlucky. I mean, lucky for David Peters, but unlucky for Martin Suzor.
So Peters, a 72% favorite to double up and survive. If Susor gets lucky here, Peters will be out in third place. King 9 holding. 3 cards for David Peters to fade. Diamonds are not a factor. Still 3 outs for Susor. Peters now a 93% favorite. He doubles up.
And all this is just fantastic news for Jasper Meyer, who now has 2 opponents with around 20 and 18 big blinds.
Roughly 20 big blinds each, 100 bigs for the chip leader. The last 3 players from the 1,192 who started. Everyone now guaranteed the better part of 400,000 euros, with more than $750,000 up top, plus the last EPT trophy ever. Scott Belzer says, Stapes, can we make pagan events an actual thing?
Not on my watch. That stuff scares me. Do you know how terrifying it was making that video? Okay, I didn't exactly make all of that video. We had some crackerjack editors do it, but still, some weird stuff.
Daniel on Twitter, the hashtag, by the way, still EPT Live for today. The past 13 seasons, what a show. And if it wasn't for that San Remo event, I would never have got into poker. And yes, I still haven't recovered from the 21 beers I had while watching Jack Salter play heads up.
What, that San Remo? The Livery one? Oh, Vicky. Sure.
Stella says, great to be off this morning, watching EPT Live. Making history, the very last European Poker Tour event. Glad it's going global. Yeah, remember that this is a celebration as well, as we give birth to the PokerStars Championship. So we've only seen one of David Peters' cards here. Susor has limped on the button.
It's a good one.
David's in the small blind with a king of clubs.
I'm really nervous for these guys. I don't always get... Oh, boy.
Peters shoves for 4.7 million, and both players pass.
Susor decides he doesn't want to go round 2. Probably for the best. King 10.
And that brings us to hand 100 of this final table.
It's 25.
Yeah.
And it's not that late in the day, Joe. It's only 7:15 local time.
Well, it's much earlier on the West Coast of the United States.
It feels like an eternity ago that we lost Sam Cohen.
It does, yeah. And that was like on the 3rd hand of the day. I mean, technically, James, it was 97 hands ago, which in poker years is maybe an eternity.
I guess, and it was the better part of 6 hours ago now. Well, you mentioned the West Coast of the US. Let's bring in our next guest commentator. We were hoping he would join us yesterday, but play finished earlier than we were expecting with that amazing hand involving Lopez that ended the day. We welcome, from Las Vegas, from Team PokerStars Pro, Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Hi, Daniel.
Daniel, so glad you could be with us to celebrate 13 seasons of the EPT and send the tour off in style.
Well, it's nice to see that we have a familiar face there that I know quite well in the Silent Assassin, David Peters, doing his thing.
Yeah, I mean, at one point he had the monster chip lead. Now he is a short stack, fewer than 20 big blinds. This guy, Jasper Meyer, has such a stranglehold on this final table now. 100 bigs, 3-handed.
All in.
Shoves on both of his opponents. Martin Susor in the small blind has ace-8.
Uh-oh. Daniel, for 17 big blinds, do you call this?
Well, see, me personally, I probably make this call because I don't really factor in ICM calculations, which means to say that, you know, I don't really care if I come second or third, I'm trying to win. So with ace-8, you know, there's a good chance that you have the best hand here. With 17 big blinds, I would take the gamble, but especially because it's three-handed and go for it. But from an ICM perspective, I think you're probably supposed to fold.
And just to clarify the difference in the payouts, 397k for third, 554k for second. Suzor calls all in, Peters folds, and Meyer sees that his opponent has him dominated. The Hungarians are loving it.
We have not seen a misstep from Meyer in hours.
Yeah, and this isn't one either. You know, any ace on the button, three-handed with a chip lead the way that he has, it's not a misstep.
We'll say this. We haven't seen any cracks in Meyer for hours. How about that?
Fair enough.
There's an 8 on the flop.
Yeah, Daniel, I'm glad you clarified that. I was trying to more say bad timing than a mistake.
And that's a double up for Suzor. The man looking to become Hungary's first EPT winner. Doubles up through the chip leader. That changes things. Suzor now on 36 bigs. Meyer drops down to 86 bigs. Obviously still the dominant force.
Yeah, he's been over 100 big blinds for the last, at least level, entire level.
4-4-25? 4-4-25.
So Suzor was ahead pre-flop. He didn't need to actually hit the flop, but he hit it hard, tearing his 8.
And Hungary goes crazy. Daniel, what do you think about the cheering on the rail? A lot of folks on Twitch not happy about it. I think it's fine. What do you think?
How can people not be happy about people being excited about poker? I don't understand that logic. What? That's a cool thing. You know, they're there to root for their buddy. And I mean, as long as they're not being excessively loud during the play of the hand in terms of when people are thinking, I don't see a problem with it.
Just want to quickly address one comment on Twitter, which came in during the break. And I actually asked this guy for clarification, but he hasn't replied. Chris Glover said, could someone tell Mr. Stapleton that even if Peters wins, the US will not be even with the UK? After the correction, the UK should be 2 ahead. I don't quite see how that works. We mentioned that Steve O'Dwyer is Irish, therefore America loses a win, therefore the UK is 1 ahead. I hope that Chris Glover is not making Ireland part of the United Kingdom. Because then he would have made that classic mistake of trying to be a know-it-all and not being right.
It's the #1 rule to being a know-it-all. Be right.
Peters with ace-9 on the button. So this is a guy who's had quite a year, right, Daniel?
Absolutely, and he's going all in, and he's just wasting time at this point, which is pretty common for the Silent Assassin. He's like, I can't imagine there's any other play that he would make in this spot with, oh, he's just going to come in for a standard raise. Okay.
Imagine this. He limps the button.
Oh, never mind. What the heck? I didn't see that one coming. Definitely a peculiar play with a hand like ace-9 to let 2 players into it when you're pretty far behind in chips, and it's a hand that, you know, should pick up the blinds and antes pretty consistently.
So in an unraised pot, we're going 3-way to the flop. And it's the chip leader who flops best as Meyer pairs his 6.
Like, frankly, I think at this spot where with his chip stack, he's much better going all in than limping with a hand like this. I mean, if you're deeper, you want to add some limps, you know, I can see that, so the value of that. But on a short stack, he's going to put himself in a spot where he kind of needs to hit the flop, and he hasn't, and he's just going to, you know, he's going to lose his pot as it turns out.
Yeah, well, everyone check the flop, and we get the king on the turn, which sees Suzor become a 4-1 favorite to win the hand. Chip denominations, by the way, greens are 25k. The black and blues are worth 100k, and those red chips, they're worth 500k each.
And everybody who started with a worse hand has got a bigger piece of this than David Peters. Daniel, you think he was probably trying to trap pre-flop?
Well, yeah, a little bit, but I think the only reason you could really justify what he's doing is if he really thinks he has a very big advantage post-flop in terms of his skill set versus his opponent's skill set. Otherwise, I think that, the standard play there, if he's under 20 big blinds, was to go all in or, at least raise on the button and not just limp and let, two players get a free flop.
Couple of tweets, one from a long-time EPT fan. Christian Faulkner says, had to watch the last final table of the last EPT back here in Florida. Glad I tuned in time. And a question for DNX from Martin Kendall. Daniel, with the, let's describe it as the shift in the political spectrum in the USA, will you be moving to Canada in 2017?
No, I never said that I was moving. I was just going to be disappointed if it ended up the way that it did, and I am. But no, I have no plans on moving and never did.
And a question from Chris Manuel. Daniel, what is your favorite personal EPT moment?
I guess for me personally, it would have to be the EPT Grand Final where we had a star-studded final table that I was at, and I came in fourth with Johnny Laud and Steve O'Dwyer and the likes. And
that was a good one.
Really, yeah, I mean, I had a good shot. I had shot at the chip lead with queens against Johnny Laud's nines and lost that pot. But overall, I enjoyed the experience. And it's rare that you see in an EPT main event, the entire final table being, names that you know.
We did call it the greatest, at the very least, EPT final table of all time. Especially in the modern era with gigantic field size, you just don't really see star-studded tables like that anymore.
That was at the conclusion of EPT Season 9, and it's never been bettered. So Suzor limped the small, David Peters raises from the big with ace-10, and Suzor folds.
Daniel, you couching it these days? You getting some good couch time in?
Well, I happen to be on that couch. That's my very special man cave at the moment. And I did have some good couch time this weekend. Started on some shows. I watched the first episode of Black Mirror last night, and I was just like, it was so weird. It was funny to me.
Did you start at the beginning of Season 1, or are you watching the new season?
I watched the one with the pig.
The very first episode, yeah, that's...
Yeah.
That's erotic, I think, is what you were looking for, James.
No, it's actually one of the most disturbing hours of television I think I've ever watched.
Well, how do you think Daniel feels? He's a vegan. He doesn't even eat pig.
Well, he wasn't eating the pig.
No. Stick with it, Daniel. It's one of the best things on TV.
I will, I promise.
Suzor opens on the button with Jack-8. We've got David Peters with ace-queen in the small blind.
Okay, so in this point, I'd be surprised if he does anything other than go all in against the button raise. This hand is way too strong. You can get it in here with ace-queen against hands that you actually have dominated. If his opponent has ace-jack or ace-10, he's probably going to call, and you're in really good shape against those hands.
Oh boy.
Peters does move all in. Meyer has ace-10 suited in the big blind.
Oh boy.
I think he can fold here. It's a close one. He knows Peter's not bluffing here. He's going to have some kind of a hand. And, unless if he's up against a smaller pair, he's flipping a coin. If he's up against a hand like ace-9, ace-8, there's very specific hands that he's okay against. But overall, against the range of hands Peters has, I think it's a really good fold there with the ace-10.
Daniel, answer a fish question for me, please. Assuming that we were still waiting for him to make the decision, how big of a factor, how big of a difference is it that it's suited?
Really small, frankly. When you have a suited hand, that really helps you in spots where you're deep stacked, and you can see flops, and added flush draws on the flop or the turn will win you some pots where you don't actually pair or make the flush, where you can simply just play more aggressively and pick up some pots. But when you're playing what we call hot and cold, all in before the flop, it's very minimal percentage points that it adds to the value of your hand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Meyer has king-jack in the small blind.
Well, now Meyer's dealing with a big blind who isn't, as short as he once was, so he doesn't have the ability to just bully, shove all in anymore. He's going to have to play some post-flop poker.
Well, there's something we can tell you, Daniel, from the last level. This guy is very good at playing post-flop poker. Not saying that Zuzor's any slouch either.
Yeah, with Zuzor's hand in position, I think this is actually a tough spot because he's raised it a little more than 3 times the blind, it looks like. And, he is going to call in position, and I like this call. I don't think you should be folding too often against a small blind raise.
Both players missed the flop.
This is a pot that Zuzor could still win. Meyer bets here. If he decides to make the call, he could represent a 9 or 5 or something along those lines and maybe just call on the flop, and then bet the turn if it's checked to him.
Such a scary prospect calling here with no pair, no real draw.
Well, it's just unlikely that Meyer has a pair either at this point, right? He raised before the flop, and he may have a deuce or a 5 or a 9 in his hand, but it's less likely than him having one. It's also unlikely that he actually has a pair at this point, so it's most likely looking at ace high or king high. So if Zuzor wanted to get frisky there, that could have been an opportunity to do that, but I don't mind the fold either. He didn't have anything at all, so.
There hasn't been a lot of getting frisky up against Meyer at all, really. David Peters was getting a little creative before he was completely handcuffed by being short stacked, but for the most part, these guys have been letting Meyer do what he's been doing.
Well, yeah, a lot of the time, obviously, your stack size, plays into that. When you get short, you don't have as much room to do things that, are risky, like, calling on the flop with nothing with the intent of making another sizable bet on the turn, try to steal the pot. So the safer play with Jack-8 is to fold, again, unless you have some sort of read on your opponent where you might think, okay, this is really going to work.
You're like 5, right? A bit more.
5.6.
Okay.
Just very quickly, Gabe has got in touch on Twitter. He says, Stapes, James, remember me, the Van Wilder superfan? I just want to say good luck to Martin and go Hungary. Talking of Hungary, we are getting close to the dinner break. It will be at the end of this level.
He did it.
Ace-4 against Jack-7 here, unraised pre.
This is a spot where Peters should win this pot with a bet on the flop.
Well, Zuzor's not going to give him the chance.
Well, he's not going to win it on this flop. I can't imagine David just folding an ace high on a paired board with a couple draws there and just giving his opponent credit for trips or 2 pair.
You
Very
are
small
correct,
bet.
sir.
10 on the turn.
So still no pair, no draw for anybody. Ace high, the best hand. That belongs to David Peters. There we go.
Optimus Clang will put your question to Daniel Negreanu after the conclusion of this hand, which has seen Zuzor check the turn.
So Peters has a couple things to think about here. He can just, he can bet to try to protect his ace high against some sort of draw, or play it safely and take the free card. And unfortunately for him, he chose the safe route, which turned out to be not so safe.
Zuzor pairs his jack, and if he goes for value here, Daniel, do you think Peters is going to pay him off with ace high?
I think you have to. I really do, because, you got to wonder, is he really betting a 5, in this spot? Probably not. So, how does he have a jack in his hand when he bets flop? It's just very, there's a lot more hands that you can probably beat, like 7-8, missed clubs or things like that. So with a hand like ace high, depending on the size of the bet, I think he's got a call here. He did call on the flop, played it safe on the turn by checking, and I think that sets him up so that he can make a cheaper call on the river, but
it's a sizable bet.
It's going to cost him.
775,000 into just over $1 million.
Daniel, I've seen David Peters make so few bad river calls, and I don't mean bad as in like, calls he shouldn't make, but just like incorrect ones. And he folded top pair on the river when he left himself with 10 big blinds right before the end of the last level. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, this one's interesting because I wonder if the bet size is a little too big here. It's it's making it a little more difficult for Peters to call. And you know, Souzer has to think to himself, like, what am I getting called by here? Like, what kind of hands do I have? If he has an ace-high type hand, maybe I'm betting a little too much to get him to call with that hand. Although, you know, with poker, one of the great things is reverse psychology. He could be flipping it on him and saying, okay, I'm going to bet really big in a spot where I probably shouldn't be and maybe get, you know, a loosey-goosey call from David Peters. So right now he's going through the combinations of hands that he can beat. And as I said, there's plenty. 3-4, 7-4, 7-8. And all those are reasonable hands to put your opponent on because he, you know, it is three-handed. He's in the small blind. He's going to limp with a lot of those hands just as he is Jack-7. So at this point, you know, he's either got a hand like that, a 6, which he was getting, you know, tricky with, or somehow he has a combination with a Jack in it. Outside of that, there's really, you know, Peters beats every other hand other than a Jack, a 6, or maybe, you know, some sort of 10 that is looking to get some value as well. I mean, you could essentially, if you're really, really smart, Stapes, you could do the math on this hand and count up all the combos that you beat, count up the ones that you don't beat, and then look at the price you're getting.
I'm not really,
30
really,
seconds.
I'm not really, really smart.
He lets it go.
He just makes another fantastic fold.
Well, Daniel,
I mean, it really is.
I promised I'd ask Optimus Klang's question. He wants to know which of the new PokerStars championships we will see you at. I assume you will be at the launch event in the Bahamas.
I will be. Yeah, I'm already geared up to go. I've got a plane flight ready. I'm going to go a couple days early so I can get acclimated, go to the grocery store, get all hooked up for the super high roller. I'm excited to start off 2017 with a bang.
Have you gone beyond that? Have you looked at the future events, places like Panama, Macau, Monte Carlo?
Well, Monte Carlo for sure. You know, those are definitely two that I always like to hit. So I'm going to say that those two are for sure on the schedule, and outside of that, I haven't decided.
TBD. Souzer raising the button with ace-5 of diamonds. David Peters folds the small blind. Jesper Meyer has queen-8 of hearts in the big.
That's looking like a defend.
What did you start with?
Yeah, I mean, the standard play here with queen-8 of hearts is to call. You know, you can argue that sometimes it's worth throwing in some 3-bets.
Okay, thank you.
If you think your opponent's weak or you want to send a message, but I don't like to do it with hands like that play okay after the flop. You know, any kind of suited hand plays better than a non-suited hand post-flop. So I think call is probably the best option.
And that's what happens. The big blind defend from Meyer. And a 9-6-4 flop. 1 heart.
You know, this is what I love poker hands that show where both players miss, both players have nothing, and it's really the player that has, you know, the heart, if you will, as the ace of hearts rolls off to win the pot. This is going to be an interesting card now because obviously Souzer is paired up, but Meyer's picked up the flush draw.
How about 5 of hearts on the river for ultimate sickness?
So this will probably just get called. You know, you've turned your ace, you don't have a kicker. There's not a lot of value in raising here, although, you know, you could make an argument that it makes sense because there are so many draws available. There's a couple spades, a couple hearts, a couple straight draws. But typically the standard play with when you hit your ace here is just to call. Raising here would be kind of like overplaying it a little bit because what do you do then if your opponent goes all in? You have to fold a lot of the time, and you know that allows you to put yourself in spots where you could get bluffed off the best hand.
No heart on the river, king of clubs.
Daniel, if you just got called on the turn by a relative short stack or by a shorter stack than you, do you try to fire again here? Nope, looks like Meyer's going to check it anyway.
It's a very good check, and I'll tell you why. Your opponent raised on the button, very likely card in their hand is an ace. They check back this flop. Now they called on that turn. So the very likely hand for them to have is an ace. I don't think this is a good spot for queen 8 to bluff because also queen high beats straight draws, beats 7-8 anyway. It beats, you know, a lot of flush draws that might have missed. So there's no value, I think, in betting with the queen high. I think he made a very good check because he was going to get called.
Souzer hovering around the 40 big blind mark. David Peters, 20 big blinds. Chip leader, Jesper Meyer, still has 80 big blinds. With 49 minutes remaining on this level. The last three players of 1,192 competed in this main event in Prague.
Daniel, I may come try to raid some of your food in the Bahamas because I think I'm going to go down to very limited meat as a New Year's resolution, like maybe just 1 day a week.
All right. Well, I am moving into a new room. I typically stay in the Coral Tower, and I get a suite there. But I'm moving into the I don't remember what it's called, but it's near the Cove. It's kind of like an apartment style thing, which is a little farther from the poker room, but closer to the gym. So we got that going for us.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, if I'm going to freeload, I'll walk for it. It's no big deal.
Maya raising small to big with ace queen, gets a fold from Suzor. And that'll bring us to hand number 110 of the final table.
Yep.
And just to put things in perspective, it's now been 4 hours since we lost Petrushevskii in 4th place. Granted, we haven't been playing for all of those 4 hours. We spent about 50 minutes of that deciding whether the final three were going to do a deal. Spoiler alert, they didn't.
5-0, that's how long it took, 50 minutes?
Maybe it felt like 50 minutes. It was certainly at least half an hour, if not 40 minutes.
Wow. Daniel, you hear about this where they were trying to make a deal and David Peters said he wanted some extra, and so Martin Susor said he'd give him 15, and then they shook him right before they were about to actually sign the paperwork. He was like, no, I meant 1,500, not 15,000. And they were like, oh, no deal.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's interesting. I personally don't make the deals. I understand why people do. But yeah, I guess you want to get clear on what 15 means.
Yeah.
Before you go ahead and sign those papers.
And obviously some people were kind of calling him out on it, saying that he was trying to shoot an angle.
No way.
No, I mean, obviously English is not his first language, and he'd made it clear that he wasn't going to give up that much. I'm surprised they didn't say, what, you really are prepared to give up 15,000?
Well, yeah, I mean, 15,000 seems like a lot of money. 1,500 seems, I guess, like a reasonable offer. David Peters is an accomplished player who plays the super high roller tour. He's clearly got the most experience and whatnot. So I guess a little extra juice is warranted maybe, but 15,000, I mean, I guess these guys feel like that's a little too much, and I don't blame them. So it seems like an honest mistake to me. These guys don't look like crooks over here.
Well, that last hand was a walk for Jasper Meyer in the big blind.
Daniel, did you not take deals, or would you not take deals if you were less successful than you are now, as part of that, based on the fact that you can afford to finish in 3rd place?
Absolutely not. Before I was successful, it was one of the things that helped to make me successful. I had no money back when I first started out, and despite that, I remember I made one deal with TJ Cloutier. I was playing 3-handed with him and John Hennigan. We got heads up and we saved $5,000 in a tournament, and I beat him. And I thought to myself, that was dumb. I gave away $5,000, and I'm like, I'm really good at heads up and shorthanded. So after that moment, I never made another deal, partly because of that, and partly because of politics, right? So if I played against, say, Phil Ivey, and I made a deal with him, and then the next day, I'm with heads up with Stapes, and he says, let's make a deal, and I say, well, I don't make deals. But you made one with Phil Ivey yesterday, and I'm like, yeah, well, you're not Phil Ivey, right? Now I've just hurt the person's feelings, and I'd rather just have a policy.
I think that's completely fair. I don't really think anyone should consider Joe Stapleton's feelings.
It's an extreme example, but I get his point. We do have a cooler shaping up here.
Yeah, Meyer with king queen in the small blind. He has raised. Suzor with ace queen in the big.
Well, I don't know how much Suzor is contemplating ICM, which means how valuable it is to come 2nd or 3rd. If that's not a consideration for him, I could see a re-raise being way more likely. If it is a consideration, he might want to play it a little more careful and call and see a flop. One thing that's out is folding. He's clearly not folding ace-queen here.
Man, I think even with ICM, ace-queen's just too strong to just call.
Yeah. I mean, certainly 3-handed against a small blind who's been raising, pretty liberally, at least since I've been watching. It seems like a good spot to go for a re-raise. And also, you're re-raising here with the intent of, if your opponent goes all in, you have to call. You can't, one of the biggest mistakes you can make here is to re-raise, player goes all in, and then you fold it. If you're going to do that, you're better off calling.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think you end up going out in 3rd here. You go, well, I had ace queen.
So for Meyer, I mean, he has a decent hand. He's got a better hand than you'd expect in a situation like this. So that puts him in a tough spot. Like, I think he knows now moving all in is not going to work in terms of getting him off the hand. So the question is, does he want to call this relatively small re-raise to see a flop, see if he flops a king or a queen, and then go with it from there? If he does make the misstep of going all in here, we're going to have a new chip leader, most likely.
No mistake yet.
Meyer just calls. Low flop. 6-5-4.
There's another hold'em board for you, Daniel.
This is a difficult spot for Suzor because, I mean, this obviously missed him completely. He doesn't really know exactly where Meyer's at. This is a flop that could somewhat hit him, but unlikely to. So it's pretty clear Meyer doesn't have a pair. He doesn't have 9s or 10s because he would have went all in with those hands. So he probably doesn't have ace-king. Well, he doesn't have ace-king either. So unless he hit this 4-5-6 board, I think you have to bet. And then if your opponent goes all in, I think you have to call it off with ace-queen because there's so many draws that, if he were to go all in, that he's likely to have. If he has something like, a flush draw or ace-7 suited, you're ahead of those hands and have to call because you're getting a good price with ace-high. So I think if I'm Suzor, I'm thinking about betting here with the intention of calling a raise.
Yeah, any reasonable sized bet is going to commit Suzor to this pot. He will have, once the bet gets called, he'll have less than a pot size bet behind. But he doesn't, he checks.
Well, this opens the door for Meyer to steal this pot. That's a really good card for Meyer because it's a card that hits a lot of combinations that he might have raised and called with, like 10-jack suited, 9-10 suited, ace-10, queen-10, king-10, a lot of those hands. So this is a spot where Meyer might actually be able to steal this pot away from Suzor. I don't like that check from Suzor on the flop with ace-queen. In this specific situation. In a deeper situation where your opponent's going to have a wider range of calling hands, sure, I don't mind the check. But here, I think he's put himself in a spot where he may have given away this pot. What does he do now? At this point, he's just hoping for what? He's hoping that his opponent has an ace-high flush draw? Not possible because he has the ace of hearts. So we call a blocker. So that eliminates even one more hand that his opponent can have that you can beat at the moment.
Well, what he was hoping for was a check behind and a cheap showdown.
Suzor looking back at his hand, and he folds it.
Ooh. This is a huge mistake, and he stepped right into it. It's really, really big mistake in the way that he played his hand. He set himself up to get bluffed off it. If you're going to 3-bet there before the flop, you have to commit to a continuation bet on a board like 4-5-6. You're very likely to have the best hand, and a lot of bad cards come off on the turn where you get bluffed. So good play for Meyer to recognize the situation that he can represent the 10, but misstep from Suzor by not betting that flop. That could cost him.
Meyer on 24 million, back up to 96 big blinds. Suzor drops below the 30 big blind mark. David Peters hovering around the 15 big blind mark. Actually closer to 17.
Hans from the GPL tweeting at me, at what time will round 2 start of the best of 7? Hans, you're not funny.
Could be worse, could be best of 11.
I still have nightmares about that gig.
Post-flop play is extremely important, obviously, when you get shorthanded and whatnot. And if that's a weakness for you, and I don't know that it is for Suzor necessarily, but in cases like that, players typically want to make bigger raises pre-flop and continuation bets on flop and limit the amount of opportunities on turn and river to get outplayed. And, as you can see now, a much bigger lead for Meyer as a result of that king-queen bluff that he really recognized the situation a lot better than Suzor did there, and put him in a really tough spot to call with just ace-high. So
yeah, Meyer up to almost 100 big blinds again. Peters down under 20 again. I don't know that playing post-flop is really not something that Suzor excels at. I think that this is just a unique situation and one that people are just going to be even more afraid to make mistakes and to commit chips to the middle when, you know, they can potentially go out in third place with a difference of hundreds of thousands of euros between second and third and second and first.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you bet the ace-queen there with the intention of, if you get called, maybe check back, turn, and river, and worry about, you know, being beat potentially. But it's just a must-bet, I think, in this crucial situation, three-handed. Now Peters has a tough decision here with ace-8. I think this might be go time for him.
James, you see Sebastian Mallets there in the background. It'd be pretty sweet if whoever was about to win this goes and takes a selfie with him. I don't know if you saw it, Daniel, but the last hand of the EPT Barcelona main event that just aired last Tuesday is excellent, really fun. I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay, so we just saw a really interesting fold from Peters there with ace-8. You know, what this tells me, there's a lot of information that I gauge for this, is that he really thinks that, A, you know, the structure's good enough, that he can play a stack like this, and he thinks he has a bigger edge than you would imagine, in the sense that, like, he's not looking to play small advantages, because clearly ace-8, move all in, nobody would fault him for that in this situation. Clearly not incorrect, right? So he's folding these hands with the intention of saying, you know what, just because I have 20 big ones doesn't mean I'm out of this thing. I'm still better than both of you guys at post-flop play, and that's what we're going to be doing.
Oh, sorry.
Daniel, I know we have to cut you loose, but I want to say thank you for all your contributions to EPT Live over the years. We started the webcast in 2007,
Agreed. The left one
roughly
is
the same time that you started
The left one is 20.
becoming a
Or
regular
your
on the
This is
European
20,
circuit. And you've always been a great guest commentator. We always appreciate your contributions. You're always so willing to answer people's questions, however dumb. And of course, you offer such amazing insights into the game. And I hope that you can continue to drop in when we provide our live streams from the PokerStars Championship.
It was a pleasure, guys. It's been a pleasure doing this. I've always had a lot of fun, and I find that, you know, just being in the booth and those that are watching and listening, this is one of the best ways to learn how to play poker and improve your game. So you're making the right decision if, you know, being a better poker player matters to you. And, you know, thanks to you guys for all the hard work you do. I mean, it's no joke sitting there for as long as you do, trying to come up with funny things to say.
You're very welcome. And you know what? If it weren't for Daniel, I probably wouldn't be in this chair either at this point. So there's another thing you guys can get mad at him for.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Have a good rest of the week.
All right, take care, guys.
Daniel Negreanu joining us from his home in Las Vegas.
It's weird. Why would we hear him run off? He was piped in over Skype. It's bizarre.
Okay, Joe, pressure's on. Your analysis now as we kick off hand 115. Maya raises small to big with ace-jack. Suzor with the queen-8 lets it go.
Well, I was about to say I think this is a defend, but turns out I'm wrong. And that's going to be it for me, I think. I think I'm done with the old analysis-areno here with the analyzing and the guessing and the quantificating and the talking and the thinking and the adding with Glavin.
Well, we've got 35 minutes to run on this level, 35 minutes until the dinner break. And I'm guessing during the break, you're going to see some of the highlights of the day so far. Some of the best hands and biggest moments that have happened since we kicked things off at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
I am being informed by Twitch right now. Joel, if you could check your Skype. Ah, Booley says he didn't defend since the guy opened 3.5x, I assume. That would be a good reason. Something I should take a look at.
Yeah, but it's something that Daniel observed, and that has been Maya's standard open small to big, as he makes it about 3.5x.
You know, and I know that's something that Daniel's talked about before, something he does that I try to employ when I play, is that, you know, when I'm raising small to big, when I'm raising button into just the blinds, to make your sizing a little bit bigger and not give your opponent such a great price to call.
Thank you.
John Delano sends his thanks to Daniel Negreanu. Hashtag black belt analysis. Yeah, there's a reason why Daniel has won so much at poker. He knows his onions. And eats a lot of them. Doesn't eat meat, though.
90% of his diet.
Play 6 now?
Yeah,
oh, I thought you just counted it, but whatever.
I'm sorry I said anything. The talking's hard.
A walk for the chip leader.
7.5.
7.5?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone in chat is like obsessed with gardening for some reason. It's like rake this, rake that. It's crazy.
Try a hoe.
Yeah. Or just hire a guy. Oh, that's what you meant by a hoe.
It's an alternative garden implement to a rake.
Oh, I thought you meant cheap labor.
No.
Oh.
David Peters with Jack-9 on the button. Starts the hand with fewer than 15 bigs, folds. Meyer in the small. There's King Deuce of diamonds.
This is amazing. We got like one of the great poker minds, Daniel, in the booth, right? He's great poker mind, fun guy, interesting character, and somebody always comes in with a question about taxes. It's like, come on, man. What are you doing?
So Meyer opens to 875k. Now this is a situation where Suzor will defend. Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, Broadway. Let's do this.
And a King 4 deuce flop. 2 pair for Meyer.
Yikes. At least he whiffed super hard.
C-bet of 500,000.
We've all had runs like this in poker where like you can't even hit your color. Like forget about a flush draw. Just give me all the same color. Even one card. One black card. Come on. And Meyer is back up over 100 big blinds, 25 for Susor, 13 for Peters. Daniel made a great point about David Peters that I had it on the tip of my tongue but wasn't quite articulating the right way. And just that David Peters respects the structure. He respects his play. He's not getting all willy-nilly. He's not just firing it in with his 13 big blinds. A lot of folks kind of give up at this point. They shrug, get it in. Not D. Peters. Meyer's raising queen 5, pocket pair for Susor. And we saw Gierse go broke in a similar spot earlier today, jamming 2 5s, but the dynamic was slightly different in that they weren't three-handed. And so 3s are much stronger holding in this spot. There's the all-in from Susor.
Both Peters and Meyer fold.
I really hope that we're able to get to the end of this tournament while there's still a bit of action, a bit of life on the rail.
For sure.
I want to give the EPT the send-off it deserves. By the way, I'm not sure I'll get the chance to say it, James. So if I can, also, I just want to say thanks to you and Francine for and everyone else on the production who saw fit to bring me on board the EPT, because I gave Daniel a little credit there for my initial poker job. But if it weren't for you guys, I would not be here.
Yeah, I don't know what we were thinking.
Once again, may I reiterate the point of cheap labor.
Let's not forget, Joe, this is not the end. We'll both be in the Bahamas for the PokerStars Championship as David Peters shoves small to big and gets a fold. And it seems that the EPT Live free roll, due to start at 9:15 this evening, is officially full. All 30,000 seats have gone.
What?
Even though it's not starting for another 1 hour and 20 minutes, the free roll is at capacity.
What?
The free roll is at capacity.
Oh, good for you.
I didn't even get a chance to register today.
Come on.
Peters shoves from the button with King Queen.
Got a really funny message here from J-Cat as the Peter shove gets through. J-Cat says, not sure if there's ever been a worse performance on Superfan than today's graphics guy. Amazing. One huge brain fart. Laughing so hard at some of his, oh gosh, I don't know, on the Castaway question. He's like someone who was supposed to sing the Star Spangled Banner at the Super Bowl and forgot how it goes.
Harsh, but fair.
Brutal.
Martin is questioning the felt on the table. Says it's Christmas, guys, make it red. But I like the camera guy with the Christmas hat. You'll be referring to our director of photography, Mr. Bruce Baggles.
Yule, Y-U-L-E.
All together now. Fa la 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 la.
Kittens.
Maya raising the button here with ace-3 and gets folds from both Suzor and Peters. So where are we at right now? Maya is approaching the 100 big blind mark once again. Suzor has dropped down to just shy of 30 big blinds. David Peters is sitting on 15 big blinds. Suzor's button. He folds. The short stack in the small blind. 8-5 of spades.
I got a good feeling about this hand. 8-5 of spades. I like it.
Just a call. Maya with queen, deuce of hearts. He checks his option. We're going to see a flop. And that flop is queen high with 2 spades.
Car crash alert.
Maya ahead and a 2-1 favorite. Peters with the flush draw bets.
Typically, if everyone's deeper, I know the move here is to just call. You don't want to chase away your opponent's bluffs if he's just firing with air. Maybe get him to fire again a second time on the turn. With stacks the way they are, I'm not sure that's a slam dunk an approach.
All in.
Maya shoves on Peters.
And once again, you know, we saw David Peters fold top pair in a spot where I'm like, I don't know how you ever fold this. I don't know how you fold a flush draw here. I think a lot of people just say, all right, let's do it. But wow, he does. He just wants to wait for a good spot. I have no idea how he's this patient.
It's down to 13 big blinds.
Like, you just see that flop and you're like, all right, well, I guess I'm all in. Like, this is as good as it's going to get. And he's like, nah, it's cool. I can still play.
Meanwhile, Meyer has moved back up over the 100 big blind mark. The next blind level, by the way, in 23 minutes' time, 150,000, 300,000 with a 50,000 ante. A reminder that we've got the dinner break in between those blind levels. I think it's going to be a 60-minute dinner break during which you'll watch some of the highlights of the day so far.
You know what would be great is if the blinds went up during the dinner break, too.
We just kept the clock running?
Yeah.
Meyer raises, gets a fold.
Dog Mile sort of expressing my sentiments on Twitch. He says, not doubting Peter's fold there, but I'm jamming 100%. Popcorn says, Meyer on fire, and spells it the way you would spell Meyer. Good job.
That is becoming a popular hashtag. This is hand 125 of the day. Suzor shoves on David Peters with King 5 of clubs. I can't see Peters calling all in with Jack 9.
Nah. I don't see Suzor shoving with much worse than Jack 9. Peters is played so snug and patiently. Kansas City Poker So 674 says, WTF are you hoping for playing 8-5 and missing the flop, but lucky enough to hit a 4 flush? Bad play. Do you offer poker coaching, Kansas City Poker So 674? If so, start.
David Peters folds. Down to just over 10 big blinds.
Use the button.
Severin Paul, man of few words. Good fold.
20 minutes on the clock. It'll be Suzor first to speak on the button. He has Jack 10.
I'm waiting for which one of these guys will be the actual first to speak. It is freaking tense in here.
Yeah, remember those deal negotiations we talked about came to nothing. They are playing for the advertised payouts. Next player gone, 397,000 euros. More than 550,000 for the runner-up. And more than 750,000, 774 grand for the champion.
Are we going to go 3 ways of this flop? I think we might. So it goes.
It was a limp with the Jack 10.
Limp, yeah, limp call.
Absolutely.
Limp call check, I guess.
9 high flop.
I mean, this is how you win poker tournaments. In the short run, luck plays a huge part, and Meyer's been just nothing huge, but just hitting a lot of flops, having the best hand. It's how you do it.
He bets 350,000. Couple of back doors for Souza. Overs to the board, but he folds. Peters is out. And you know what, Joe? We've played roughly an hour of poker since the start of this level.
Yep.
And the stacks are pretty much where they were at the start of this level, before Peters got the double up, before Souza got the double up.
I mean, it's still just a testament to Peters' abilities, though, that he's still in this tournament.
Ruben on Twitter says, let's go, Jasper. Hashtag Maya on fire. Up over 100 big blinds again. David Peters very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone. M. Fuji says, Stapes, I'll stake you for the WSOP main event next summer if you eat a deck of cards on the air. Can they be pizza cards?
David Peters moves all in. We haven't seen his cards yet. He's got through Maya. 10-7 of hearts. He shoves with, and he gets folds from both blinds.
So back to the whole pizza cards thing. I was just thinking maybe we do that anyway. I could have a pepperoni ace.
I believe the email address is ideas@pokerstars.com.
Oh man, that is a slam dunk. They could have that one for free.
Let's see.
Maya folds the button. Martin Souza in the small blind. Has ace queen.
All right.
Shoves on Peters.
We know he likes to give it a good think no matter what. Take a look at these cards. Thank goodness we've got whole cards today, or this would have been torture.
Well, Peters hasn't actually put his cards on the scanner yet, so we don't know what he has.
David. Not now. I need to know. Oh, those.
We do know it is all into call. We do know that Souza has him covered.
It's got a feral spirit and a Cthulhu.
Well, one way we're guaranteed to see these cards is if he does call. Peters calls all in.
We're going to see him one way or another. He doesn't like the ace-queen.
Looks like Souza is ahead.
Oh, this is going to be domination nation.
Peters way behind and at risk.
So stressed out.
So if ace queen holds here, we lose David Peters in third. We go heads up in the final EPT.
I don't know what Martin wants. This is as good a spot as you could hope for.
It's a 7 on the flop. Domination rotation as Peters becomes a 4-1 favorite to double up and survive.
David Peters with his domination indignation.
So David Peters just has to fade an ace on the river. He does not want to see Barry Greenstein.
No one does, really.
It's an ace!
Wow!
And that's Peters done for. Martin Souza eliminates the GPI Player of the Year.
Man, did he fight hard or what?
David Peters outflopped his opponent, got it in bad, got lucky, survived the turn, but then became a victim of Barry Greenstein. The ace on the river sends David Peters to the rail in third place, just shy of 400,000 euros. And Martin Suzor, hoping to become the first Hungarian EPT champ, is going heads up against Jasper Meyer from the Netherlands. And Meyer has a big chip lead, 103 big blinds against Martin Suzor's 38 bigs.
Man, I was really looking forward to David Peters tearing off that tracksuit and flexing for the cameras during the winner's photo, but it's just going to have to wait until the PokerStars Championship.
So with 13 minutes left on the clock, it does kind of make sense to take the dinner break now, come back and reset for the heads-up battle between Meyer and Suzor.
Mario, is it okay that we go into the dinner
It's
break
time
right
now that I mention our sponsor for the 13th season on the European Poker Tour. Dinner, it is what's for dinner?
So when we come back, we'll continue with the last 14 minutes of this blind level. Meyer versus Suzor for the title here in Prague. The last ever main event on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Enjoy highlights of the day so far. We'll be back in 60 minutes. Looks like it's been folded to David Peters on the button. He's got a pocket pair, nines.
Yeah, and these are the two biggest stacks?
Yeah, Suzor is the chip leader. Peters is not that far behind.
I guess that's the good news, is that they don't necessarily have to go to war if things don't get too much coolerier.
While Peters has just called the raise on the button.
Yeah.
In a spot where he is dominated. Sam Cohen with Queen 8. And getting a reasonable price to call out of the big blind and make this a three-way party.
This will be awesome if it just comes Queen High now. Queen 8 cracks 9s and 10s.
More than $1 million in the middle already. It is a Queen 8 deuce flop. Top 2 for Sam Cohen.
What a great spot for Sam. It's not a super dangerous looking board for each of these players. She's going to be really confident in her hand.
No continuation bet from Suzor. Action check to David Peters.
She can't even get counterfeited.
Peters with the worst hand. 8% equity bets. 350,000, roughly a third of the pot.
Now, interesting to see what Sam does here, because she may come in for a raise. Two pairs is kind of a vulnerable hand a lot of the time. We can see it's not super vulnerable. There's a flush draw out there, and there are some straight draws. Looks like she is going to come in for a raise.
Yeah, those are the 100K chips.
Can't blame her. I think this gets two folds a lot of the time.
Raises to $1 million straight, which gets a fold from Suzor.
I just don't think Sam's going to get too out of line in this spot very often.
Any chance Peters puts her on a heart draw?
It just seems so unnecessary for her to commit this much of her stack on a semi-bluff, but maybe. I mean, obvious I can see the whole card, so that does influence me slightly. He hasn't folded yet, which has me worried.
Carl Parrish has just joined us. I see Sam Cohen still running good. Will she be the first American woman to win an EPT? That is correct, Carl. Kai is also rooting for Sam. We need more women in the game. It's the first day of Kai's vacation, so she is able to watch the entire stream today. Some people have taken the day off work, Joe, to watch the last ever EPT.
So obviously David Peters here realizes that her value range is very narrow. She doesn't have queens. Ay-ya.
9 on the turn gives Peters a set.
That's really, really gross. Maybe the heart will save her. Although I guess she does have a hard draw herself now too. She has out to a full house. But man, oh man.
Peters, now a 3-1 favorite.
And he must have thought that she's going to be raising hearts often enough, or that she's just going to be straight. Great.
$3 million in the middle. Sam with just over 3 million in her stack.
Talked about a lot of good stories at this final table. I think Sam's would be the best.
All in.
She shoves the turn.
Oh boy.
And David Peters calls.
Oh boy.
Sam Cohen at risk and looking for a queen or a heart on the river. 10 outs.
Drawing thin, but not super thin. 1 in 4 times she gets there.
Unless it's a queen or a heart on the river, we lose a player. It is not a queen, it is not a heart. Sam Cohen departs in 6th place.
Wow, that's just so unlucky.
Cashing for 145,900 euros, taking us down to 5 players, and David Peters reclaims the chip lead that he's held for so much of this tournament, up to nearly 14 million in chips, 13.4 million to be precise, more than 110 big blinds for Peters. Under the gun raise from David Peters. King 4. Huh. 270,000.
Boss is gonna boss.
Suzor on the button, calls with ace-jack. Marius Gierse in the small blind has king 7 of spades.
It's gotta be so tempting when you've played no hands, but bye-bye.
Petrushevskii in the big blind. King deuce. He passes. So heads up to the flop. Jack 5-4. Top pair for Suzor, bottom pair for Peters.
This is gonna be a real lesson for everybody today on how to play boss poker.
No
See?
c-bet from Peters. Checks the action to Suzor.
I'm sure there's a million boards he was gonna c-bet. Catches a pair, decides to just check it up.
And it's a great flop for Suzor. Top, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draw. What's not to love? Bet 250,000, come on.
He knows that Suzor is going to fire a lot when it's checked to him, so his 4 could be good, and obviously he can also improve. Like
oh my
that.
word. 2 pair now for Peters as Suzor picks up the nut flush draw.
This guy loves turns more than NASCAR drivers.
Peters checks. Now, does Suzor slow down because of the king, or does the flush draw? No, he takes the free card.
Couldn't even get the question out.
So Peters now with a different two pair. Still has the best hand.
Socrates on Twitch says, streaming from work like a boss. Hi to Stapes and James. Thanks for the top stream. We're not the only two to credit here. We'll pass your thanks along to everybody. HX Streets brings up a good point. At least it wasn't the 4 clubs on the river.
Yeah. Oh dear, we had a bit of a chip calamity there.
750.
Peters called the flop, right? So.
No, Peters checked flop.
Sorry, called the right. Sorry, check called the flop. Yes. And so.
Well,
oh, wow.
750,000 quickly called.
Man, I thought that Susor was gonna I was gonna go on a long speech about how I think Susor can get away from this, but nope.
He doesn't. He calls pretty quickly, and that puts some distance between them. David Peters up to 14.4 million. Susor drops down to 9.3 million. Pocket nines here for Martin Susor. He's second in chips at the final table. Raises to 280,000.
Voel je, Jona?
Gierse on the button.
What you got? Yes.
Pocket fives.
So same here, James. Just a flat ski.
Well, it's tough to go set mining with a 24 big blind stack, but his shove seems excessive. It's a really tough spot with fives with this stack.
Ditch it.
I mean, also Susor's been opening a lot of hands. He's been opening awfully wide.
I'm all in.
Wow, he decides to shove.
Well, you're never drawn dead with a pair.
How much? No, around. How much?
Petrushevskii wants a count.
2.9.
I'm not sure why he's got Jack 5.
What's he doing? Is this some sort of meta game? Did he misread his hand? Also, that's a 5. That's bad news for Gierse.
Absolutely.
2,920.
Oh, fold already.
Yeah, you can't just plow over me. I'm going to ask for a count first.
Well, Martin Susor calls, putting Gierse at risk, and because Petrushevskii folded a 5, Gierse is drawing super thin.
Remember when I said you're never drawing dead with a pair? I mean, it's still true, but I meant usually you're going to be like a 20%. Not a 12%, so... GG Gierse. Gierse! I might not get to say that again.
Ja, zumindest Liebe. Liebe läuft immer.
Gierse at risk and way behind. It's a 6, guys, not a 5.
10%.
Close does not count in this game.
Gierse down to 4%. Another small card that's not a 5. 1 out, 2% chance of survival.
GG, buddy.
Another 4 on the river, and Martin Suzor eliminates Marius Gierse in 5th place.
Okay. Good luck. Thank you.
The German receives 203,800 euros. We're down to 4 players, and it is tight at the top now. Suzor with 12.5 million, Peters with 13.5 million. Maya and Petrushevskii trailing with around 40 big blinds each.
One last time.
Yes!
We'll miss you, buddy.
Jasper Maya has queens under the gun.
Life is good.
Raises it to 400,000. Chip leader Martin Suzor. King Jack on the button.
Another quality four-handed hand.
Suzor 3 bets here with King Jack. Petrushevskii with a suited ace in the small blind.
And that will be the best hand he has seen in a fair while too.
I don't know, I know they're four-handed, but facing a 3 bet.
Yeah. That is a lot of action for some much bigger stacks. Yeah, had it been a raise and a...
Oh,
he's
my
gone for
word,
it.
he has shoved. He has moved all in.
I was about to say if it had been a raise and a call, you could understand it. The raise and the re-raise, it could work out well for him, but...
And I would imagine we'll get the reshove from Maya here. Queen's a very strong hand with just 4 players.
Sorry?
25 big blind shove.
And of course, Jasper's attention just crosses over to Martin. Still got to think about him in this hand.
The reshove from Maya, an easy fold for Suzor. And here we go, Petrushevskii at risk and behind. You said it. Yes.
And again.
Maya, a 2-to-1 favorite to eliminate the Russian. He's putting on his jacket. Well, that trick worked from before.
5 cards to come to spoil things.
The Russians want an ace or a whole bunch of clubs. Only the 1 club. 3 immediate outs for Petrushevskii. And it's all over on the turn with Maya making a straight. And Petrushevskii is eliminated in 4th place, cashing for 284,550 euros.
See, I'm glad they didn't have to split that pot, or you would have felt dreadful. There was still a split opportunity with the river to come.
Yes.
Unlikely, but the Queen would have done it to you.
Lekker floppy ook.
Is het nog lekker dat hij de 3-bet ook?
So the raise is to 350,000. Looks like David Peters has called out the small blind with King Jack. And it's second pair for Peters. A gut shot for Suzor.
Kan ik een nieuw flesje water hebben, alsjeblieft?
The action check to him. Suzor continues. 325,000 into a pot of 920,000. Peters calls with the best hand. Suzor pairs is 8 on the turn, but Peters is now a 4-1 favourite. Suzor slows down, now he has some showdown value. And he improves to 2 pair on the river. Peters checks for a 3rd time. On the subject of the deal that never was, Scott said no one wanted to give up anything, but as soon as 3rd place busts, a deal will definitely be made. Guaranteed, not guaranteed. So Suzor value bets his 2 pair, 575,000. I guess we could see a call from Peters with 2nd pair. Despite the straightiness of the board. Lots of people found Martin Suzor's confusion between 15,000 and 1,500 very amusing.
It didn't make much sense to me to have gone from what he said in one sentence to then just going, well, I'll take 15. Oh. Sun change your heart. No, 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 no. And they were all off celebrating, high-fiving his friends.
Wow, Peters folds the river. Suzor moves ahead of him on the leaderboard. Suzor now 2nd in chips, Peters now 3rd. $10-9 against 10-8, and it's a 9 high flop.
How on earth do you say his last name?
Suzor.
Kuzko.
Suzor.
No, Kuzko.
No.
Kuzko.
Suzor.
Kuzko.
We asked the man himself, we double-checked this
I'm
morning.
saying Kuzko.
Okay, if you want to pronounce the name differently to how the guy whose name it's been for like 20-odd years says it.
Hey, I've heard every bastardized version of my name. I can inflict it upon other people. You know?
Go for it, have it.
So what's happened here? Maya check called with top pair, as one would expect.
Correct.
Kuzko has turned gutter and a medium flush draw. So he's probably going to barrel again, because it's a pretty sexy card to keep betting.
1.44 million in the middle.
How much is that?
Doggy in the window. 875.
It's like a quick call by Maya. Has he been acting that quickly, Maya? 'Cause
Generally speaking, yeah, he's sort of consistently fast.
Okay. Because that's the fastest action I've ever seen anyone making like this deep in a big tournament lately. It seems to be the thing that everyone's just super slow.
Yeah.
Anything like post-flop. Because that could just be a bit of information. For
Yeah, maybe he just
Cusco.
decided, he just knew what he was going to do. The thing is also, I always wonder sometimes if people are not tilting, but if they're effective when they've stopped for a big deal discussion, whether people sit down and then they're a little bit scrambled for a while.
This is a really hard river for Kazisco to continue with. All the draws kind of brick out. I mean, sure he can rep an actual flush, but otherwise, it's pretty tough to. It's horrible when the board pairs like that. Wow, he's going to go for it.
Stand them all up again. Why did you knock them over?
So there was 3.2 million in the middle.
How much did he bet?
1.85 million.
Interesting spot for Maya. Because of course, because this score is now really polarized. And he calls him off with his top pair. Good news. One person's happy, one person is not.
That's poker.
And that's put some distance between Maya and the other two players. Jasper Maya leading now with 17 million. More than 100 big blinds. David Peters second in chips with 10.6 million. Martin Suzor drops below the 50 big blind mark, 7.8 million. Meanwhile, Jack 6 against Queen 6, blind on blind, unraised pre. Suzor's flop best, top pair.
Backdoor dreams for Jasper. You have spent way too much time with Stapleton.
To be fair, I think Liv's always been like this, which is probably why she and Joe gelled in the first place.
Correct.
Diamond
See?
on the turn.
Told you.
D2 Thab on Twitch. Winky face.
Winky face.
Winky face correct.
So Maya bet 180,000 on the flop. He makes it 480,000 on the turn.
I've not been following this action. It was a limp checked again, right?
Correct. Maya bet flop and now he's bet turn.
Yeah, he has to continue on that, turn the gutter. Little tiny diamond. Not going to win the hand any other way. Martin sticks around.
Well, that's disappointing.
He's probably got to barrel this again because he has more aces in his range than Martin does. Because he made sort of the stronger action by limping as opposed to Martin then just checked. He's also blocking the nut straight as well with his jack, so he's less worried about that. Yeah, he's got to fire it.
Big old chimney. 1.7
Wow.
million in the middle.
This is a tough call.
Hang on a second, that's...
For Martin.
This could be an overbet.
It does look huge.
And Nuzio just pointed out, the pot is 1.7 million.
Is full pot, he bet?
More, I mean, he's bet 3 million.
No. Wow. Badass. I like it.
That's snooker.
I mean, this is really hard for Martin. Like, when you're facing a 2x pot bet, you've got to be pretty damn confident in your call, and he's, you know, he's a sort of lower end of his range at this point. It's totally fine to go shrug your shoulders and throw your crappy queen into the muck here.
This isn't very Jasper-y, is it? This isn't like a kind of a standard Jasper move. Oh, here he comes again.
No, this is not anything we've seen before.
He's been saving it till the end.
Huge overbet with Jack high. Zuzor with the best hand with a pair of queens, but this is a significant percentage of his chips. He's got 7 million behind.
Huge decision for him here. I mean, it sucks. He doesn't even have a diamond that he can be, you know, that he's blocking any of the flushes.
Yeah.
He's not blocking any straights. He's got kind of one of the worst hands to try and hero call with. I think it's very fine to fold this.
$3,075,000.
More than 2 minutes in the tank now. Has the best hand, but so hard to call it off there.
He's not really looking at Maya. I mean, at this point, the only thing you can really do is go for the live reads.
Radar on Twitch saying he knows something is up, but the distance, should I say, between feeling something's up and making his call is just an absolute gulf.
It's worth many hundreds of thousands, this call. How much is he left with if he folds?
43 bigs, 7 million.
That's the other thing, like,
yeah,
such a comfortable amount. I think, yeah, you should fold.
And he does fold. He says, show the bluff. Will Meyer oblige?
You're gonna find out in like 30 minutes anyway, right?
Ooh! He shows it.
Aww. That's got a sting.
Almost called. Nice hand.
Thank you.
This one, just a limp and a check. David against Jasper, blind on blind. Gut shot and gut shot. He who bets wins, Rodney.
Peters has to check call this.
Yeah.
Ace high is good a lot. You got your gut shot as well. He's not going anywhere.
Kuching.
Oh wow, look at this. Everyone has a straight. No, they don't.
Liv Bree, you'll remember, won a game of poker.
Once upon a time. I'm tired, I haven't slept much, blah, blah, blah. Leave me alone. Numbers are hard, counting.
Counting and pictures, two skills needed for poker.
Yeah.
I was waiting for him to do another 6 million bet into 820,000. I thought maybe he's discovered the over bet
Straighty, flushy, paired board.
That is
Who
correct
writes this stuff?
analysis.
It's amazing.
The terminology changes all the time, Liv. You've really got to try and keep up.
I see that.
What's happening?
I don't know.
What's he thinking about, Liv?
He's thinking about, is my ace high good? Should I turn it into a bluff? He goes,
Right. He calls with ace high, makes the hero call, and he's wrong.
Jasper is just, look, he's just taking off. He's heading off into the atmosphere.
On fire.
18 million. David's now just under 11 million.
Hashtag Maya on fire.
Nice.
Can we get that one started, everybody? Maya on fire.
And spell fire incorrectly,
Yeah,
but
F-E-I-J-E-R for fire.
30 minutes left on the level. Maya has more than 18 million. Peters drops down to 10.6 million. Suzor, the shortest stack, with 6.9 million.
Oh, interesting. Just limps.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
And what amazing timing,
What a
choosing
spot.
to just limp here.
So Peters makes it 560,000, and Suzor will probably want to put in another bet.
You're welcome, Alan the Rogue. Yeah, Suzor, I mean, this is the perfect spot to limp back raise. You know, he's obviously set up sort of 100% limping range, which is fantastic when you then get a spot like this.
So the 3-bet from Suzor is to 1.55 million.
How much does he have behind? He's going to have like
5 million?
5 mil behind, or?
Yeah.
I mean, Peters is not ever going to just jam this over the top. It's not. You know, if you jammed here, you're only going to get caught by hands that are crushing you. But it's going to be very hard for him to fold it, because it's pretty premium in a three-way small blind on big blind situation.
I'm dreaming of all sorts of flops here. What are we
Peters
going to get?
calls the 3-bet. We go to the flop. Suzor with the best hand, with the betting lead. Peters with position. Queen high flop. Ace king still ahead.
They both hate that flop. What an action killer. Because it's very conceivable that they both, you know, they have like king queenie, queen jack suited, those kind of hands. Everyone hates that. Kusko got the difficult decision of whether to c-bet. Because if you c-bet and you get called, now you kind of hate your hand because you're just going to probably brick a lot of the time on the turn, and you're like, do I now want to carry it? Do I want to keep betting? Am I now bluffing? Do I want to go into check call mode? You know, and then you have to decide you're going to call the river. It's just a really ugly spot. But you can make the argument to just immediately go into like check call right now. But he decides to go for the c-bet because, that said, with a lot of his back raising range, he's going to continue betting that anyway. Like even 8s and 9s, he's probably going to bet small. So I imagine he's going to do a really small bet, yeah.
That's 1 million into 3 million. Oh, wow. David Peters counts out the call, makes the call. This hand is going to the turn. 5.2 million in the middle. Oof. Ace on the turn. Suzor with top pair, 9-1 favorite. Peters has picked up a gut shot.
I wonder if Suzor just checks here. Because if he just jams, like, he looks so strong, Peters can easily get, you know, he could even fold sort of like a bad, you know, his weaker aces even.
Well, Suzor decides to shove turn.
Whereas if you check, you give Peters a chance to have a stab at it himself, but he goes for the jam. Can't call this ever.
No.
This is just like a, I'm going to take my time so you don't know what I had.
No.
Fold.
He wanted to give up 15. Yeah, he said 15 is okay. Yeah. And then I said, okay, I'll do 8. Whatever, right? So then he comes back and said, oh, I meant 1500.
It was Eric Dennis who earlier on confirmed that David Peters has overtaken Fedor Holtz for GPI Player of the Year. He points out that this is Peters' 27th result of 2016, his 23rd top 10 finish. He's had 4 wins so far this year, including a World Series bracelet.
Wow.
And he'll stay in contention for an EPT title. If he can fold this, he's not seriously considering calling.
How much is... Wow.
Like...
Yeah, I was with you. I thought he was just taking a while to make it harder to define what he was actually playing, but maybe
you literally just have to put him on like some kind of like 6-8 suited or something like that he decided to back raise. But I mean, he has all like, well, I mean, maybe he doesn't put him on hands like ace king and so on. Maybe he thought that he's not going to be limping those. But that said, if he's, I don't know, you guys have seen this for longer, if he's been limping every small blind, then...
Not at all.
Oh, he hadn't been?
No.
Okay, well, that explains more why Peters is in such a pickle. Because he can't really put him on hands like ace king, ace queen. Or even really ace jack. And he probably wouldn't even play ace jack this way anyway, so that's why he's got more of a decision. And similarly, like, you wouldn't expect him to do this with sort of 7s, 6s, or anything like that. There's no way he's going to do this. He's probably wondering he might even have like Jack 10 suited, something like that, which he would be crushing.
Wow, David Peters has been thinking about this for nearly 3 minutes. He got a count of Suzor's stack, just over 4 million, into a pot of 5.2 million. Royston asks on Twitter, is this the start of a Peters blow-up?
I mean, if you think about the story Kuskor's telling, it actually doesn't make, you know, it's really hard to put him on on ace king and so on, or threes or fives. Like, I mean, he can definitely limp raise threes and fives, I guess. Would he play them this aggressively though? Post, he might, well, you know, he might check that turn because David would have a lot of aces. He's not blocking any flush spades or anything like that.
Peters finds the fold, but things switch around on the leaderboard as Martin Suzor moves into second with 9.3 million. David Peters drops into third with 8 million.
We're going to start this action with Martin Suzor, second in chips with a king-9, just going to call. King-3 suited for the short stack David Peters. Hoping to see a flop cheap. Is Jasper going to let them do it? He is. The big blind, the 3-4 off.
All right, family pot.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen all three players in a pot for a while. It's king high, king-9 deuce with 2 spades, massive connection.
This could be really bad for David Peters. How do you not lose more chips on this hand? I mean, you have top pair, you can't fold it. You got 15 big blinds. If he folds this, that'll be incredible. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Yeah, can't fold.
Yeah, Jasper gets out of the way. Five of clubs on the turn, 1.325 million in the middle. David Peters checks.
I mean, they can't even chop at this point. I will just bow down to David Peters if he somehow doesn't go broke on this hand.
So it was a better 325,000 post flop. Martin Suzor firing out 675 here. What's the noise that you think's going on in Peter's head?
Derp.
That's it. Couldn't remember.
Derp. Like a heartbeat, but only for his brain beat.
Like, yeah, like the Enigma machine, just a couple of little spinning reels.
All right, so Peters calls twice now. I mean, some folks can call soul read, but that's when they have a ton of chips.
And just 2 million behind for David Peters now.
Oh, you know what? Maybe Suzor just checks behind. No, that doesn't happen. Not with 2 pair.
I don't think so.
This is crazy.
Splat.
Puts David Peters all in.
An emotional response. He hates it, but he loves it, but he hates it.
That's exactly 2 million, which is exactly what David Peters had behind. The most animated I've ever seen this guy.
Yeah.
No need to hide his disgust now. He's just thinking to himself, how do I fold top pair? But everything about this hand reeks of strength. And the 10 is not super helpful either. Now spades missed, but some semi-bluffs just came in, like the queen-jack gut shot got there.
Yeah, just remind you, there was no betting pre-flop, and then it's been all Martin all the way since that flop.
Jones on Twitch says he has emotions.
Yep. Oh yeah, you can bet that this means the absolute world to David Peters, but right now all of his focus on one task and one task alone.
I mean, how many people just shrug, get it in right now, like already?
Oh, billions. Billions of humans across the planet just went, call.
Man, if he can somehow get away from this.
I mean, it'll leave him short, but he will at least still be around. But I don't know how you get away from this. Coming up to a couple of minutes on the decision.
I wonder why he just called though, if he wasn't going to give himself the opportunity to reevaluate on the river.
Maybe he was just so convinced he'd get a cheap shot.
Wow, what a fold!
I won't show. They will know it.
That was sick, man.
Okay,
Folds
one.
top pair, leaves himself with 9 big blinds, but he's right.
The one on top.
That's incredible.
How does he do it?
Okay.
Martin Suzor shoves small to big, and David Peters calls all in. And it's Domination Nation.
Wow.
Peters ahead with King 9.
That is unlucky. I mean, lucky for David Peters, but unlucky for Martin Suzor.
So Peters, a 72% favorite to double up and survive. If Suzor gets lucky here, Peters will be out in 3rd place. King 9 holding. 3 cards for David Peters to fade. Diamonds are not a factor. Still 3 outs for Suzor. Peters now a 93% favorite. He doubles up.
And all this is just fantastic news for Jasper Meyer, who now has 2 opponents with around 20 and 18 big blinds.
Roughly 20 big blinds each, 100 bigs for the chip leader. This guy, Jasper Meyer, has such a stranglehold on this final table now. 100 bigs, 3-handed.
All in.
Shoves on both of his opponents. Martin Suzor in the small blind has ace-8.
Uh-oh. Daniel, for 17 big blinds, do you call this?
Well, see, me personally, I probably make this call because I don't really factor in ICM calculations, which means to say that, you know, I don't really care if I come 2nd or 3rd, I'm trying to win. So with ace-8, you know, there's a good chance that you have the best hand here. With 17 big blinds, I would take the gamble, but especially because it's 3-handed and go for it. But from an ICM perspective, I think you're probably supposed to fold.
And just to clarify the difference in the payouts, 397K for 3rd, 554K for 2nd. Suzor calls all in, Peters folds, and Meyer sees that his opponent has him dominated. The Hungarians are loving it.
We have not seen a misstep from Meyer in hours.
Yeah, and this isn't one either. You know, any ace on the button, 3-handed with the chip lead the way that he has, it's not a misstep.
We'll see this. We haven't seen any cracks in Meyer for hours. How about that?
Fair enough.
There's an 8 on the flop.
Yeah, Daniel, I'm glad you clarified that. I was trying to more say bad timing than a mistake.
And that's a double up for Suzor. The man looking to become Hungary's first EPT winner. Doubles up through the chip leader. That changes things. Suzor now on 36 bigs. Meyer drops down to 86 bigs. Obviously still the dominant force.
Well, I don't know how much Suzor is contemplating ICM, which means, you know, how valuable it is to come second or third. If that's not a consideration for him, I could see a re-raise being way more likely. If it is a consideration, he might want to play it a little more careful and call and see a flop. One thing that's out is folding. He's clearly not folding ace-queen here.
Man, I think even with ICM, ace-queen's is too strong to just call.
I mean, certainly three-handed against a small blind who's been raising, you know, pretty liberally, at least since I've been watching. It seems like a good spot to go for a re-raise. And also, you're re-raising here with the intent of, if your opponent goes all in, you have to call. You can't, one of the biggest mistakes you can make here is to re-raise, player goes all in, and then you fold it. If you're going to do that, you're better off calling.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think you end up going out in third here. You go, well, I had ace-queen.
So for Meyer, I mean, he has a decent hand. He's got a better hand than you'd expect in a situation like this. So that puts him in a tough spot. Like, you know, I think he knows now moving all in is not going to work in terms of getting him off the hand. So the question is, does he want to call this relatively small re-raise to see a flop, see if he flops a king or a queen, and then go with it from there? If he does make the misstep of going all in here, you know, we're going to have a new chip leader, most likely.
No mistake yet.
Maya just calls. Low flop. 6-5-4.
There's another hold'em board for you, Daniel.
This is a difficult spot for Suzor because, I mean, you know, this obviously missed him completely. He doesn't really know exactly where Meyer's at. You know, this is a flop that could somewhat hit him, but unlikely to. So it's pretty clear Meyer doesn't have a pair. He doesn't have 9s or 10s because he would have went all in with those hands. So he probably doesn't have ace-king. Well, he doesn't have ace-king either. So unless he hit this 4-5-6 board, I think you have to bet. And then if your opponent goes all in, I think you have to call it off with ace. Have a pair. He doesn't have 9s or 10s because he would have went all in with those hands. So he probably doesn't have ace-king. Well, he doesn't have ace-king either. So unless he hit this 4-5-6 board, I think you have to bet. And then if your opponent goes all in, I think you have to call it off with ace. Have a pair. He doesn't have 9s or 10s because he would have went all in with those hands. So he probably doesn't have ace-king. Well, he doesn't have ace-king either. So unless he hit this 4-5-6 board, I think you have to bet. And then if your opponent goes all in, I think you have to call it off with ace. Spot where he may have given away this pot. What does he do now? At this point, he's just hoping for what? He's hoping that his opponent has an ace-high flush draw. Not possible because he has the ace of hearts. So we call a blocker. So that eliminates even one more hand that his opponent can have that you can beat at the moment.
Well, what he was hoping for was a check behind and a cheap showdown.
Suzor looking back at his hand, and he folds it.
Ooh. This is a huge mistake, and he stepped right into it. It's really, really big mistake in the way that he played his hand. He set himself up to get bluffed off it. If you're going to 3-bet there before the flop, you have to commit to a continuation bet on a board like 4-5-6. You're very likely to have the best hand, and a lot of bad cards come off on the turn where you get bluffed. So good play for Meyer to recognize the situation that he can represent the 10, but misstep from Suzor by not betting that flop. That could cost him.
Let's see.
Maya folds the button. Martin Suzor in the small blind has ace-queen.
All right.
Shoves on Peters.
We know he likes to give it a good think no matter what. Take a look at these cards. Thank goodness we've got whole cards today, or this would have been torture.
Well, Peters hasn't actually put his cards on the scanner yet, so we don't know what he has.
David. Not now. I need to know. Oh, those.
We do know it is all in to call. We do know that Suzor has him covered.
Got a feral spirit and a Cthulhu.
Well, one way we're guaranteed to see these cards is if he does call. Peters calls all in.
We're going to see him one way or another. He doesn't like the ace-queen.
Looks like Suzor is ahead.
Oh, this is going to be domination nation.
Peters way behind and at risk.
So stressed out.
So if ace-queen holds here, we lose David Peters in third. We go heads up in the final EPT.
I don't know what Martin wants. This is as good a spot as you could hope for.
It's
Oh,
a 7 on the
man.
flop. Domination rotation as Peters becomes a 4-1 favorite to double up and survive.
David Peters with his domination indignation.
So David Peters just has to fade an ace on the river. He does not want to see Barry Greenstein.
No one does, really.
It's an ace!
Wow!
And that's Peters done for. Martin Suzor eliminates the GPI Player of the Year.
Man, did he fight hard or what?
David Peters outflopped his opponent, got it in bad, got lucky, survived the turn, but then became a victim of Barry Greenstein. The ace on the river sends David Peters to the rail in third place, just shy of 400,000 euros. And that was the last hand before the dinner break. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, where we are heads up. Jasper Meyer of the Netherlands leads with a stack of close to 26 million, more than 100 big blinds. Martin Suzor has 9.5 million, just shy of 40 big blinds. So we're going to get this heads-up battle started very shortly. I'm James Hartigan alongside Matt Broughton.
Hello, everybody. Have we noticed that there's no players? Because I don't want to disappoint people.
I'm guessing they're a little late back from dinner.
Unbelievable.
So we've still got 14 minutes of level 33 to play out. 125,000, 250,000 with a 25k ante. And we'll roll straight into level 34, which will be another 75-minute level. The blinds 150, 300 with a 50k ante. So still a lot of money in play. And a big jump between second and first. 554,700 for the runner-up. 774,600 for the winner. And the last ever EPT Main Event trophy.
Jimbo pointing out on Twitter, don't forget hashtag EPT Live to come and chat to us. You gotta love it when the dude who wanted more at the deal busts first. Well, not really.
That's the moment that the Hungarian fans got the ace on the river, which saw their compatriot Martin Suzor eliminate David Peters. Martin looking to become the first ever Hungarian winner on the European Poker Tour.
Yeah, not great for Dave Peters.
So the players took a 60-minute dinner break. We did the same. We'll come back and commence this heads-up battle. Three-handed play lasted for more than 4 hours, if you also include the deal negotiations. How long is heads-up going to take? A sizable lead for Meyer. Meanwhile, we have been celebrating EPT champions of yesteryear all week here on EPT Live. We've run through some of the familiar names, the famous faces who've taken down main events from seasons 1 through 12. Let's quickly recap season 13 of the European Poker Tour. It started just a few months ago in Barcelona. Sebastian Malitz winning the biggest EPT of all time. At the end of October, Alexei Boyka won Malta for over 350,000 euros. So who is going to be the final winner of season 13, the final ever champ on the EPT here in Prague?
James?
Well, Matt, punctuality has never been the strongest point of poker players.
I mean, there's a lot of money at risk here. I mean, you'd think they'd be a bit more keen.
Don't forget, when we do finally conclude our coverage here in Prague, we haven't got long, just Christmas and New Year, basically, a very short holiday before we're back on the road, off to the Bahamas for the launch of the PokerStars Championship. And we've got 5 days of main event coverage on PokerStars TV from the 10th to the 14th. Day 2 through to the final table.
There is Jasper preparing himself.
Meanwhile, I know many of you are very keen to follow the action in the high roller. The guys on the PokerStars blog providing you with live updates. I can tell you that right now there are 7 players remaining, and a certain William Kassouf is the chip leader.
Oh, good God. I guess it was written in the stars.
Na GM. Maar dat kan als je hedge op cash speelt. Ja, dat was niet best, hè? I guess we're gonna talk deal first.
Yeah.
Oh, not again.
What have you been doing for the last 6 months?
No, but I'm fine with a chip job.
Yeah, the problem is right now I would get like 60 more than second. So if you were like 50-50, I would deal. But the
50-50, that makes no sense.
No. I mean, when the stacks are 50-50, I would deal. But right now, I would get like 60 more than second, and I'd rather take a shot at the 774. So right now, with these stack sizes, I prefer play.
Okay, sure.
Unless you give up something.
No.
Okay,
give up 15.
Just play and then discuss it later when we are closer in chips or something.
Up to you, guys.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, well, this is the second time the players have tried to discuss a deal. It happened when they were three-handed. The conversation went on forever and no deal was agreed. At least this was a very short conversation, and Martin makes an excellent point. If they were to talk deal, because of the disparity in the chip stacks, he just wouldn't get much extra on what second place already pays.
Yeah.
So he'd rather just take a shot at the first prize. If the stacks even out, maybe he'll open negotiations once more.
Yeah. There's not much insurance in getting what you're already
I mean, to me, it's
get.
just silly to play for 200k, but either way, fair enough.
For me too. I mean,
but then it makes no
really
sense not to deal now.
Lower variance, but right now, okay, did you check the numbers? Because I think, wait, we should, excuse me?
I don't care, because the numbers are pretty clear.
Yeah. Just, I'd like to show you that with these stack portions, for me it's like...
So just show you the chip
yeah.
numbers at the moment right now. This would be like, I put away 20K. You have to play for this 10% of the remaining. The chips you get 700, you get 608, and 20 extra for the winner.
Yeah, so I would get 50 more than second.
Yeah, but you have a shot at 80 more, because when you win the 80. You win the 20 as well.
Yeah, but the difference between the second and that one is like,
I mean,
not huge enough. I mean, if we're like, 10 million, I would definitely deal, because it's too big money for 40 BB heads up.
Okay.
But unless you want to give something up, but I guess you won't, so.
We both won't.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Then let's play poker, guys.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, let's play poker.
Good luck to Jesper.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So yeah, basically, second place pays 555,000. If Martin took the deal, he'd be getting 608. He says it's not enough more.
No.
60K-val többet kapni, mint másnak.
And neither of these players in any way inclined to give up anything. They both clearly think they are the daddy.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And we start. Okay.
Good luck.
Amen.
Good luck, guys. Have a nice.
Oh, just a second. Listen.
So we're going to get this heads-up battle underway and resume the action at the tail end of level 33. A reminder that the blinds are 125,000, 250,000 with a 25K.
So how much you playing? 9.7?
Just a second, I have to check. I just wrote numbers. Do you have 26, right?
Yeah.
I have 9.7.
Okay, thank you.
40 bigs. Yeah.
I think they should discuss a duel after every single hand. Just in case at some point they accidentally agree with each other.
So hand 129, the first hand of heads-up play. Martin Suzor has posted the small blind. He's on the button. Remember that we are still on a 45-minute delay, which is why we get to see the whole cards of the players. Although on this occasion, we will not see them.
The timing of that was just superb.
Raise and take it for Suzor, who had jacks on the button. Raised to 600,000, got a fold.
Well, that can be nothing short of really annoying.
So quite a striking disparity between the stacks. 102 big blinds for Meyer, 38 bigs for Suzor. Jasper with 5 deuce of hearts.
Have it.
Suzor gets a walk, and good decision. Martin had him dominated.
Having been treated to such an interesting three-way scenario, it'd be interesting to see how the dynamics change now. Pure heads up.
Yeah.
Suzor with king 4. Raises.
And it's another easy peasy hand. More of those all night long. Just time to quickly text home. I'm doing really well. I'm having a lovely time. Send money.
I don't think he needs money. Even if things go horribly wrong for him, he's guaranteed more than €500,000. Steve Nichols says, any chance of the 10K once this is over, for old time's sake? Sorry, Steve. Once the main event is done, we are done. You'll have to rely on our hard-working colleagues at the PokerStars blog. Well, for many years, the EPT was managed by Kirsty Thompson. She's just tweeted to say thank you to the European Poker Tour for providing me with the best years of my life and allowing me to meet the finest people on earth. Thanks to our winners, including Roberto Romanello, Victoria Coren Mitchell, Kevin McPhee, and Rupert Elder. It was emotional.
We've all had a lovely time.
Nine minutes left on the level, and I don't think, since this heads-up game started, that Jasper Meyer has won a single hand. Suzor has chipped up over 10.5 million.
Well, if he keeps going at this rate, he's going to end up renegotiating again.
I should read Kirsty's third and final tweet. Mainly thanks to John Duthie for providing so many of us with jobs and creating a masterpiece. So Meyer raises with the 6-4, Suzor with the king-queen.
Well, a couple of missteps and a couple of lucky turns of the card, and can be a very interesting dynamic just in the last 8 minutes of this level.
The 3-bet from Suzor gets a fold. We've reached the point where, okay, Meyer still has the advantage, but it's now more like a 2-to-1 chip lead than a 3-to-1 chip lead.
The irony is, this is the stage where Jasper was like, you know, I'm the cash heads-up expert, and Martin was like, well, I'm the heads-up cash expert, and everyone seems super confident. I guess now we genuinely find out.
Jona, een flesje water?
Meyer still doesn't want a hand heads up.
It's coming. Quite jealous of Rob on hashtag EPT Live. My friend Kevin and I are watching with pizzas and beer. Great entertainment. Looking forward to seeing a Meyer win. Well, gonna have to start getting the mojo rolling back in his direction.
Raising here with King-6, and he's got Suzor dominated. Martin with King-3 defends. We're going to see a flop.
A what? Domination Nation.
Queen-9 deuce, all diamonds. Meyer has a diamond in his hand. It's been checked to him. He c-bets.
Not really much of an incentive for Martin to carry on there.
Meyer gets a fold and finally wins a hand heads up.
turning it around one hand at a time.
Ja, dankjewel man.
Itota.
Ace-3 on the button for Suzor. Raised to 600,000. 7-5 for Meyer. He calls. What does the flop bring? Ace, Queen, 6. And we talked during the last two levels, Matt, about the momentum being with Meyer. Again, taking nothing away from the ability of these players, but it's a poker tournament. And if you're getting good hands or connecting with flops, that's such an important part of actually closing, winning a title in poker. And it was all going Meyer's way, and now suddenly it shifted. Suddenly Suzor's the one picking up the hands, hitting the flops.
Yeah, and that's only got to go in one direction for a short while, and before you know it, you've got to really focus to keep your head above it and not let it start getting you down when you feel like you've just done nothing for 30 minutes but throw your cards away and your chips at your opponent.
Pete Blow gets in touch. Glad I got home in time to see the end of EPT Live. See you all on the other side. King 5 button raise from Meyer. And Suzor defends with Queen 9 of diamonds.
Yep. A bit more like it. Come on, guys. Come on now.
9 high flops. So again, all going Suzor's way. Check, check on the flop. 6 of clubs on the turn.
It always balances out. Everyone gets a fair share of the cards.
So after it went check, check on the flop, Suzor leads turn for 850k, gets a fold. And after 10 hands of heads up, Suzor is closing the gap slowly but surely. 12 million for the Hungarian, 23 million for the Dutchman.
Yeah, I wonder just how close Suzor needs to get before Jasper might feel a real sweat on. 2-1 advantage, but another 10 hands like this and another 10 hand like that.
Another premium hand for Suzor, ace queen of clubs.
I mean, that's the real trick with heads up, is there's so rarely going to be big hands that suddenly get you that win back. You know that it's going to be mostly just chipping away at each other back and forth.
Yeah.
Obviously, every once in a while you get a real car crash, but you can't just rely on having one big juicy pot emerge, because they just don't get that deep.
Okay, so Meyer defends with 10-7. He's flopped a gut shot. Nut flush draw for Martin Suzor.
Yeah, the 2 over cards, more than enough reason to take another card.
Boom, Suzor with the flush, plus a redraw to a royal flush. Has a complete lock on this. Meyer cannot hit any card in the deck.
No, all he can do is damage to himself now if he decides to get creative.
Oh, he's gonna make a delayed continuation bet. No, it was Suzor who was the pre-flop aggressor, and Meyer feels, well, He didn't c-bet. I can take a stab at this. Try and get him off it. 1.2 million.
Now just got to work out how best to capitalize on this spot. How to keep Maya on the hook, keep him interested, and maybe keeping betting after the river.
Yeah, Suzor just calls. Queen on the river. Well, the irony is that queen is enough for Suzor. He doesn't actually need the clubs.
Well, he's got them anyway.
So Maya tried to bluff the turn, and it looks like he's going to try and bluff the river. This will not work. Chips into the abyss.
Well, there was me saying the big pots are far and few between, and within seconds of getting the words out, we've got ourselves a 6 million pot. This is huge, and hats off to Souza for just sitting pretty, business as usual, trying not to scream out loud with joy.
2.6 million the bet. Do you think Suzor raises here? I mean, I know it's a paired board, but come on. How often are you up against a full house here? You got the nut flush.
Yeah, I mean, I guess heads up, anything's possible, you know. But I think you would have to be really paranoid to be particularly worried about thinking, well, I haven't got the nuts.
I'm all in.
Yeah,
all in.
He raises all in, I guess hoping that Maya was somehow betting an 8 or a strong king.
I think Hungary is about to go crazy. Maya asking for a count just out of protocol rather than any real interest.
Trying to make it look like he does actually have a legitimate hand rather than a total airball.
Yeah, and don't mind that at all. Might seem like a waste of time, but he's got to keep everything ticking over, make sure he doesn't look like too much of a pushover in this spot. The fatal touch is saying, how is Souza so lucky? If you've been with us since the start of the broadcast, you'll know that it's moved around the table. This is about time, because Jasper Mayer has had a fair old crack at the luck, as well as some well-placed skill moves.
There's the fold from Maya. And look at that, it's almost even now. Suzor wins a huge pot, getting his stack up to 16.5 million. 19 million for Maya. 75 bigs versus 66 bigs. And we're on a new level now.
And how long before they ask for the laptop again?
Oh, don't even joke about that.
Everyone get ready for a good 35 minutes chat around the laptop.
So we just rolled into the second of the 75-minute levels. Blinds are now 150,000, 300,000 with a 50,000 ante.
And Alan, only a few minutes ago on Twitter, said the way this has started, it could be another heads-up marathon. Well, look at us now. 18.7 million plays 16.4. I guess that last hand shows that we don't need complete car crash to build the big pots. I feel they're going to be few and far between, but dreams do come true.
Maya opens to 750,000 with ace deuce. Suzor with 7-6. Suzor defends. The flop is king 5-4. Up and down draw for Suzor. Ace high still the best hand, but look at the percentages. Practically a flip. Of course, Maya has a no good straight draw.
Yeah, the 3 would be an absolute disaster for Maya.
A couple of Sylvias on Twitter send their thanks. Sylvia Cole says, thanks guys, it's been epic as per usual. Thanks for the memories. Sylvia Hewitt says, really enjoyed EPT Prague. Great commentary, guys. Thank you to the Sylvias.
Thank you, ladies.
Now, Myra's continued here for 825k. Is Suzor contemplating a little semi-bluff here?
Well, heads up. Any connection is good, so maybe he just thinks, I'm on the up and up here. Let's keep the pressure going.
That is a raise from Suzor to 1.9 million.
The overcard and the gut shot, is it enough to keep him engaged? I think yes.
Sorry.
Maya calls the raise in position. The turn card, 6 of hearts. So that's a pair for Suzor. Does put a potential flush out there. And he's not to realise this, but he's just become a 93% favourite to win the hand.
Yeah. And how great do I feel about 2 hands ago saying that I think the big pots aren't going to be too often visiting. Another 5.5 million one.
Suzor, having check-raised the flop, now checks the turn. Now, if Maya bets here, what does Suzor do? He's got a pair of sixes, but he's still really chasing a straight on a 3-heart board.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, and this is hats off to Jasper, because we can see Jasper is even thinner, but doing what he has been doing and keeping the pressure on. We can see Suzor's got lots of reasons to stick around, but not a super comfortable ball to be staring at in his position.
Well, this bet of 3.35 million takes the pot to more than 8.7 million. Suzor was a huge favourite, but he folds the best hand.
Wow, folds the 93% winner.
Maya back up to 21 million. Suzor sitting on 14 million.
He's on an age. No.
Suzor with ace-7 of clubs. And 141 of the final table. So raised to 700,000. Obviously, we are now at the new blind level. It's a domination situation. Maya with a 7, 7-6.
Yeah, but the old 6-7 just so full of potential and possibilities until the flop, obviously, at which point it shrivels away into the darkness.
Suzor, absolute commanding favourite here.
As he was in the last hand, James, and look what happened there. Doesn't matter.
But 600,000 with top pair gets a fold. Okay, reminder that our Christmas calendar contest is still running. This is your chance to win a Monday Million ticket worth $215 or one of 2 satellite tickets worth $22 each. What do you have to do? You want to be playing Real Money Cash or Zoom today. And what we need you to do is win a hand with any of these holdings. 10 of spades, 10 of hearts, 7 of hearts, 7 of diamonds, or king, queen of spades. Note the stakes, by the way, that you have to play at. And if you do win a hand with one of those hands, tweet a screenshot or send the boom link along with a hand ID to hashtag EPT win. You've got till the end of the day, which means you've got 2 hours and 15 minutes. And remember, because this is the last day of our stream from Prague, we'll announce the winners on Twitter tomorrow. Make sure you're following at PokerStars TV. Suzo with 10-6 of spades. Raised to 700,000, 9-3 of clubs for Jasper Meyer. King 6 deuce. Suzo flops best. He's going to bet his pair of sixes.
Yeah, not a huge amount of incentive for Jesper to stick around, and he lets it go. And Hungary celebrate once again. Could be in for a long night. I'm glad they've got the blanket.
20-ish.
20-ish.
You want to deal now?
Told you.
Kidding me.
Told you. Every hand changes
I think
the
it's
dynamics.
less for me. Less than 20.
It's 2. I'm gonna just count them.
Okay, sure.
It's like 6, 7.
Well, cards have been dealt. You kind of got to play this hand now.
Clock.
I'm like 15, 5, 15, 6.
We play the hand first and then?
Then we have to play this, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'd love it if somebody wins on this hand. Well, Jesper. He's the only one can.
7.
It's an all-in and a call. Oh. Just practicing, just in case. Oh, 9-10, A6. Stranger things have happened.
Flop is King Jack 7. Meyer with a straight draw. It's been checked to him. He bets. Suzo with ace high. Currently the best hand.
Yeah, the backdoor diamonds with the 6 isn't much of an enticement, is it?
He folds. So what are they going to do?
So, just a second. I have. Could you stop dealing for a second? Just
Oh wow, we're going to
okay.
pause the deal and pause the clock.
Discuss something.
Laptop. I think we should just leave the laptop out on the table now
5.
at all times.
6.
I was waiting for Martin to want to keep playing until they were equal and then stop everything. Hey, here we go. Look at the way he's holding that. No regard for technology.
If at first you don't
I
succeed.
get like 15. Actually a bit more, I think.
I got like the rest, so.
Yeah. So sorry, the program is not working with the rest.
Yeah. Can I? Yeah, sure.
Ja, vágom. Hát
So Mario is going to confirm the chip counts of both players, and then they can run the numbers. So we know from the last conversation when they came back from break that they would still be expected to play for 20,000 euros and the EPT trophy.
Yep.
The rest of the prize money, they are welcome to divide up how they see fit. Obviously, they'll be looking to do that by the chip distribution.
Yeah, and if you weren't with us, the reason nothing happened previously is because Martin's point was he was only guaranteed slightly more than he is going to get as a second place anyway. And would rather risk that insurance to have a shot at the top prize.
Obviously, both players will confer with their friends.
Yeah.
Thomas the Mash, the TD, punching in the numbers.
Where's Jasper gone?
Talking
Jasper?
to his mate.
He left. Okay, this goes down now to this one. As before, the 20 is on the side, so it's 670 and 630.
670,000 euros for Maya.
Before the 20 is on the side, or?
638k for Suzor.
Actual plus 20.
With 20k to play for.
This is mine, right?
The below is yes,
Yeah.
C2.
Exact numbers on the screen: 670,586, 638,714. 20k to play for.
And the trophy, and the title, and the handshake.
Yeah, okay. If I get 650, I'll do right now.
You want 12k more?
Yeah.
No, no deal.
No?
No deal.
We can figure something out that we have much more to play for, but I'm not going to give up like for no reason 12k.
I mean, I feel you're good, respect, but I'm more experienced as a player. Just
Cojones.
I mean, it's huge money. We can take something out and like play for more than 20.
But I'll give you an example. Let's take like a modern tableau. Takes 50 out, okay? Then what with these figures if you take 50k out for the winning?
So we take 50,000 out, 653,000 for Maya,
If you
and
want
626 grand for
That's
Suzor.
fine by me. But it's not like I'm going to
How much?
like a 50, which is now.
Okay.
But
you
I'm not
won't
going
give up anything.
No.
Well, basically, we're giving both up something now, right?
Yeah, but yeah, it's fair. But I mean, from the prize, if I get 630, you still get more than me, and then you can.
Yeah, but the argument beforehand, before we started heads up, was like, I have now this much, which is very close to second,
Exactly.
which is not happening right now. So every time we're going to talk,
Martin's
you
never
come up
happy,
with something
basically.
different.
No, I mean, I just need like some extra, and you decide how much do we play for.
How do you mean? I don't understand.
Like, I need a few K extra to prize, and
okay,
you can decide.
I can round it up to 630, and we play for the rest. So I give you,
okay.
Okay.
I give you like, and we play for 47. But I'm not going to give up like 12k. Wat zeg je? Ja, nou ja, we gaan nu al van 20 naar 50. Dus
Martin trying to drive a hard bargain.
Yeah, it's good to be confident, isn't it? But absolutely convinced he's the man, even though he's behind and has mostly been behind, still rates himself as a better player than Jasper.
Yeah, and we play for 50 more.
Now, Jasper. So if you round him up to 630, it's more like 3,894 away from your money. So this keeps it at 649, 300 for you, 630 for him, and you play for the 50 extra.
Yeah, make it 650 for me and take the 700 from the 50, and I'll be fine.
No, no. I mean, I have to think.
It's only 700
on this. Just a second. We'll talk.
I mean, it's kind of hard to talk business with someone who comes up with different arguments like all the time. But
story checks out, Jasper.
I guess he's in his pride. Wat zeg je? Kijk hoor.
It's like
20 om 15.
It's playing poker during a deal.
Hier, ze willen wel die.
So many stumbling blocks and trying to get this deal agreed.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Sorry? Ik geef nu 3k op. Ja, dat boeit me niet.
I'm surprised the stumbling block was that extra 700 euros.
Dit 12 vind ik een beetje onzinnig veel.
Now, strictly speaking, while deal negotiations are taking place, Martin's only meant to be talking to one person, not 76.
Úgy van, hogy én kapnék 6-26-at, és azt mondta, hogy 60.
Whole nation involved.
Sorry? Of zij daar konden gaan zitten, want het geluid achter me vind ik...
Well, while we're trying to finalise these deal negotiations, let's bring in our next guest commentator. We welcome from Team Pro Online, Randy Lou.
Hey, what's up? How you doing today?
All good, Randy. How about yourself?
Doing good. Looks like we got some exciting cards action. Oh wait, the deal, huh?
This is, in fact, let's just listen to this. This has been going on for so long. We need to know what happens.
And we play for 50K, right?
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Perfect.
Oh my God, they shook hands.
We make a deal sheet, you have to sign both, you know, and then it's like official and we go for it, okay?
Okay.
So just to prove if you have what's written here, just to your post, okay? So you get 630, Jasper, you get 649, 300, and you pay for 50 extra, okay?
Okay.
Oops, sorry. So just I put this down on the paper, and then we sign it and we...
Cool.
So
okay.
it looks like Jasper didn't get the extra 700 euros he wanted. He really wanted to play for 650,000 on the nose, and Martin really wanted 630 on the nose.
Go to rail your friend on the other side. Thank
Should be no deal then, right?
Well, it looks like Jasper has just given up on it. So, I mean, it's not like Jasper has necessarily lost that 700, because if he can win the whole thing, which he is currently chip leader, is that 700 that is after is still there up for grabs within the 50K on the side that they'll now play for. But, wow, Martin Zusor, he drives a hard bargain. He clearly fancies his skills. I mean,
Yeah,
confidence is good, isn't it?
It is a good thing if you get this far. You don't want to second guess yourself all of a sudden, right?
Yeah, man. I guess also it's interesting. I really wonder if Martin didn't have like all of his country with him, I wonder if they kind of egged him on. I wonder if he was just on his own in that, he would have just kind of quietly taken a bit less. But there you go and see on your screens. So Jasper has kind of tied up the better deal right now because of the chips. So it's 649,300 for Jasper, 630 exactly for Martin Zusor. The 50K on the side. Of course,
we're still playing for a lot.
Yeah, I mean 50 grand. That's pretty sizable. Obviously, it's kind of at least now the way that it's been since we went heads up, a bit of insurance for both of the players, but still a lot at stake. And I guess probably to a degree, not more importantly, but as importantly, the trophy and the title to, won't be the last EPT champ.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're going out. I think the good thing about making a deal, though, is I think you end up playing better because you're like, okay, well, I've locked in this much money. I don't have to like play scared or whatnot too, you know. So it can definitely play. There's some strategy to it. If you know your opponent's kind of like uneasy when there's a lot more on the line, then maybe you wouldn't want to make a deal. So these are things I would consider personally.
Yeah. Well, I guess the guys we're waiting now, in case you're wondering, as the deal's been done, we just have to wait for Thomas has to actually get this officially documented. We need both the players to sign it off, shake one more time, and then we can get back to the poker. The thing is, it's interesting because the dynamics just in the dozen or so hands of heads up we've had, the momentum has been moving very firmly away from Jasper's massive lead from when we were three-handed. But you don't want to make too many assumptions based on just a small sample of hands.
Yeah, I mean, it could change either way, you know that.
Yeah. Although I got to say, looking at the reaction to Martin Zuzor's negotiation tactics, a lot of people that were neutral are now really fist pumping for Jasper.
That's the deal, and you play with 50k extra, okay?
Okay, sure.
Just need the signature behind your name.
That's cool that we get to watch like the deal making process, right?
I
Like,
like
that wasn't
it.
a thing before.
I really like it. The thing is, a lot of people like, boo, get on with the poker, but actually I find it to be quite an intriguing part of the process. And also, a lot of the time it's the first chance we get to really sample the personalities of the players, because we've seen them sort of sitting, but unless they're particularly chatty, especially when you've got lots of different nationalities.
Good luck, thank you.
It's the first time we get to see, you know, we see who's the bully with the chips, but you don't necessarily know who's the kind of the pushy guy once they
Who's the
stand
bully
up.
in the deal making process,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely. I got to be honest, I found it interesting, you know, when we were watching lots of the WCUP games, to watch the deal-making process in the chat box as well, you know, on the online games. It's just always great to see people that clearly got their own little calculations, they've got their own opinion of themselves. So, well, I'm kind of sad. We've had so many deals nearly complete. I kind of feel like, well, no more deals to look forward to. It's just heads-up poker to the win now. Oh, well.
Well, so since the deal making process is over, can I head out now, or?
No, I'm awfully sorry. You wish, Randy. If only it was that simple. No, you're stuck with us, I'm afraid. You're stuck with us. So here we are. So let's just recap where we are. The deal has been done. We've got 50,000 euros on the side, as well as the trophy and the title. We've got Jasper still ahead, about 20.3 million, plays against Martin's 14.8. And we had only just really got going in this level 34. So here we go with an hour to go, 150,000, 300,000. And that's it. Just in the time it took me to explain where we were, that was one hand already complete.
Well, to be fair, it was just a raise and take.
Meanwhile, we're just showing you our friend, Mr. William Kassouf. A lot of people were interested in how he was doing. He is the current chip leader in the 10K high roller. Don't forget.
That's the final table now, right?
Yeah. And also, if he finishes third or better, that will actually eclipse his WSOP result that obviously brought him to a lot of people's attention. So don't forget, boys and girls at home, if you want to follow that action, keep an eye on the PokerStars blog, because right now we are all about crowning a champ, the last ever EPT champ.
On that note, don't you think it would be fun to watch him do a deal-making process?
Oh my God. Can you imagine? Oh, meanwhile, here's a potential fireworks. So we've got Jasper Meyer raising 700,000 with the ace-5.
We should see a re-raise here. I mean, you are heads up. Sometimes ace-queen, you're like, oh, I don't really want to get it in when you're full table, but in heads up, it's like a monster.
Yeah, it's a golden opportunity.
So there is the re-raise. Ace-5 also, it's a tough hand. Yes, usually an ace is good in heads up, but it gets tricky, right? If you're unsuited, you're like, okay, if I hit my ace, maybe it's good, but if it's not good, I usually lose a lot of chips because my opponent has a better ace. I wouldn't say it's a necessary defend, but I know some people will. It just depends on how loose your opponent is re-raising you.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people might be surprised to see someone like folding an ace pre-flop in heads up, because, you know, generally we talk about the value of hands when you are playing heads up, and, you know, an ace is such a rare, beautiful thing, but you got to pick your moments just as carefully as, you know, playing raggy aces in a full ring. You know the kind of trouble you can get yourself into.
But I think, let's just say, for example, he was getting re-raised every single hand. I'm pretty sure he's not going to fold the ace-5 anymore.
Yeah. We've also seen a few people from the small blind, you know, from the dealer button small blind, just limping in with really big aces, ace-kings and ace-queens.
Yep.
I'm sort of surprised to see as much of that going on as possible.
I think if you see that, generally they feel like they want to play as many post-flop spots as they can, because they're probably limping bad hands too, and they want to limp some strong hands, so they don't. It's not obvious that they only have bad hands.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I haven't seen the heads-up portion so far before this, but
Sorry.
I won't be able to tell you exactly what is the ideal strategy right now.
Yeah. Well, that's not good enough, Randy. You come on here.
Okay.
You come on
See
here
you then.
with your patch and your badges and your hat, and the first thing you tell me is that you can't help me. Unbelievable. I've been reliably informed we're actually going to have your physical presence when we kick off 2017's PokerStars Championships. You're actually coming to the Bahamas.
Yeah, and can I go to the booth there too?
Well,
nice.
It depends if you're going to start making excuses for the quality of your...
I've got a good excuse.
Okay.
I'm going to be in the tournament still.
Well, that we will allow. But as soon as you come to the booth, we won't want to hear any of this. Well, I'm not sure how much advice I can give you. Business. Do you already know what you're going to be playing in the Bahamas? You're going to play everything or just for the main?
I'm going to play the main, of course. I always tell myself I just need to only play the main event, right? No time for other events. But if I lose that, like if I get cooler, you know, kings versus aces, and flop quads and still lose somehow the other quads, I don't know. But then I'll play some side events.
It's a really, actually, I was about to say it's a really long way to go to only play one event, but I guess for you it's not quite as tricky as Schlep.
I think when you go from like just anywhere from overseas, right? It's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
But it's such a big tournament. It's like still worth it.
Yeah. I mean, it's perfect for us. You know, there's bound to be quite a fair amount of song and dance. You know, as we kick off this new era with live poker. You know, saying goodbye to the EPT and getting the PokerStars Championship well underway. It's a fantastic.
Do the trophies look different or what?
Say again, sorry?
Are the trophies going to be different?
Do you know what? I think they are. I think I asked that, James. Oh, I'm being told it'll be the same shape but different colors.
Color. That's different, I suppose. Different.
Okay. I'm being given lots of information, but it's all the caveats of I think and I believe, and I'm just not going to repeat any of that. The word on the street is that the championship is going to have a gold trophy, and I think the festivals have that kind of like silver blue.
Right.
I think if you go onto PokerStars Live at the moment, where the most of the information about next year's plans are with the festival and the championship events, there's a color scheme already being established.
What's our first flop since I've been here?
Yeah, welcome to the flop. It's good for Martin. He has hit bottom pair with a gut shot. Just the 2 overcards and the backdoor spades. Now a 10 of clubs.
I think I would probably start betting with the pair of twos at this point, but I guess he just wants to take the free card.
And I guess now he's left it too late to do anything. Can't imagine.
I expect him to bet now. Well, I mean, I guess he could check. He's only getting called by ace high, but like, You would think that if your opponent had a pair of twos beat, he would actually bet out by it now. So I think he can actually value bet this, even though it's hard to get called by much else than ace high. So indeed he does.
Wow.
Curious.
Yeah. I am surprised there was much value in that, but that's why you're you, and I'm just sitting here saying the wrong thing.
I mean, to me, when you see that really small bet on a river, it looks like he's trying to get called by an ace high hand. You have worse than ace high. It's kind of like, maybe I shouldn't really look that up. But maybe, you know, it's just like, well, I've got like so many chips. It's 400,000. What is it to me? That's kind of what he was thinking. But sometimes these little small edges are what you need to kind of like, you know, win the match, right?
Well, I guess, I mean, that's the thing. It's a bit of a cliche, but we always used to say that's the difference between the best in the world and the next best, is that the guys that really do maximize every single tiny opportunity, even if it's just a tiny, tiny little addition to the stack, it all adds up. All the equity within those chips has a meaning.
7.
Raised to 700,000 from Jasper Meyer. Queen 3 from Martin Susor. And Jasper flops best.
I expect this to be a bet and takedown. Oh, he checks it back.
Jack on the turn, 1.5 million in the middle. Checked again from Susor.
You should bet this time, I believe.
He did not.
Nope.
Unbelievable.
You let your opponents get too many free cards, in my opinion.
Yeah, I must say I'm surprised, because you think with the 5-7-7 and the 2 hearts on the flop is that you've got to kind of feel happy to have flopped best. And
oh, sorry.
Like, I would start checking back a lot if like I'm getting check raised a lot and put in tough spots. But until that's happening, I'm gonna play my hands a bit more straightforward like that, you know, for value. Because if he's not check raising a lot, well, you don't want to give your opponents 2 free cards every single time you flop a random piece. Otherwise, that's going to add up, right? They're going to hit eventually. And you're just going to lose spots you shouldn't have lost.
we see the difference between the two players now, just 5 million between them. It's about 66 big blinds for Jasper, about 50 for Martin. Still both deep. No real reason to expect that this is going to be over anytime soon. But then again, I said that a little while back, and then suddenly we had a 5 million pot and a 6 million pot, and we had some real swings. One of our regular contributors on Twitter, Peter Blow, saying making the trophies in the colors of the host country for each stop would be awesome. I got to agree,
that would be awesome.
that would be pretty beautiful, wouldn't it? That would be fantastic.
I mean, can you imagine you have like one trophy from all these countries, but you're missing one? They would never stop going to that event.
That is true. That is true. Although that would be quite an achievement, considering in 13 seasons of the EPT, we've only had Vicky Cohen-Mitchell manage to do the double.
She'll be showing up to a lot more tournaments, I'll tell you that, to go for the triple.
That is for sure. Okay, this one is going to start with Jasper Meyer. 7-8 suited. 700,000.
Should see a blind defense here.
Indeed we do.
There's a 7. I kind of suspect he's going to check it back, given what he's been doing recently. Like, he's checking back his middle strength hands, but maybe he's mixing it up now. He's decided to bet.
3-bet 900.
Yeah, I guess it's a great sign for him. The fact that we are struggling to, in any given hand, predict what he's going to do is probably a great thing for him, because it means that his opponent is probably having the same kind of problems.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's good to be unpredictable. Otherwise, if someone figures out what you do in every single hand, it's going to be pretty easy to play against you. So it's good to mix it up. Is this a call or?
Yep, it looks like a call at 900.
This one's going to get tricky, actually. I think it's going to go check, check. And I think the river is going the other guy's going to... What's his name? Kuzor? Or?
Zuxor is what we've been told.
Gosh, Zuxor.
Zuxor.
These names are always tough for me. King 8. It does have showdown value, so he doesn't necessarily need to bet. But in this spot, he will need to if he wants to try and win this pot. I think if he bets, Meyer would probably fold, is my guess.
$3.3 million out there. $1.7 is the bet.
It's about half pot, right? It's a tough spot. Your opponent. So if your opponent's bluffing here, they need to have like a 8x or a 9x hand. That's because a flush got there. You know, he could be value. The other guy could be value betting like Jack 8, Jack 9. That check called a flop. There's a lot of hands that. There's not that many bluffs. Because if your opponent has a pair of 6s or 7s themselves, they wouldn't be betting here for value. They would just be checking and hoping to get the showdown cheaply. So I think the 7-8 it's a really tough spot unless you know a lot about your opponent. He's too curious.
Well, we saw his curiosity get to him a little while back, but that was a much smaller pot. But he is going to look it up, and he is going to like what he sees. It's got to really boost you when you make one of those tough calls and you get it right. It must be hard not to jump up and down for a little while.
I'm not sure why he's still in his seat. I'd be like jumping around.
I would have been up to the...
Yes, I made the right call.
I would have gone up and high-fived the water cooler at the end of the room and back again by now. I'm glad we've got a decent rail out there, because obviously we spoke about this a while ago, is when we saw how deep the players were at the end of yesterday, we had this horrible feeling about having a kind of a 3 in the morning end, and that it would be horrible to have the big send-off for the European Poker Tour with sort of 6 people in the room hoovering and putting the chairs up on the table. So it's great that we've got such a nice active rail out there.
He's still going with the raising strategy.
Yeah, it's worked for him so far.
So where are we at? 45 minutes left to play on the level?
Yes, indeed we are, sir. Yep. Deal has been done. 50 grand on the side.
Finally.
Yeah. Yeah, I must admit, until that piece of paper was signed and everyone had shaken hands, I didn't want to trust it was ironclad. But we know where we are.
So generally speaking, it's pretty okay to defend any 2 suited cards against a small raise.
Yeah, not an awesome flop for the 8-3, but great news for Jasper.
It's a little bit bigger than normal for him, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It is interesting. He really does seem to mix it up. His amounts, his calling, is constantly moving.
So where are we at now? Hand number 157. So this is what? Nearly the 30th hand of heads-up play.
It's amazing, really, just what a roller coaster it's been since the heads-up kicked in. Dominated hand here. Queen 8 versus Queen 4. Jasper slightly ahead.
$9.95 on the flop.
Let's see if he c-bets here. I think he is. One of those flops where like, well, I didn't hit anything, but you probably didn't hit anything either. Well, he did let him get there, but he picked up a flush draw.
True. Yeah, I guess it's the card that perhaps helps Jasper make the bet, but also helps Martin make the call.
And the queen on the river means they're both chopping.
Well, that's
like that is a chop. That is a chop. It's like, what are you talking about? Right there. I would probably bet here if I was Jasper. It's just like, hope your opponent has an 8.
3.1 million. This is probably going to get called, right, Randy?
Yeah, pretty snap call-y. It's like you're never really raising here for value because your opponent can easily have like a 9 or like 6, 7 or 10 jack in their hand. So why raise just in case they have those hands? He's not folding. There's no way. It would be bizarre. I would just leave right now, guys.
Welcome to our world when you're so sure of something and then the complete opposite happens. No, I think, yeah, we can see that's the call. Well, James, they're going to pretty much take all of the chips and then they're going to divide them equally between the players.
Now, roll with us on this one, Randy, because this could be...
He's not trying to muck, is he?
No, don't worry. Now, this could be the last chop pot on the EPT. We don't know if we're going to see another during this heads-up battle. So, for one last time on the European Poker Tour, possibly, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Yes.
3 párja volt, nekem csak 2.
Get in.
De megkaptam a felét.
By the way, a few people on Twitch that missed the deal were asking for the details, just to let you know. So Jasper tied up 649,300 euros. Martin Zuzor got 630 exactly. They're playing for 50k on the side, and of course the trophy, and of course that last EPT title.
So, first deal negotiations were three-handed, fell apart. David Peters wanted too much equity.
Yep.
Deal negotiations, when they originally went heads up, fell apart. The chip disparity was too great. Zuzor wasn't getting enough above second place prize money. The third ones weren't exactly easy, but I'm glad they got there in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And poor old Jasper never got his 700. And I love that Martin's explanation was, well, the 700's in the 50, so you kind of get it if you win. It's like,
yeah,
it's not really the same thing, is it?
Nice try, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for humoring me.
Another raise coming in. Let's see what the big blind's got.
Yep, it's a Jack 8 for Martin and the Jack 3. A fast fold from Jasper Mayer.
Taking us to hand number 160. Tell you what, Randy, just stay with us for a couple more hands, and then we'll allow you to go back to whatever it is you do on a Monday.
Play poker.
No.
PokerStars coming on.
You do surprise us.
Seven.
Give me some fireworks before I go.
Well, we make no promises. But you never know. Just cross your fingers and hope for lots of clubs. Okay. Well, it's not
One
quite.
club, though.
Yeah, one club. It's the beginning of a dream, but it's not much.
Hello, Ace.
Yeah.
Good check back. Now he's gonna bet here. The question is the 10-2 calling?
What do you think?
I think he should, but he might. Nope. I think he will. He'll call for sure.
Oh, brilliant. Genius. Genius. Now
I love
close
that.
your
Wait,
eyes.
wait for the guy to reach for chips and then make a binding answer.
Loving your work, Randy.
Thanks.
Peter points out on Twitter, it did look like Suzor was going to muck his hand in that chop pot.
Yes. He would have done it just to deprive us one last sing-song.
Maya's value bet on the river is close to 2 million, 1.95.
It's a sizable bet. He's trying to represent a miss flush draw type hand.
Roughly
That-
2/3 pot.
So now he's just deciding like how many missed draws does he have here? Does he bet queen jack, king queen, heart draws again? Nice fold.
Nice fold indeed, sir. Jasper up to 24.5 million.
Okay, one more hand, Randy, then I promise you can play poker rather than talk about it.
Well, the good part is that I won't be folding no chop pots on accident, or trying to.
That's the beauty of online poker, right?
That's right.
81 bigs for Maya, 35 bigs for Suzor. And still 36 minutes to play at the 150-300 blind level. Suzor has ace 10. And that is a raise to 700,000. Maya. That's queen jack suited. So pretty. Or might prefer it suited in hearts.
More of a spades man myself.
Suited hearts would be bad right now. That's a suit domination. Come on.
Interesting. Maya elects to 3-bet with this hand, 2.1 million.
I mean, he's probably going to call this 3-bet. It is mixing it up, though. I actually thought he was just going to call.
No, we did say this, didn't we, a few hands back, is Jasper Maya seems to have as many moves as he needs. Very hard to pin him down for any specific habits.
I would be calling this re-raise unless I knew Meyer was re-raising me a lot. Then I probably would just go all in myself. But I think at this point, calling is going to be the best play.
Like 10.
Suzor will play the flop in position.
No, I think a bit less than 10 behind.
Sorry?
Wow.
Oh my word. Ace, king, 10 on the flop. The spades don't matter.
8, like...
Maya flops Broadway, Suzor 2-pair.
8 is good. Okay, thank you.
He should bet here. There's a lot of bad cards, whether it's a queen, a jack, a spade, you know, like, he should bet.
How does no one have a spade here? Remember, Maya 3-bet pre. He has the pre-flop betting lead. He continues for 2.6 million, and Suzor surely going nowhere.
I think he's going to go all in. Because there's not too much chips behind. This is a sick cooler. It's just like, is he just calling or?
Looks like it to me. 1, 2, 6 in his little stack there.
I mean, ace 10's a great hand, but he is worried like, oh man, ace king is there and all these hands. But if your opponent's going 3-bet you have ace queen, ace jack, like ace 10 is just too strong.
Here comes the call. 9.5 million in the middle now.
Saved.
Robert Needham says this is the last hand of the EPT ever. John Delano says this is over. I don't see anyone going broke here. Not with 4
Not
spades
over
on board.
Yeah, no. They both want to get the showdown quickly. They really want to get the showdown now.
Oh, I guess we are going to be singing again.
That just occurred to me. We just don't get many of these heads up, but wow.
Wow, talk about over-promising and under-delivering. What did he say?
All in.
Wow,
Ooh,
Maya shoves on him.
Royal flush representing.
Wow, that's
Maybe
incredible.
He thinks he has a royal flush. The red card, I guess it's kind of hard too. This is great.
And Suzor can't call, surely.
No, you can't. For your tournament life too? I mean, there's 6 million left. There was 10 million in pot before he shoved. It's a half pot shove.
Suzor folds. Credit to Jasper Maya for pulling off that move. And Randy, I'm glad you stayed with us for that one last hand.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Randy Liu from Team Pro Online, thank you very much for the analysis in this heads-up battle here in Prague.
Thank you very much. I'll see you next time.
See you in the Bahamas. Cheers, Randy.
Cheers.
Well, look at that now. 29.5 million for Maya, 6.2 million for Suzor. 100 big blinds plays 20 big blinds. Huge lead for the Dutchman.
Got a feel for Suzor. He worked so hard since we came back
Like
in
8 now?
for the heads up.
More like 6, I think. It's 3, 4, 5. Yeah, like 6.
Okay, thank you.
Oh man, I wish Jasper would suggest looking at the deal again. I know they've shaken hands and signed the paper, but just for the fun of it.
7.
So Maya raising here with King Queen suited. So weird how at the start of the heads-up battle, momentum swung in favor of Martin, and now it's swung firmly back in favor of Jasper.
Yeah, and what a massive swing. Huge advantage now.
Uh-oh, Stapleton's in the booth.
You guys done trying to replace me with Randy?
What do you mean trying?
Luckily, he cares too much about playing poker.
Can't believe he'd rather go and actually play poker than just watch poker, but hey, each to their own.
I would argue that he can play online poker at any time, but this is the last ever EPT.
Wait, what?
Oh, did we not tell you that? Sorry, I should have mentioned that.
Who likes 8-6 here? I do.
Yeah, I'll have a bit of a go with that.
Aha!
See?
Yeah, I like the 8-6.
I'm a big fan
Too
of the
late.
8-6. It wouldn't be the last EPT if I didn't hit the wrong button at least once.
Or twice.
So Maya continued flop for 800,000. It went check on the turn, and Suzor leads river. 1.6 million. Just over half pot.
Gotta be tempting. Second nut, nothing. Good fold. That died out very quickly.
He's still on the ropes. 25 big blinds. Up against the 92 big blind stack of Jasper Meyer. Suzor first to speak here. On the button in the small blind with 9s.
I think I'm going to go with the traditional pronunciation of Jasper from now on. So I can say, yes. Yes, queen.
He's not going to be saying yes to Jack 5. Folds to the button open from Suzor, taking us to hand 164.
No spur doesn't sound as good.
Agreed.
I think we should all go with Jasper from now on.
Well, he's raised with King Jack suited. Deuces for Suzor. We see all 5 cards. This will be a flip. I don't know, 25 big blinds, any pocket pair.
Heads up.
Do you rip it here?
I mean, I do because I'm terrible and I'm tired. I don't mean me now, I just mean if I was a player.
Although you are terrible in time.
Yeah, no, that too.
Question is, if Suzor does move all in, and yes, he shoves, and Maya wants a call, wants a count rather, and is this a call here with King Jack?
He's just, I think he's just trying to process the gravity of the situation and that we are going to see a call. This will be a flip, like the EPT versus the PokerStars Championship.
Oh,
he wants to do it so bad.
8 million. The all-in from Suzor. He calls, and we are off to the races.
Wow, this could be it.
Flipping for the title. Suzor ahead, but only just. Actually, a statistical underdog against King Jack.
Somebody must have folded a deuce.
The Hungarians want deuces to hold so their man can get back in the game.
What a sick flip.
If Maya connects, this is all over, and he has won the last ever EPT. There's a jack on the flop. Maya takes the lead and can taste victory now.
Really tough to come back from this.
Suzor needs a deuce, and he needs to hit on the river. Only a 5% chance of survival, a 95% chance that we're about to crown our final champion.
Any quacks about?
The river card is a 9, and it's all over. Literally. The European Poker Tour concludes with Jasper Meyer van Putten taking the title, the trophy, and 700,000 euros.
It was a hell of a final table, right, though, Matt? Jeez, what a battle.
Thank you.
Really impressive, and
nice.
certainly something for everyone to enjoy there. Came back heads up and gave us a real show.
And commiserations to the runner-up, Martin Suzor, who has been on the EPT for so many years, probably feels he's due. And sadly, the tour ends with Hungary never winning a main event title.
So he's the PokerStars Championship.
Everything to play for in 2017.
So epic three-handed play. 4 hours of three-handed action between Maya, Suzor, and David Peters. A relatively brief heads-up battle by comparison. And after the deal was done, Maya applied the pressure, ran well, and takes the V, takes the victory. So here's how it ended. We started the day with 6. We played down to 1. Congratulations to all 6 players. It was a very entertaining game to watch. David Peters, by making it into the top 3, takes GPI Player of the Year, takes it from Fedor Holtz at the last moment. Martin Suzor, a worthy runner-up, and courtesy of the deal, gets 630,000. But winning the better part of 700K is Jasper Meyer van Putten. Let's hear from the last ever EPT main event champ. He is down on the tournament floor with Joe Stapleton.
Jasper, you are going to be the last person to ever lift one of those trophies. Tell me what that feels like.
Yeah, for now it's the greatest feeling in the world.
And you weren't feeling so good a couple of days ago. Take us through the story of your main event here.
I started at first level, I doubled, and then got some food poisoning, unfortunately, and went straight to bed. Stayed the whole day in bed, and next day I saw that I had 22K left. So I managed myself to get out here and played with some fever, and day by day, everything got better, and now we're here.
How's your health right now?
Well, it's pretty okay.
And one last question, I guess. Are we going to see you at the PokerStars Championship?
For sure, for sure.
All right, everybody, let's get a big round of applause for the last ever EPT champion, Jasper Meyer van Putten.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a massive congratulations to Jasper Meyer there, 699,300 euros. Congratulations to Martin Suzor, to use one of Joe's favorites. Fantastic performance for him, fantastic final table. And I guess now we have to start packing and getting ready for the PokerStars Championships. It's only a couple of weeks away, but I guess we need to first of all get Christmas and New Year's out of the day, and this small detail of handing over that last trophy. So let's get back down to the floor for Mr. Joe Stapleton and Mr. James Hartigan. I kid you not.
Hello and welcome to the winner's presentation for the very last event on the European Poker Tour. And what a way to go out with a record-breaking field and an epic final table battle. Here to help present the trophy is Director of Live Events, Edgar Stuchley, EPT Manager Cedric Bilot, and Tournament Director Thomas Lamash. But before we hand the trophy over, Edgar's going to say a few words.
This year's EPT Prague has been record-breaking in many ways. And first and foremost, I would like to thank the players for joining and supporting the European Poker Tour over the last 13 seasons and for making it the biggest, richest, and most prestigious poker tour on the planet. I want to extend my warmest thanks to our partners, media, and staff who have been working incredibly hard to provide our players such a great experience. On behalf of the whole team, I wish you and your families happy holidays and all the best in 2017. And it's now time to crown the last EPT champion. Please put your hands together. He's walking away with 770,000 euros. Mr. Jasper Meyer van Butten.
And now, just to say a few last words, my good friend and the voice of the EPT for several years, James Hartigan.
Yes, this is it. And it falls to me to sign off from the European Poker Tour for one last time and basically say goodbye to something that has been a huge part of all our lives for more than a decade now. First of all, I think we should all salute John Duthie for creating this tour back in 2004. And I think we also have to salute the people who have taken it forward and made it the biggest, the best, the richest poker tour on the planet.
Yeah.
I want to thank the events team. I want to thank the poker media. I want to thank the tournament staff, especially the incredibly hard-working dealers. Really appreciate your work. And obviously, I want to thank all the crew who have produced the TV shows and live streams over the last 13 seasons. I think every single member of the EPT family should be feeling incredibly proud right now because, guys, the work you do, the work you have done is the best. And it will continue to be the best in 2017 when we launch the PokerStars Championship. Yes, this tour is evolving, it's expanding, it's going global, and it all starts on the 6th of January in the Bahamas with our live coverage on PokerStars.tv starting on the 10th of January. Before we close proceedings here in Prague, I do want to give a personal note of thanks to Edgar Stuchley. This man has driven the tour forward over the last 6 years. He's been the driving force behind the EPT. I also want to thank Francine Watson, the executive producer of the EPT TV shows and live streams. And of course, I want to say thank you to my co-commentators, my partners in crime, Joe Stapleton and Matt Broughton. And finally, and most importantly, thanks to the players, the qualifiers, the champions, the two-time champion, or one of them. And thank you to all the fans watching at home. Can we please end, please, with a round of applause for everyone who has supported the EPT over the years. One last thing left to say. I'm James Hartigan saying good night from Prague and goodbye to the European Poker Tour.
John Duthie and the creators of the EPT were definitely visionaries, but sometimes a magical thing happens, and that's what that was.
Shooting stars in the dark night sky, blazing trails behind the moon, like Roman candles burning brightly then dying all too soon. Hear your voice in the winter breeze, through the dark before the dawn. I see your eyes in the morning frost before it's gone.
It's made poker accessible and something that everybody feels that I could be part of that.
It melds a whole bunch of different countries together and people together, and there's bonds that are created, there's camaraderie.
It's where all the poker players, all the poker lovers meet. It's always like coming home.
For me, the tour is about the people. It's my friends and colleagues that have kind of come and gone, both sides of the felt.
It's these permanent fixtures on the calendar, which are kind of like Christmas to me, or my birthday, or something like that. It's just this permanent thing.
When you first meet these people, they're kids, and then you suddenly realize that these people's lives have completely changed in the time that you've known them. I've seen a whole arc of people's lives take place.
The European Poker Tour is more than just a poker tour. There's nothing else like it. It's a big, big family.
I hope the future is just more of the same. Bigger and better, and more stories to be told. Because that's what it's been since the beginning.